Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. I'm asking. And I'm not saying you have to. But I guess I'm asking. If I should let you guys have sex with me again. Once those words left Izuku's lips, a silence fell on the table, everyone looking up at Izuku. Half of the girls were surprised, and the other half were shockingly stoic. Ibara bit her lip, glancing down at her plate as she slowly pushed it away. Setsuna, rather than tease, blinked and felt her face suddenly turn neutral, her normal smirk fading into a thin line. Yui's face didn't change, but her eyes shifted, looking taken aback. Kinoko and Leiko didn't say anything, but shared a small glance with each other, Kinoko's visible eye unreadable while Leiko bit her lip. Pony's face fell, and she quickly looked down at the table. And Itsuka, right beside Izuku, continued to look at her toast, slowly blinking to herself as she digested what Izuku just said. For a moment, everyone was silent, going over Izuku's words slowly to themselves while the boy in question shrank into himself, going red and suddenly regretting saying those words, but unable to take them back. Finally, Setsuna let out a small sigh. So, just to make sure I understand what you're saying here, she said in a low voice, you're saying that tonight, if I wanted, I could come up to your room, knock on your door, and ask to F. And you'd say yes. That's what you're saying. Izuku started to say, and then hesitated. After a few seconds of thought, he sighed, not exactly like that, but kind of. What is kind of? Yui inquired, staring at him. Are you saying that if I were to drag you upstairs now, and ask to have sex, you would? And no. Izuku shook his head, feeling worry overcoming him as the girls continued staring at him with those weird looks on their faces. Guys, Itsuka suddenly spoke up, and everyone's attention went to her. She didn't like interrupting, but she could tell that this conversation was heading to a place that she didn't like, and she didn't want that. She let out a small sigh, and then looked up. Let's keep this civil, okay? We got time to talk about this before we go to school, let's just sit down and talk this out. No need for anyone to get angry. The girls glanced at each other, and then nodded. Most of them were feeling strangely rattled by Izuku's request, feeling a bit shaken themselves, but they knew Itsuka had a point, they just needed to talk about this like proper adults, instead of trying to aggravate themselves to a point where they'd be shouting at each other again. They settled back in their seats, the other girls pushing their own breakfasts away due to no longer feeling hungry, and Itsuka nodded. Okay, she said softly, turning to Izuku. Okay. So, I just need to get something straight, okay, Izuku? When you say that you should let us have sex with you again, does that mean that it'll be like at the start of this? We could come up, ask you, and that's that. Izuku hesitated for a moment, obviously taken aback, and then he slumped his shoulders and couldn't help but chuckle. I'm sorry, guys, I kinda have no idea how to explain this. I don't know what I expected. For you guys to just say yes or no. If only it could be that simple, Ibara reluctantly giggled, and the other girls couldn't help but giggle as well. That, at least, helped dissipate the heavy air that had unexpectedly built up in the last minute. Okay. Itsuka sighed, leaning back and rubbing a hand against her face, closing her eyes briefly. So, you want to abolish the no-sex rule? Okay. Honestly, if you want to, it's up to you. You're the one who made that rule, and you're the one that can stop it. Just, before you do, I have a few questions. Oh, okay. Okay. First of all, Itsuka turned to look at him again, are you absolutely sure you want to do that? Hey. Itsuka bit her lip and glanced back down at the table, unsure how to go about this. But the other girls seemed to read her mind, giving her a little nod to continue. Yui and Setsuna in particular were still staring at the table, frowning, but they also nodded for Itsuka to say it. The orange-haired girl let out a small sigh again, and turned back to Izuku. When When this started, everyone ignored how you were really feeling. They all just used you to get their own kicks off. You felt neglected, emotionally at least. None of us paid attention to how you were really feeling, none of the girls you slept with, not me, not even Ibara. You were pressured and tense, and it ended up building up until you couldn't take it anymore and you exploded. And you're saying you want to go back to that? Izuku winced, seeing the other girls deflate when Itsuka brought it up. Not exactly, but yes. The girls raised their eyebrows at that. Not exactly, but yes. But they stayed silent so their class representative could continue. And you're not feeling pressured to do this? Itsuka asked, feeling concerned, like, the girls are kissing you and hugging you. You slept with Ibara, got kissed by 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and Kinoko, and this isn't because you're feeling pressured to just let us go at you again. No. And you know, Itsuka hesitated again, not liking the words that were about to come out of her mouth but shaking her head, that it's possible that we'll fall back into old habits again. Yeah. And you still want to abolish the no-sec rule? Yeah. But why? Pony asked, feeling more than a little confused, while the other girls tried not to glance at each other. I don't want to make it sound like we'd do that to you again, because we wouldn't. But if you know that there's a risk of us doing that again, why are you wanting to take it? Izuku gave her a soft smile, and leaned forward, turning his gaze to the table. Because, well, if I'm being honest, at first, I wasn't sure. When Itsuka and I talked last night, I think that was when I started considering it. You know, letting you guys sleep with me again. I was going back and forth on whether or not to let this happen last night while we were talking, you know, with the corny crowns. I'm keeping those, by the way, Setsuna mentioned offhandedly, finally smiling a little to herself. I think we'll get a lot of uses out of those. Wait, do they apply here? Ibara blinked, looking around at Izuku. Do you need to wear one right now? No, I don't think so, Izuku chuckled, while Yui subtly kicked Ibara for getting off topic, the Vine girl yelping and pouting at her roommate while Yui feigned ignorance. Anyway, I've been kind of going back and forth on this for a while now. I mean, I did just sleep with Shiozaki. And I've kissed a few of you multiple times. There was a part of me that was scared that, like you said, Itsuka, that we'd be repeating what happened initially. You guys. Using me. The girls' gazes turned downcast again, staring at the table while Itsuka and Ibara looked around with sympathy. But after last night, I'm not afraid of that anymore. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and Kinoko, in particular, blinked and looked up, seeing Izuku smiling at them. Last night, he explained to the group, Yanagi and Komori invited me to sleep with them. Like, actually sleep with them, like just going to sleep. And when we eventually started kissing, I realized I didn't feel guilty, or hurt, or used. All those hurt feelings I had when you guys were using me, all the self-doubt I had whenever I kissed Ibara, they weren't there. I just felt nice. I felt safe. Yanagi, Komori, you made me feel protected. Like I was cared for. And I realized that what happened when I moved in, you guys using me and fighting over me, that's not going to happen if we start doing this again. He looked around the table, making sure to meet everyone's eyes. We still need to work on forgiveness, and all of that, but I think I can say that I trust you guys enough that if we start to sleep with each other again, then what we initially fought about won't be repeated. I can feel safe with you guys. The girls were silent for a bit, calmly thinking over his words as Izuku finally bit into his toast, going a bit red from his suddenly emotional speech. The other girls studied the table for a few moments, quietly mulling over his words, before Setsuna finally spoke up. I'm not going to do it. Izuku blinked, and then looked up to see Setsuna still staring with a frown at the table. The other girls looked to her as well, seeing her sigh and rub her eyes with her fingers. I'm not saying that you guys can't, she clarified, and parsley, I'm not saying that you shouldn't abolish that rule, but I don't think I will. Even if you ask me to sleep with you. It all started because I got carried away with having sex with you, and then pushing everyone to start trying it. I know that we've mostly made our peace, but I don't want that temptation. Izuku sighed, are you sure? I'm sure, Setsuna nodded, finally looking up and smiling softly at him. You guys can have sek all you want, but I'm just going to be doing my own thing. Izuku looked into her eyes for a few seconds, feeling his heart beat slightly in his chest from the look on her face, before he finally nodded. I understand. Just don't beat yourself up about this, okay? Oh, trust me, I'm not, Setsuna winked, giving him a small grin. Just making things clear, no seki times for me for a while. The other girls glanced at each other, nodding subtly, and Itsuka sighed and leaned back in her seat. Okay. Izuku, if you do trust us not to do. Well, not to use you. Then I guess. She took a moment to exhale, closing her eyes. Then I guess we can all start having sek again. The other girls nodded as well, although none of them were really jumping for joy. Rather, they were a bit withdrawn, glancing off to the side or avoiding Izuku's gaze. He felt briefly worried for a moment. The fact that they all didn't really look happy about this development made him want to apologize and ask to forget it. But before he could, Ibara suddenly blinked, realizing something. Wait. She repeated, looking around at Itsuka with wide eyes. I'm sorry, have you had sek with Midoriya as well, and we never knew? Before the onsen. Both Izuku and Itsuka sputtered, Itsuka going red immediately, and the other girls couldn't help but chuckle a bit at their normally collected class president losing her cool. Before Itsuka could clarify that she was talking about everyone in general, not including her, however, there was a loud shout outside their door. The girls and Izuku jumped, hearing the loud shouting at the door, but before any of them could get up, they heard a small explosion and the door was ripped open by Bakugo, who whipped around at the table snarling at the sight of the girls. It would have been an intimidating sight, the boy dressed in his school uniform and hunched over, explosions sparking in his hands as he glared daggers at them, if not for every girl taking one look at him and letting out small gasps, and then burst into laughter at the sight of the top of his head while Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Itsuka and Setsuna in particular began practically dying with laughter, Itsuka holding a hand to her mouth to hide her grin while Setsuna pounded on the table. It's not funny, you assholes. Bakugo screeched, explosions shooting off in his hands while Denki and Eijiro ran into the house to pull him back outside. Which one of you FS changed out my conditioner with shitty hair's dye? You dyed your hair. Yui raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed by the now red-haired Katsuki, looking like Eijiro's angry and slobbering with rage brother. I don't see a difference. Goddamn it, angel face, this stuff won't come out for a goddamn month. I'm gonna have shitty hair for a month. Then you should consider this your excuse to look just like your best friend. Setsuna teased, look girls, besties. Bro, Eijiro had his arm wrapped around Bakugo's and hardened up to prevent him from going further into the house. To kill the girls, but still smiled with a tear in his eye. I can't lie, you look pretty rad as a redhead. Of course I do, shitty hair. I always look rad, then why are you complaining so much? Denki whined as they dragged him out the front door. Because Angel Face and Big Meaty Claws are assholes. Thankfully, the guys managed to drag Bakugo out, apologizing for interrupting them so early in the morning, but Bakugo's presence was enough to break the awkward and tense hold over the conversation, Kinoko and Leiko giggling over Bakugo's red hair even as they got up and ready to go to school. Itsuka grabbed her bag and encouraged everyone to start heading out to school, wanting to take advantage of the next 2 days to properly get ready for the upcoming exam. While everyone got ready to go, however, no one noticed Itsuka's smile fall as she glanced at Izuku and glanced away. I must say, I'm surprised you've joined us today, Kodai. Tenya chopped a hand at her while pushing his cart into the grocery store, Shouto walking beside him. Usually, it's just 1A doing our shopping on Wednesdays. Well, we were running out of stuff, and Midoriya was going anyway. You managed not to slip up with her first name basis with the boy beside her as she took the cart from Izuku, pushing it through the automatic doors, so I got permission to come along. Well, we're glad to have you. They were in the grocery store a few blocks from Yue, entering the store so they could do some last-minute shopping after school. Once everyone started living in the boarding houses, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 had made the decision that each house would have a credit card for buying food, to give them a taste for how life after school would work, having to shop for their own food and supplies themselves instead of having it bought for them by the school. This was the second time Izuku had gone shopping for everyone with the house's card. Usually it would be Itsuka and Yui, or Ibara and Pony doing the shopping, but this time Izuku got asked to grab some stuff for them. Unlike last time, though, Yui came along, after everyone saw Izuku struggling to carry literally everything back to their house, and seeing how rough his hands looked from his holding the plastic bags. The girls had questioned why he didn't use his black energy quirk thing to carry them, and he looked like he got sucker punched due to him not thinking about it. The girls did a game of rock paper scissors and Yui was selected as the unlucky or lucky victim, and went with Izuku with the rest of Class 1A to grab some stuff once school wrapped up. Normally they'd be in detention, but Midnight had been called to assist with a few things outside of school, so she had decided that the girls didn't need to attend their Wednesday detention, letting them be free to have one more night to themselves before going hard at the exam on Friday. 1A would have their exam first on Thursday, meaning that Izuku was going to be working hard tomorrow afternoon, but he was quite positive that he would be able to pass. He trained with everyone, brushed up on what they would be doing, and was confident that he was going to be walking away tomorrow with the card that said he would be free to do hero work by himself from now on. After that would be Friday, and the girls' turn, but Itsuka had made sure they trained hard in class, and was as confident as Izuku that they'd all be able to work by themselves from now on without the supervision of a pro hero. Of course, that was accompanied by Itsuka threatening Izuku with the consequences of if he used this opportunity to overwork himself, and Izuku hastily confirmed he wouldn't after 7 death glares bored into him. While everyone worked hard to make sure they were ready, they were also very pleased when it was confirmed in class that after the exams were done, Class 1A and 1B got to have a full week off, meaning they had a week to relax and enjoy having some free time amongst themselves. As Okako and Tsuyu went to the fruits and vegetables section, with Shoto moving with Tenya towards the frozen section, and Katsuki and Aizuru going to the spice section, Katsuki's hair still red and glaring a hole in a smirking Yui, Izuku and Yui headed into the cereal aisle, Izuku deciding to go up one aisle at a time to get everything that was on the list Ibara and Itsuka had made before he left and sent to his phone. Yui looked up with interest at the various cereals, and reached out to pick out a box filled with sugary treats. Before she could, however, Izuku spoke from beside her. Shiozaki threatened to tie me up if I let you bring home anything that's not on the list. She wants to save as much money as we can. Yui paused, and then slowly put her hand on the box, bringing it down from the shelf. Why Yui? That sounds more like a you problem than a me problem. Yui, please. Smirking slightly, Yui put the box back onto the shelf, shaking her head, and took the cart from Izuku, pushing it down the aisle. Izuku let out a small sigh of relief as he followed her, pulling out his phone to check what cereal they did need to grab. As Izuku reached for Setsuna's Dino Crackers, Yui looked over at him with a raised eyebrow. So I don't get my frosted cereal, but Setsuna gets her Dino Crackers. She had it put on the list. I have to get anything that's on the list, Izuku repeated, smiling some as he dropped the box into the basket. Sounds like favoritism. Is it favoritism if I have to get everything on the list, and your cereal isn't on the list? Yes. Oh, then okay. It's favoritism, I guess. Well, I guess I know what to put on the list for you next time, Izuku shrugged, both of them smiling softly from their little mock argument as they turned down the end of the aisle and headed down the drink aisle. As Izuku bent over to pick up a case of water, Yui stared ahead for a second, thinking, and then turned back to Izuku. Can I ask something dumb? I know it's a bit random, but I'm curious about something. Izuku turned around, not even grunting as he lifted up the case of water to put underneath the cart. Sure. It's about the sec thing. Of all the things Izuku expected her to ask about, he did not expect that, almost tripping over his feet and tossing the case of water onto the ground. Yui watched him with a raised eyebrow as he managed to regain his balance at the last second, and managed to put the water case underneath the cart, glancing back up at her with a blush. What about it? I'm just... Yui pursed her lips briefly, and glanced away. I'm just wondering if you've had second thoughts. Izuku stared at her for a moment, before shaking his head with an understanding look. It had been one full day since Izuku had abolished the no-sec rule yesterday morning, and it was surprising how nothing really changed at all, especially after yesterday. Izuku went out this morning and gardened with Ibara, had breakfast with everyone, walked to school with Itsuka and Setsuna, ate lunch with Pony and Yu, walked back home after school with Itsuka and Ibara, helped cook a little with Ibara before Itsuka sent him the list and he had to go shopping with Yui. Nothing was really going differently. He was supposed to watch anime with Pony later, do homework with Yui, get teased by Setsuna, practice Kinoko's quirk with her. Nothing out of the ordinary. Only. Izuku let out a small sigh as Yui began pushing the cart, staying quiet to let him think for a bit. It wasn't anything obvious, and no one had said anything, but Izuku knew, after their conversation yesterday, that everyone was clearly thinking about it. He'd seen Itsuka and Yu talking at school yesterday, glancing at him and then turning away quickly. Ibara seemed a bit jittery yesterday when making dinner, avoiding his gaze. Leiko and Kinoko didn't make any moves, which Izuku wasn't surprised by, since they had confirmed that they'd be romancing him together, but the sudden opportunity of sleeping with him must have made them back up some. So Izuku knew that if those five were thinking about it, Pony and Setsuna were too. So everyone seemed to be hesitant to do anything. He then realized that he hadn't answered Yui's question, and shook his head. No second thoughts, he finally said as they turned down another aisle, staring at the list. I meant what I said, you guys are free to ask, and I might say yes if I want to. Yu nodded, glancing at the list and moving to grab a packet of rice. As he took it from her to put in the cart, Izuku eyed her nervously. Oh, are you thinking of? You know? He asked timidly, watching as she put the rice packet into the cart. As they walked down, Yui was quiet for a second before responding. I'm not sure. What do you mean? I mean. Yui glanced at him, seeing Izuku going red, and then glanced down again. I don't know if I should. You know how perverted I am, Izuku, and how I like you. Normally I should be very happy that you're letting us have sex again, and I should be jumping on that. Right. But. Yui sighed quietly, but I'm not sure. I know you said that you'd welcome us, but for some reason, I'm hesitant. Hesitant? Izuku repeated, confused. Why? Because. Yui sighed again, and looked up at him, a bit of sadness in her eyes that didn't translate to her face. Because I think it's too good to be true. I know that we're on better terms now, especially after everything that happened, but I'm afraid that if we start doing this again, I'll fall back into bad habits. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds, seeing her look a bit disappointed in herself, and felt his heart thump. He reached out subtly and put his hand over hers on the cart, making her blink in surprise and look back up at Izuku, smiling at her gently, somehow not even a little flustered as he looked into her eyes. You wouldn't, he said quietly, seeing Yui's confusion. You won't do that again. I know that, Yui. It's okay if you don't want to have sex with me anymore, I get it. But if you do choose to, I know that you won't repeat the same mistakes. You can't be sure of that, Yui grumbled, taking the phone from his hand to look at the list and pushing the cart forward more while pouting, but Izuku shook his head. You said you liked me, right? Back when you talked with Itsuka and I after our joint training. Yes. So, do you see yourself doing what you did when I moved in? Just using me for secretary? I don't, you confessed reluctantly, glancing down at the list, and glancing up to see a few packages of meat that they needed, grabbing some thin slices of steak and putting it in the cart. It's just, I hurt you so badly, and I'm not sure if I've done enough to make it up to you. And like I said, Izuku smiled at her, I trust you not to use me like that again. I trust all the girls not to do that with me again. If you want some time to think about it more, you're more than welcome to. If you end up not wanting to have sex with me anymore, that's also okay. But he let out a small sigh again, and was sure to squeeze briefly on her hand, I know that you care about me. Just like you know that I care about you. I know you wouldn't do it again. Yui stared ahead for a few seconds, and then glanced up to see if there was anyone they knew crossing in front of them. She then checked behind her, and saw no one. Once she was sure they were alone, Yui quickly raised an arm to wrap around Izuku's waist, and gave him a side hug, laying her head on his shoulder. Of course, Izuku jolted and went red when she pressed herself up to him, but just as quickly, Yui let him go, moving to take the cart with both hands and push forward. "You're way too cute for your own good." She nodded stoically, making him stutter again with a red face. "Very well. I don't think I'll be quick to jump back into having sex with you yet, but I do want to sleep with you." Like actually sleeping, Yui clarified, smirking at Izuku's slumping forward from the unexpected nervousness he just felt at her words. "As in, you and I go to bed, and go to sleep." Oh, I see. I will warn you now, I am the big spoon. No exceptions." Izuku blinked, thinking of going to sleep with Yui holding onto him, and smiled. "I have absolutely no problems with that." As they moved down the other aisle towards the Egos and pancakes, Izuku stole another glance at Yui, and cleared his throat. "Just to ask, are the other girls also, hesitant to jump back into bed with you?" Yui guessed, and saw Izuku nod once quickly, going red. "A little bit. We talked a little about it when you were in the shower yesterday. Pony isn't sure if she wants to jump back in. I think she's going to wait. Ibara too. Setsuna's definitely not going to, which? I don't really know what's going on with her, I haven't asked. Kinoko and Leiko, though, they've been talking about maybe considering it, but much later." Oh. Yeah. Actually, Yui turned back to Izuku, an eyebrow raised. "I wanted to ask about those too." Okay. You said yesterday at breakfast that, well, you, Leiko and Kinoko kissed a few times. But they just got back together, because, well, Leiko told me a few days ago that there was tension between you, Hair and Kinoko. So they got back together after having some tension with you, and then make out with you. Yui turned to look at him again, and Izuku gulped when he saw some skepticism in her eyes. "Do you mind explaining that?" Yeah. Izuku nodded quickly. Thankfully, Leiko and Kinoko had talked with Izuku on the way to school this morning, and told him that it was okay for him to tell everyone what they were planning to do. Well, it's kinda awkward to explain, but Yanagi and Komori explained to me that they're going to, well, they want to add me to their relationship. Add you? Wait. Do you mean dash? Wire? Izuku nodded stiffly, looking around for the rest of the things they needed on their list and not noticing you looking more than a little interested in this particular topic, like polygamy. I date both of them at the same time, and they date me back. Pretty much a three-way relationship. They said it was okay to tell the other girls, by the way. A three-way relationship, Yui repeated, musing to herself. And you're okay with that? Yeah. Izuku shrugged, although there was still a blush on his face. I mean, I did confess I liked all you guys, right? You did, Yui nodded slowly, still thinking. So, you're open to having more than one girlfriend at a time, yeah. Izuku nodded stiffly, glancing back at Yui as he grabbed some bread from the shelf, and seeing her still staring into space, clearly in thought. Yui. Echen, are you dash? As I said, Todoroki, Tenya's voice suddenly came from in front of them, and both Izuku and Yu quickly looked around, seeing him pushing the cart down the aisle while Xiaoto followed. If you do have problems with Yorozu and Jiru, simply talk to them. I'm sure whatever awkwardness you three are feeling will dissipate if you talk. I see, Xiaoto nodded. If I could also ask, may I know exactly what the problem is? Perhaps if you explained what's going on, I can be of better assistance. No. You can't. What dash? Izuku grimaced slightly, thinking that he knew what they were talking about, and then glanced at the list again, seeing that he still needed to stop by the next aisle to grab tampons for everyone, and hurried on, Yu following him. They didn't say much after that, Yu still in thought about something while having a small blush on her face, and they managed to grab all the stuff that the girls put on the list, and head for checkout. Izuku had a good laugh over Yui being oddly specific in how they would bag their stuff, the girl almost showing a strong look of rage on her face when he tried to put meat and shampoo in the same bag, and took over putting their stuff away. Soon, the entire group headed out, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 talking lowly to Tsuyu about something, the frog girl looking surprised herself, while Okiko and Tenya chatted about the exam coming up in 2 days, and Katsuki was snarling at something Eijiro was joking about. Izuku and Yu, meanwhile, were comfortable walking back to the campus in silence, eventually splitting from the Deku squad once they got back, and headed into their own homes, letting Izuku and Yui go up the road to their house. As they walked, Yui glanced back, seeing Okiko and Tsuyu disappear into their house and Tenya and 𝐿𝐼𝐺 already inside their own, and turned to look at Izuku. They're gone. Ah! Izuku blinked, glancing behind him. Yeah. They are. I want to hold your hand, Yui abruptly stated, making Izuku jump slightly and wheel around, seeing her move the 3 bags of groceries that she had to her other hand so that she could offer her open one to his. You don't have to, but I thought. Izuku blinked, and then smiled softly, moving the groceries to his other hand, and wrapped his left hand around hers. Yui let out a small hum of contentment, and together, they walked back to the house together, Izuku grinning at her as he felt her warm and soft hand in his, and unaware of a trio of girls watching from the other side of the road. Mainu's glare leveled at Yui, making even her friends gulp nervously. Once the door was opened, Izuku and Yui breathed sighs of relief as they got out of the heat, entering the house. Pony was kneeling before the TV, plugging in her game station while humming a song from the anime she and Izuku were watching, and 𝐿𝐼𝐺 and Kinoko were cuddling on the couch. Ibara was just wrapping up their leftovers from dinner, putting it into the fridge, and looked around to see Izuku and Yui stop holding hands. She shook her head slightly, although she had a small smile on her face, and stretched out her vines to take the groceries from Yui and Izuku's hands, moving them to the counter and starting to put them away. Setsuna hopped down the stairs and turned to the kitchen, seeing the bags, and quickly jogged over, looking through them until she let out a small noise of happiness. Yes, she nodded happily, taking her Dino crackers and opening up the box immediately. I missed you so much. That's what happens when you eat them all too quickly. Ibara opened the freezer underneath the fridge to put away the cold things while Yui moved into the living room, wanting to sit down. Make sure those last, because I'm not sure when we're going to be shopping again. Poop, Setsuna laughed, eating a handful but still putting the box up on the shelf, intending to eat more later, and moved to help Ibara put some more stuff away. Where's Itsuka? Izuku asked as he entered the living room, seeing Pony cuddle up to Kinoko and having the mushroom girl throw another arm around her, cuddling both her and 𝐿𝐼𝐺, while Yui flopped down into the chair beside them. She's upstairs, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 gestured with her head. She wanted to wrap up some project Vlad King had her do early. She said that she might come down in a bit. We're going to have a video game night. Upstairs, here. Izuku leaned against the back of the couch as Pony's game station turned on, letting the horse girl pick her profile, and then suddenly, Izuku remembered something. He still had her towel upstairs in his room, back from the onsen. The memory of why he still had it made him blush a little, but he had washed the towel with the rest of his things when he had gotten back. He should probably return it to her now that he was thinking about it, but he'd rather the girls not make fun of him for still having her towel. Izuku grimaced. I'm going to go upstairs for a bit too. He stood up to move to the stairs, subconsciously patting Pony and Yui's heads, which made both girls blush a little, and Kinoko and 𝐿𝐼𝐺 pout. I've got something to wrap up too. I might be back down in a bit, though. Take your time. I want Ibara to play this game first. Pony giggled with glee, selecting the first game that came up when she turned on her game station, selecting an image of a marine shooting a monster. Ibara, I think you'd enjoy the game that I'm loading up. Pony, for the last time, Ibara sighed, still putting away some things from the store. I do not like playing video games with incredible violence in them. But this one lets you shoot demons in the face. Demons, you say? Itsuka let out a small sigh as she finally finished the paper she was working on, saving the document and closing her laptop with a snap. Now that she was done, she took a moment to stretch her arms above her head, working out the 𝐭𝐻. She'd been working since they got home, only eating an apple to satisfy herself as she decided to wrap up the dorm reports that Vlad King had her, Tetsu and Monoma do up. It was due on Friday, but Vlad King had given her a look that Itsuka hadn't liked, so she was determined to finish up her paper immediately and give a glowing report to Vlad as soon as she saw him tomorrow morning. She knew why her teacher had given her the look. After all, the last time Itsuka had told him that everything was fine in their house, it very much wasn't. But that was then, and this is now, and the truth is, besides this weird romantic and SXL tension each girl felt towards Izuku, this was probably the most fun Itsuka had in a while. The girls were all back together without anyone being angry at each other. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and Kinoko were happily together again. She got to eat with Yui at lunch like normal and did notice an occasional blush that came to her best friend's cheeks when they hung out. She wondered what that was about. She made dinner sometimes with Ibara, hung out with Setsuna in their rooms, watched movies with Pony. Everything was great. And Izuku was also doing fine. Very much fine. Itsuka sighed and lowered her arms to pout at the table. They'd been interrupted Monday night, when she wanted to finally talk to him about what had happened in the onsen. She had thought it was a good time to finally chat with him about where exactly they stood, and whether or not she was going to pursue this. But then he brought up that he was thinking of starting having sex with everyone again. That had thrown Itsuka completely off. She didn't even know what to think of it now. The fact that Izuku said that he was willing to have sex with them again, albeit without the chaos and misery it first brought, made Itsuka purse her lips. It wasn't that she didn't trust the girls to do what they did to him now. She knew they had changed and were better. It was just she had to contend with the fact that now that Izuku was going to start having sex with everyone again, she was back on the bottom of his most desirable list. Itsuka let out another sigh and stood up from her desk. She glanced at herself in the mirror and shook her head. It wasn't like her to suddenly doubt her looks. She was fairly confident in herself and her body, always had been. But now that Izuku was going to sleep with everyone again, she had no idea where she would even land on his list of how attractive he found them all, or if he would even want her when he had bombshells like Setsuna or Ibara, and Yui and Pony and Kinoko and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and literally everyone but her. She blinked suddenly, and then shook her head. She hated that it took very little to get jealous of her friends. Besides, she knew that he was interested in her that way. He had to be. His reaction in the onsen practically spelled it out. It looked like he needed to excuse himself for a few minutes to get that out of his system, so when she heard that he hadn't masturbated to her when she left, she felt a little disappointed. It was just the fact that he wasn't feeling awkward around her like he would the other girls, like when he kissed Ibara and would turn into a blushing mess for the next few days. It made her feel insecure. They were a little awkward the day afterwards while Izuku was getting ready for his date, but after that, it was like nothing changed. She talked to Izuku and hung out with him. Business as usual, as if she hadn't shown off her naked body to him. Like, it didn't even matter to him. Not to mention the fact that she literally showed him her naked body, wanting to impress him with a bold clarification of interest, and then not an hour later, he was making whoopee with Ibara. That was a good strike to the good old self-esteem, Itsuka thought sarcastically. Not only did her act of flashing him make her want to crawl under a rock and die, but then he went and had sex with the girl he was actually having SXL tension with, not the seventh girl in this house that he hadn't even bothered to have sex with. As she dwelled aimlessly in those thoughts, pouting somewhat, she approached the closet, wanting to grab a sweater to put on. As she reached for the blue soft one she always wore, she let out a small curse as it dropped from the hanger and onto the floor, reaching down to grab it. As she lifted it up, her gaze fell to what the sweater fell on, and she stopped for a second. Hey! Is that? Blinking, Itsuka moved her sweater, and let out a small gasp. It was her dress from the beauty pageant. She had forgotten that she had put it in here. She let out a small huff as she lifted the blue dress with lighter blue strings, and held it up, giving it a small smile. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had done an awesome job designing it, from the sketches Kinoko had done up, and she wore it proudly on that day in front of the entire school. She went to the mirror and lifted the dress up, smiling at it as she remembered how quickly this dress got put on in comparison to her makeup section, which she had to wake up extra early for since it went on for hours. And then going on the stage and doing her performance, and getting cheered for. And, unknowingly, "You're the pretty lady." I'm sorry. The pretty lady. Deku, it's the pretty lady from with the dress. The Lemillion called her the karate lady. The karate dash. Oh. She's recognizing you from the beauty pageant. Well, I can't say I'm glad to be recognized as just the pretty lady, but at least she knows me from somewhere. Yeah, honey, I'm from the beauty pageant. I was the girl in the blue dress. 𝐼𝐴𝐺 voted for you. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't an idiot, of course. She knew all about the beauty pageant, the big competition where the girls of the school would compete to be crowned the most appealing girl at UA. And she knew why the guys would vote for a winner out of the 6 that did it. It's less of a let's pick the most appealing girl in the school, and more of a let's pick which girl is the hottest. She wasn't sure if she should be proud or disgusted that she got voted 3rd. But the fact that 𝐒𝐿 was one of her votes. It did make her pause as she held up the blue dress in her hands, gazing at its silky fabric. She had to hand it to 𝐒𝐿. She knew how to make a dress and inspected the rip she had made when she had done her performance. 𝐒𝐿 voted for her long before he moved in. That meant. Did that mean that he was attracted to her long before they properly met? Back then, she and he were mostly acquaintances at best. They'd nod politely when they saw each other in the hall, made small talk in groups during their joint training classes, but nothing more. She remembered seeing him trying to get teammates during the cavalry battle in the sports festival, and felt a little pity for him, although her plans to win that day prevented her from going over and asking to team up, which in hindsight wasn't a good idea as they didn't move on and his team did. The longest conversation they'd had before he moved in was during the training camp, when they talked in a group about their quirks while being supervised by Tiger. That was it. And now, 𝐒𝐿 shook her head by smiling, to think that she'd fallen in love with that same awkward guy she'd only seen from a distance. He entered this house as a stranger to her, and grew to become one of her closest friends, besides UA. But the fact that he had voted for her in the beauty pageant meant that maybe he thought she was attractive all along. Must have been for physical reasons, she sighed. They didn't know each other well enough back then to even consider it. Unless. 𝐒𝐿 blinked to herself, an intrusive thought suddenly entering her mind. He thought she was attractive when he voted for her in the beauty pageant, but did that mean that he was attracted to her now? That had been almost a year ago, so maybe it was just an old crush that died. He's called her appealing before, sure, back at the beach in her bathing suit, but that was a general compliment to the entire house. She tried to rake through her brain any time he told her that he found her attractive while he was in the house, and couldn't remember. They'd gotten along, sure, and she knew that he considered her a confidant when he was unsure. But did he even find her attractive anymore, especially in comparison to the rest of the girls? Like Ibara, who he had pretty much been unable to keep his hands off of, or Setsuna, who had that big fight with him which ended with them kissing. Why couldn't she and him have kissed during their fight? 𝐒𝐿 pouted, or UA confessing her feelings to him. Not to mention him kissing Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿 a few days ago, and Pony giving him a love letter weeks ago. Did he genuinely not like her like that anymore, especially with all the girls fighting for his attention now? No, 𝐒𝐿 said out loud, shaking her head while smiling. She was being stupid and insecure. She knew that he had to find her attractive. He told her so, right? During the Friday incident. Where he told every girl he liked them. Not just her. He told her that, what was it? That she was probably annoyed by what he'd been doing with the girls, which was true, but she had been too emotionally tired from the day to say so, and how she was always there for him, and that she was appealing. Wait, did he say that? 𝐒𝐿 wrinkled her brow, looking at the floor. Yeah, he did. He said that she was appealing. Which was a really generic compliment. 𝐒𝐿 smacked herself lightly, shaking her head. Okay, now she's being really stupid. He said she was appealing, that's all she needed. What did she really want him to say? That he wanted to kiss her. That he wanted to touch her. That he couldn't stop looking at her butt. That he wanted to shove his head in between her breasts. That he wanted her to take her shirt off again so that he could make out with her stomach. That he wanted to slide her breathes down her legs, move her panties to the side, and like up her legs until he finally got to her entrance and smack. This time the smack was harder, making 𝐒𝐿 shake as she blushed slightly. She was getting really off topic here. And she was being stupid anyway. She had to know that 𝐒𝐿 was attracted to her in some way. He had to be. He didn't. He did react to her being naked in front of him. He blushed. Like he would anyone else that would stand up naked in an onsen. 𝐒𝐿 let out a small sigh as she shook her head, tired of feeling so self-conscious of this, and put the dress down on her couch, and then glanced down at it again. For some weird reason, she was tempted to put it on. It had been a while since the cultural festival, but she was pretty sure she still fit in it. She bit her lip briefly, weighing back and forth between doing it and not. It was just an impulse. There wasn't really much point in putting on her dress again, she should just go downstairs, but this was the dress she wore and Izuku voted for her. Maybe, she just needed to put it on as a reminder of why he voted for her. She shook her head with a small smile, and moved her hands down to the hem of her shirt so that she could take it off. 2 minutes later, and making sure she took off her BR so it wasn't in the way, Itsuka stared into the mirror in her old dress, giggling slightly as she took a look. She didn't have the makeup 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gave her on, and no BR to push up her BRSTS meant that it didn't have the same effect, but it was still a nice look for her. She moved her dress to the side to wince at the obvious rip 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had torn into her when the ghost girl had seen that she damaged the dress she worked for weeks on, even after making sure that Itsuka could do her performance in it without getting it ripped up. Itsuka always meant to get it repaired, but in between internships and moving into the house, she never did. She gave her image another smile as she giggled, and then got into stance and threw a punch. Seeing how silly she looked, she laughed again and threw out a kick, her bare feet looking quite silly in comparison to the way she was dressed right now. Itsuka gave another pose in front of the mirror, letting out a goofy giggle at her antics. "Hey, Itsuka, I've got your tea towel here, if you wanted to dash." Itsuka felt herself freeze in her fighting pose, staring with wide eyes into the mirror as Izuku walked into her room with her towel in one hand. Obviously, he must have thought she was available from the open door and the light on, and she saw him completely halt in his tracks as he turned to see her punching at the mirror in her gown from the beauty pageant. The white towel he was holding in his hand fell out of his slackened hand and onto the ground, and he stared at her in a mixture of shock and surprise as his face heated up, right alongside Itsuka's, as she stared into his face through the mirror while blushing in embarrassment. For about 10 seconds, Izuku stared petrified at Itsuka, and she stared horrified back, both their faces burning. Then Itsuka muttered, in a low, dangerous voice, "You mention this to anyone, and I will throw your entire All Might collection out the window." That's fair. Itsuka sighed, and slowly turned back around, blushing as Izuku quickly picked up the towel from where he had dropped it, both of them still blushing furiously as she approached him, trying not to look up into his face. Despite the embarrassment of being caught making poses in the mirror in her nice dress, she couldn't help but giggle a little as she took the towel from him, seeing him look anywhere but her. Sorry about that. She didn't know why she was apologizing, only that Izuku looked a little awkward. No, it's fine," he muttered, smiling a little softly and making her heart skip a beat at the cute look. "Just didn't expect to see, well, this." "Yeah." Itsuka tossed the towel onto her couch to put away later, turning slightly so she could show off more of her dress. "I actually just remembered that you only saw this from a distance. Well, how does it look close up?" "Well," Izuku gulped, glancing at her briefly and going even redder. "Come on, you've seen me in this before." She smirked at him, feeling some of her embarrassment start to fade away as he went a bit redder, feeling a bit more emboldened. "I'd have thought that you'd be used to me looking like this." "Well, how do I look?" Izuku blushed a little more, and Itsuka leaned in. "Well, speak up." She teased, "How do I look?" "Appealing." Izuku finally muttered, looking anywhere but her. "You look appealing." And that was when Itsuka froze up. CRP. She walked right into that one. Itsuka gulped as she glanced up at the blushing Izuku, seeing him going even redder than before, and felt her own face heat up. God, every time. Every time she thought she had an advantage, he'd sweep her off her feet. First the beach, then the onsen, and now. Although, Itsuka felt her frozen smile fall, blinking. He said she was appealing, but, goddammit it, her insecurities about what she was to Izuku kept poking her mind, mocking her for thinking that this was special. There was no way, the voices sneered, he'd say this to any girl in this house. All she did was flash him once in the onsen, and that wasn't enough to get his attention since he went and had sex with Ibara an hour later, so obviously, there wasn't much going for her right now to get his attention. Itsuka frowned and glanced away, and this was caught by Izuku, who looked around at her and saw her more saddened look. Itsuka? He asked timidly, taking a step forward. Are you okay? Did I say something wrong? No, she quickly shook her head, glancing back up at his worried face. All her insecurities kept mocking her, but even she couldn't resist a small smile when she saw his concerned look. Maybe? No. She was tired of feeling so insecure about this, worrying about him thinking she wasn't pretty or if he wanted her. She wanted an answer. She'd get one. Now. Are you sure? Izuku asked, still feeling concerned. You kinda look like Dash, sorry, but are you busy right now? Izuku blinked at the sudden interruption, staring down at Itsuka as she glanced away at last, going a bit red. What? Busy? Right now? He thought for a second, and then shook his head. No. Why? Itsuka let out a small sigh as she moved to walk to her couch, putting the towel on the arm of the seat, and sat down, making sure that her dress didn't fold up when she sat today. She knew this was going to be the most embarrassing thing she ever asked, especially in comparison to her flashing him, but she was tired of feeling so insecure. She wanted to make sure she knew where they stood so that she would stop angsting about it. Shaking any lingering doubts from her head, Itsuka cleared her throat, giving him another smile. She patted the seat beside her. I think, she explained, trying to come off as confidently as she could, that we got interrupted Monday night. It's time we talk about what happened in the onsen. Izuku stared down at her for a few moments, blinking, before his blush returned and his mouth snapped shut. She felt a sudden spike of worry shoot through her. Did she make him uncomfortable? Was she not reading the room? But before she could say anything, he let out a small sigh. Yeah, he nodded, moving to sit beside her and tried not to look at her too much in her blue dress, seeing her look away while blushing. They could distantly hear Ibara yelling at the TV while playing Pony's video game, Return from Whence You Came, Spawn of Satan. The other girls' laughter echoing throughout the house and up to the room, with the orange-haired girl glancing out the window at the setting sun, and Izuku looking at the motorcycle poster on the wall across from them. So, Itsuka finally sighed, the onsen. Yeah, Izuku muttered. The onsen. Did I make you uncomfortable? Izuku started a little, turning around to see Itsuka staring at her knees as she frowned. What? What I did, she said quietly, flashing you. Did you not like it? I'm sorry, she mumbled, looking away, her insecurities already doubling down in her mind. It was a stupid impulse, I shouldn't have no. Izuku shook his head. It didn't make me uncomfortable. Itsuka paused at that, waiting for Izuku to continue, but when he didn't, probably wondering how he could have phrased that better, she sighed again. Then. But you didn't. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Izuku waited for her to find her words, still a bit red as he stared ahead. Finally, Itsuka closed her eyes. I still shouldn't have done it. It's okay, Izuku sighed, glancing back at her, and trying to keep his eyes on her face, and not go any lower. I'm not mad about it. Still. Itsuka shook her head. It was stupid. Izuku gulped, glancing away. Like I said, I'm not mad about it. Not at all. But, see, can I ask? Why did you do it? Here. Why you did? Izuku gulped again, his face now pretty much resembling a tomato. Why you flashed me? Itsuka slowly closed her mouth, and looked away again. Izuku stole one glance at her, seeing her going redder than he had seen her before, but before he could ask again, or say that it was okay if she didn't want to answer, she spoke up. Because I wanted you to see me. Izuku blinked slowly, blinking at her in confusion. See you. Like, she sighed again. Like you see the other girls. Here. Okay, this is embarrassing, Itsuka sighed, trying desperately hard to ignore the horrible thoughts in her head as she turned in her seat to look right at him, seeing him blushing hard but shaking her head to remove her own. Izuku, I'm going to ask you something right now. It's going to be really blunt, and really stupid. Like I'm going to want to die when I ask it. I just want to make sure you won't laugh at this. I'll laugh. Izuku stared at her in confusion, before he quickly shook his head. Why, you don't need to worry, Itsuka, I won't laugh. Are you sure? She raised an eyebrow. It's really embarrassing. Itsuka, I swear I won't laugh. She studied his face again, trying to find any crack or uncomfortableness, but he only showed her complete and total honesty. Sighing again, Itsuka glanced down at his chest, seeing the tight shirt he was wearing, which really didn't help the situation at all, and finally asked in a timid voice, "Do you want to have sex with me?" Here. Izuku squeaked. I mean. She pursed her lips again, blushing even redder, and quickly looked up at the ceiling, unable to look him in the eye. I'm not like asking you if you wanna, if you wanna do it right now. I'm not even asking to do it with you. Not at all. I'm only asking, like if you've ever wanted to have secretary with me. Oh, God, she wanted to die right now. Do you wanna have sex with me? Was she serious? There were so many ways she could have said that better. Are you attracted to me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do you still like me? And she picked, hey, buddy, you ever want to bend me over and go to P&D town? God damn it. She was half tempted to be the one to pack up her bags whenever Aizawa said that Izuku's room was repaired and go live in that house instead. But it was too late to take it back now, glancing at Izuku out of the corner of her eyes and seeing him completely frozen on the couch, staring at her like she had just flashed her melons again. What? He barely managed to get out, and Itsuka let out a small, defeated sigh. God, she fed this completely up. All she could do was backpedal now and pray that he still wanted to talk to her normally tomorrow. I'm sorry, Izuku, she shook her head, turning away. I've made you uncomfortable. Please, forget I said anything. Wait a sec, he managed to get out. Rubbing his hand against his burning cheek as she turned back around, unable to look him in the eye. I'm sorry, Itsuka, you didn't make me uncomfortable, not at all. I wasn't expecting you to ask, well, that. Itsuka was still unable to look him in the eye, feeling utterly humiliated, as Izuku took a deep breath. Just to clarify, he gulped again. You're not asking to have a sec right now, right? And no. Itsuka quickly looked back, going even redder. I swear, I'm not, and not that I wouldn't want to. No, I'm not asking to have secretary. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. So, you're asking. I'm asking if you find me attractive. Itsuka sighed in defeat, slumping forward while Izuku gave her a shocked look. Like, physically, or emotionally? If you find me attractive in any way. Izuku slowly blinked, digesting that little confession, and felt himself go red. I'm sorry, why are you asking? Itsuka faltered, glancing back up at Izuku as he stared at her in confusion. What? Why are you asking? Like, sorry, I'm confused. Do you think I don't find you attractive? She faltered at that, looking up into Izuku's confused face while blushing herself, before she let out a defeated sigh and leaned back against the couch. Yes. What? Izuku looked shocked, staring at her like she just grew a second head. Which really didn't help Itsuka at all. Before he could say anything, though, she continued talking. I don't know where we stand anymore, she confessed, and Izuku's mouth immediately zipped closed. You've had all this SXL tension, these romantic moments, the kisses, the sec, the closeness, everything. You've had that with every girl in this house, more than once, but never with me. I noticed that, out of all the girls in this house, we pretty much have nothing. Here. Like I liked your abs one time, she chuckled reluctantly, and that was it. Our fight, it was more about us beating each up to feel better, nothing romantic in there, and every time you have problems with the girls, or do something stupid like kissing them, I'm the one you come to. Just to talk. I don't mind talking to you about anything that's bothering you, but it makes me notice that you and I don't have anything like that. none of that tension. That's why I flashed you in the onsen. Because I wanted for you to not see me as a friend anymore. I wanted you to see me like you see the other girls. She finally stood up from the couch, walking in front of him and holding out her arms, letting him look at the dress clinging to her. I wore this tonight, because it reminded me that you voted for me. I thought that maybe, before you moved in, you had a crush on me. It's really arrogant of me, and I don't like thinking those thoughts, but I wanted to cling to the possibility that you've always been attracted to me. And that your crush on me, it didn't fade away. With that all said, she finally lapsed into silence, staring at the floor while Izuku looked up at her. She said her piece, finally got her insecurities out, and now was just waiting for Izuku to laugh at her or awkwardly leave her room. For a few seconds, they stayed silent, Itsuka waiting for the final verdict that would reject her, and then Izuku finally spoke. You think I don't find you attractive? Itsuka blinked, and quickly looked up, seeing Izuku staring at her in confusion. Yeah. What? Yeah. Izuku blinked again, glancing away, as though suddenly frustrated. Itsuka watched him in confusion as he let out a tired sigh, rubbing a hand through his hair, and stood up with her, turning to look at her with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, Itsuka. Sorry. About what? About making you feel insecure, he said in a low voice, glancing away. You must have been feeling like this for a while, right? Yeah. I didn't realize I was spending so much time with the other girls. I wasn't. Shizuku let out another sigh, and rubbed his face. A clarification of interest. That's what you said in the onsen, when you left. Yeah, I did, she nodded, still feeling a little down. So, this whole time, you thought I wasn't attracted to you. Like I didn't think you were as desirable as the other girls. It's stupid, she chuckled, but, yes. Izuku let out another sigh, and rubbed his face with both of his hands, feeling some of the heat return. Itsuka, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was neglecting you. Or your feelings. Neglecting dash. Itsuka blinked, and then quickly shook her head. Izuku, no, that's dash, I still have a crush on you. Whatever Itsuka was going to say faltered to a stop, making her blink once sharply, before quickly looking back up at Izuku, seeing him go even redder, but shook his head and looked up at her with determination in his eyes. I like all of you, that's true. But you can't say that I like the girls better than you. That's not possible. You all hold special places in my heart. And you hold a really special one. What? Izuku sighed, going much redder but still forging on. I think I've had a crush on you since, well, I think since the cultural festival. I'll admit, it didn't start as something emotional. I saw you up there, and I was so taken aback by you, and how appealing you looked, smashing those bricks. He went even redder, which Itsuka smiled at, and I voted for you. After that, I think the crush faded away. I thought it was just a silly crush on a pretty girl from the class next door. Itsuka felt her little smile drop, but before she could say anything, he continued. But then I moved in here. And I actually got to know you. I saw how kind you were, how supportive, and how great you were. But then I started sleeping with the other girls. His small smile fell, and I thought. That was it between you and me. After I slept with Pony, and I told you outside in the driveway. I thought you were so angry at me you didn't like me anymore, and I thought that was it. That must have contributed to when you snapped at us, Itsuka said in a low voice, feeling ashamed. Me rejecting you. Kinda. I thought that was it, Izuku's smile returned, but then you came after me. And we fought. I was really angry at you. I wanted to beat you up so bad. Heh, Itsuka's own little smile returned as well. I kinda got that. From all the hard punches. Yeah. And then afterwards, I think that's when I realized it, when we were walking back, he finally turned his gaze back to her, that my crush on you was still there. You came after me in a downpour, screamed your heart out at me, and then you walked me back so I could get the girls to start being better. I think if you didn't come after me, I might have hid at Ida's place and avoided you guys. Uraraka and Hadu said that I should go back, but I was honestly still scared too. But you helped me. Itsuka, I'm really sorry that I didn't say this to you before, and I was wondering how I was going to tell you. Izuku let out a small sigh, rubbing a hand against his face, before finally looking up. I'm not going to say that I forgive you. For everything that happened. Because it's not necessary. You've been forgiven for a long time now. And that was what was needed to make Itsuka completely lose her breath, her heart hammering in her chest as she stared into Izuku's eyes. She felt every little insecurity nitpicking in her brain completely scatter as she let out a small breath, feeling her jaw hang open slightly as she realized what that meant. I've been trying so hard to fix the relationships with all the girls. I never thought to tell you. I think it's been since that Saturday, when we were sick, that I forgave you for what happened. All this time, I didn't think that we needed to fix anything between us, because it was already fixed. I'm sorry if I made you dash what he was sorry for, however, would remain unknown, because Itsuka immediately threw herself at him and hugged him tight enough he lost his breath. He stared ahead in shock as she practically crushed him in her grip, her face buried in his shoulder. He could feel something wet there, and heard her sniff, and felt his embarrassment, which had been flaring up, completely fade away as he returned the embrace, holding her just as tightly. You forgive me, she asked in a hushed voice. You never needed to be forgiven, he muttered. For a few moments, they swayed back and forth slightly, Izuku rubbing her back while she attempted to calm down her tears, laughing a little. Once she did, she took a small step back, wiping her tears on the back of her hand, and chuckled. I guess, she giggled. I don't need to ask if you got a hug today. Yeah, he laughed a little, and rubbed her back. Do you feel better? Yeah, she nodded, raising a hand to pat his face, which made him jolt a little. I'm sorry, Izu, it was just, stupid insecurities kept eating away at me. But I think this really helped me out. Thank you. Why, you're welcome. She gave him another warm, appealing smile which made his heart skip a beat, and then turned around to grab something off her desk. Izuku watched her go, smiling softly now that his dear friend was feeling better, and then he glanced down, and saw what she was wearing. For some reason, Izuku felt himself freeze. He knew that he was a teenage boy, he couldn't really control where his eyes went when a girl was walking around, as long as he didn't do anything to act on it. But something Itsuka said earlier suddenly rang in his head. I noticed that, out of all the girls in this house, we pretty much have nothing. She had been talking, of course, about neither of them doing anything together remotely SXL. Izuku knew that his crush on her was originally based on how appealing she looked at the cultural festival, which eventually gave way to genuine, emotional love for her. But the fact that she had been insecure that they hadn't done anything like that, it made him hesitate, for some reason. And just the fact that Itsuka Kendo, voted by proxy as the most appealing girl in their heroics course, was feeling sad that she didn't get to do anything remotely SXL with him, popped an idea into his head. At first he wanted to dismiss it, shove it away, but then the other part of his brain reminded him that she wanted to do something with him. So, in that case, Itsuka. Yeah. Her back was still to him, going through a few papers on her desk as she tried to find something. Can I ask? Yeah. What's up? You really think we haven't had enough moments? He asked, feeling suddenly timid. Like the AB liking. Well, no, she sighed as she stood up, tossing her ponytail behind her shoulder as she smiled out the window at the horizon, the sun setting a long time ago. Other than the onsen, and the AB liking, no. We haven't. Well, it's not your fault, Itsuka chuckled, rubbing a hand through her hair. We just haven't had those moments. We've talked a lot, sure, but no seki moments. And that's okay. I just do you want to? Itsuka's little speech was interrupted by that small voice. She stared ahead for a few seconds, slowly going over Izuku's words, and then they hit her. She quickly turned around, eyes wide, to see that Izuku was still standing near the couch, blushing heavily while glancing awkwardly away, but there was a small determined look on his face that made her falter. What? Do you? He took another breath, trying to hype himself up, and turned to look at her again. Do you want to have one of those moments? Right now. You can say no, he said in a shaking voice, still staring into her shocked face, but if you do want to, now's the time to say it. Itsuka blinked at the sudden assertiveness in his voice, seeing him still shaking a little, and not surprised to feel herself start to shake as well. But yeah. She nodded. I want one of those moments. For another few moments, they stared at each other, going redder and redder, Izuku resembling a beet with his hair and Itsuka looking like her entire head was on fire. Before she could say anything else, though, Izuku let out a small sigh. Okay. He gulped one more time, trying to muster whatever courage he had left while Itsuka looked confused, and then lowered his hands to the hem of his shirt, started pulling it up. Itsuka let out a small squeak as Izuku took off his t-shirt, showing off his muscular torso. Still, she didn't look away as he put the t-shirt down on the couch, blushing as well as he rubbed a hand through his hair, and let her have a good look at his abs and muscles. Izuku. He cleared his throat, glancing away, and then muttered, I was thinking that you could return the favor. Return the... Itsuka blinked, trying to wonder what exactly that meant, and then it came to her. A memory of her standing above him as he knelt down, letting him kiss her abs. How insanely good it felt and how close she was to Holy Sion. Looking back on it, she was tempted to abandon the game that night and just drag Izuku upstairs for some quality time to themselves. Holy CRP. But now, Izuku wanted her to do what he did to her. Make out with his stomach. Yes, she could do that. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Izuku blushed again, losing some of his confidence and glancing away, tempted to reach down and grab his t-shirt to hastily put it back on. I just thought that, if you no. I'm doing it. Now it was Izuku's turn to stutter to a stop, his gaze returning to his crush, and then widening as she boldly stepped up to him, staring into his eyes, and then, with a deep breath, knelt onto the floor. Now Izuku felt nervous for a whole new reason, seeing her settle on her knees while staring at his stomach, seeing him quivering some while taking another breath. She glanced back up at him, and then asked, so, it's for 3 minutes. 3. Izuku started to repeat, and then he remembered how long in the game he spent liking her own abs. Staring down at her again, seeing her face even redder, he gave a stiff nod. Okay. She let out a small sigh, staring straight ahead, and then, before she could abandon her bravery, leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his stomach. Ah! He gasped out, flinching slightly at the feeling of her soft lips, but before he could think any more about it, she disconnected, and then pressed another kiss to his left AB. He squeezed his eyes shut as she pressed another kiss, this one open-mouthed. The feeling of her tongue slightly pushing against his stomach sent a shudder through him as she slowly liked down, dragging her tongue against his abs. Itsuka, meanwhile, started breathing slightly, the feeling of his stomach pulsing at the touch of her tongue and lips, that did more than enough to encourage her now, her slight fears about what she was doing and what it meant fading away the longer her mouth was pressed against him. And then, as she swiped her tongue around his belly button, liking in a circle, Izuku ummed. And that sent a shot of fire straight into Itsuka. Letting out her own Itsuka raised herself up and nibbled on his AB, enjoying his small gasp as her teeth lightly grazed him. This was something that she'd wanted to do for a long time now, finally hearing Izuku making these noises and knowing it was her doing that to him. It sent a straight shot of lust pumping through Itsuka's entire body as she raised her hands to grasp at his back, feeling him back up slightly as his legs pressed against her couch. Izuku, meanwhile, laid a hand in her hair, shuddering as she slobbered over his stomach. The girl he'd been attracted to long before he entered the house, accepting that it would always be a one-sided crush before he moved in, and here she was, on her knees kissing his stomach, her hand slipping dangerously close to his butt, while his hand was in her soft, velvety hair. Both of them felt lust begin overtaking them, Izuku feeling his pee-pee start to harden in his breathes, and Itsuka feeling a wetness in her panties underneath the dress. However, Izuku glanced at her alarm clock, and saw that it was now 8, which meant much to his disappointment. Itsuka. And it's been 3 minutes. Hearing that, and realizing that the time was up, Itsuka pulled back, staring at his slobber-covered stomach while breathing slightly, and then took a deep breath and asked, "So what?" "Here." Without another word, Itsuka went back in, kissing his abs with a loud smack of her lips. Izuku gasped out, and felt his legs collapse as he landed on the couch, letting Itsuka sit up and lean against him in between his legs to continue running her tongue across his abs while he groaned from the feeling. His hand stroked the top of her head, encouraged by her hum, and rubbed his fingers through her soft, orange hair as he groaned in approval, feeling her ponytail start to come undone and fall into a long, messy state. It was pretty clear that both of them were starting to lose their minds from this, with Izuku enjoying the feeling of her tongue and lips on his stomach, and Itsuka finally getting to hear him make those noises. Izuku felt his pee-pee harden more in his breathes, and Itsuka felt it too from laying somewhat on top of him, his pee-pee rising into her cleavage. Still, Itsuka didn't stop, nibbling on his stomach and umming herself as she felt the wetness in her panties. But obviously, Itsuka wasn't finished. In fact, she was only getting started. After delivering another slobbery kiss to his peck, she began dragging her tongue up. Izuku let out a gasp as she liked up his chest, her hair tickling him as she moved up above his chest and collarbone, and then planted a kiss onto his neck, taking a second to suck some of his skin into her mouth. Evidently, she had lost whatever sanity she had, his MMMS and body making her give in to her lust, and Izuku gave in as well, his hand going down her back to grasp at her but as she gasped out. Izuku had sat up so that they were perfectly pressed against each other, Itsuka kissing his neck and lowering one palm to grasp at his 𝐒𝐽𝐻, Izuku having one hand grabbing her butt and another tangled up in her hair as she delivered several open-mouthed kisses to his throat, letting Izuku press a kiss to the top of her head. As soon as his lips touched her head, Itsuka felt whatever small resistance she felt doing this fade completely away as she resurfaced from his neck, breathing heavily, and began moving in. Their faces drew closer, both of them letting out excited gasps as they opened their mouths to finally do what they've wanted to for a while now, and then grunted as their foreheads bonked together painfully. "Oh!" Wincing, they both rubbed their foreheads, letting out small hisses of pain. Izuku managed to squeeze one eye open, and apologized. Sorry about that." "It's fine," she managed to giggle, lowering her hand and opening her eyes. "I think I came in too fast. That was my bad dash." And that's when, now that they weren't currently being blinded by their lust, it came to both of them what positions they were in. Itsuka, with her hand grabbing a tight fistful of his hair and one hand on his pee-pee. Izuku, with one hand on her butt and the other tangled in her hair, her ponytail loose due to his hand holding it so tightly. And both of them felt the reality of what was happening, what Itsuka did, what Izuku was pulling her up to do, what they were about to do before their interruption finally come to them. As slowly as they could, they backed away from each other, Izuku letting go of her first and Itsuka second, while both of their mouths zipped shut and their faces exploded in a blush. Very slowly, Izuku got up from the couch, and Itsuka got back to her feet. I'm the Shizuku managed to squeak, "I'm going to the room. See you tomorrow." "Why yeah." Itsuka nodded robotically. See you then." Nodding, Izuku turned on his heel, his chest still covered in a thin layer of Itsuka's drool from her liking him, and speed walked through her door, closing it behind him with a snap. She could hear him sprinting down the hall and towards the stairs to his room, but she couldn't really care as she let out a groan of humiliation, and threw herself onto her bed and shoved her face into her pillow, kicking her feet up and down while screaming into the pillow. "Why did I do that?" After about 5 seconds of Itsuka laying on her stomach, her face in her pillow, she was suddenly aware of an uncomfortable wetness in her panties, and the fact that she was still very, very turned on. With a small growl, she sat up and moved the dress over her shoulders, throwing it away onto the couch near Izuku's abandoned shirt, and taking her panties off and throwing them into the hamper as well. "Thing F," she gritted out through clenched teeth, and moved a finger down to her very wet entrance. Needless to say, Izuku and Itsuka were not seen for the rest of the night. Yui may have decided to ask to sleep with Izuku another night. And Ibara may have had to sleep with a pillow covering her ears due to the very thin walls. To say breakfast the next morning was awkward would be understating it, to say the least. Yui, Setsuna, Ibara, Pony, Layko and Kinoko glanced left and right, keeping very quiet. Itsuka and Izuku were staring at their plates as they ate across from each other and looked anywhere but each other. The 6 girls had a good feeling that something happened last night, but they couldn't say what, nor did they want to. They didn't know what Itsuka would do to them if they dared ask what happened. All they knew, through texting each other, was that Itsuka was very busy last night, and Izuku was as well. Something must have happened. But nothing that the girls wanted to lose their heads over. After a few more awkward seconds of silence, where the only sound they could hear was eating and cutlery being used, Ibara cleared her throat. "Eso, Midoriya," she managed to get out, pretending not to notice the other girls wincing in anticipation. Your exam is today." Yeah," Izuku nodded, his voice sounding a bit tired, as though he hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. "Well, are you nervous?" "Kinda," he sighed, putting down his spoon so he could stare into the bowl. I think I'll be fine, just, general nervousness." "Well, I believe in you, Midori," Kinoko said with encouragement, pumping her hand up in the air. "I mean, if we can do it, you can do it." "I wouldn't say that, since you aren't taking the exam until tomorrow," Layko reminded her girlfriend, but still smiled at Izuku. "But yes, Midoriya, I do believe that you've got this in the bag." "Yeah." Pony nodded, also pumping her fist in the air. "You got this, Aizu. I have confidence you can do this." Ibara encouraged him. "Break a leg." Setsuna cheered. "Mmmm." Yui nodded. The girls glanced at Itsuka, still staring at her toast, before she let out a small sigh. Trying hard to contain her blush, she finally looked up at Izuku, seeing him freeze somewhat as their eyes met, but she still gave him a smile. "You got this, Izuku." He faltered for a bit, feeling a few tears in his eyes from their encouragement, and then smiled. "Thanks, guys. That makes me feel better." "Well," Setsuna chuckled, scooping her spoon into her cereal to eat a bit more, thanking the gods that the awkward air was cleared up. "Just think, once you're done with your exam today, you got tomorrow off and then the entire break. We've got to train all day today. Prez wants us to do her endurance training, and that's going to be hell. It'll be good for you." Itsuka shook her head while the other girls despaired a little. "And I won't go as HA on you today as I usually do. You'll still need full mobility for the exam tomorrow." In any case, Izuku gave them all a weak smile. "I'm sure that my break next week's going to be pretty busy anyway." "Oh." Ibara turned to him, interested. "How so?" "Well," he sighed, and leaned back. "I gotta go to the dinosaur exhibit with Setsuna, hang out with everyone, hang out with my friends, call my mom on my birthday. It'll be pretty busy." "Well," Layko patted his shoulder, sitting beside him, "just make sure you take some breaks, you don't need to overwork dash." And that's when she froze, the realization of what Izuku just said suddenly coming to her. It also came to every other girl at the table, stopping what they were doing and staring blankly at nothing. Setsuna froze with her spoon right in front of her lips, letting her cereal drop back into the bowl. Ibara, Pony, and Kinoko turned slowly to Izuku, feeling shocked and surprised. Yui's eyes widened a margin, and Itsuka quickly snapped her gaze back to him, feeling shocked. Izuku saw the way everyone froze up, and looked around the table in confusion and concern. Guys." Izuku wrinkled his brow. "What's up, Dash?" "Your birthday." Izuku blinked, and then his eyes widened in realization about what he said to Layko. Your birthday's coming up." Ibara felt strangely horrified, staring at her crush like he just announced he would be fighting Bakugo to the death. "When?" "It's not that big a dash, Midoriya. When?" He glanced to the side, feeling his cheeks go red, and then muttered, "July the 15th. "July the 50th, Izuku." Itsuka gasped. Why yes. That's in 3 days. It's not that big a deal. Honestly. Izuku tried to insist, panicking slightly at the look of shock on each girl's face as they looked way more shocked at this than the situation demanded. Usually it's just me and my mom, and that's enough. I'm not really big on celebrating birthdays. But dash. Pony insisted, staring up into his oddly calm face in a mix of confusion and surprise. But birthdays should be dash guys, Izuku said kindly, raising his hands in an assuring manner and smiling at everyone, which seemed weirdly like he was looking down on them, which none of them liked. I'm telling the truth. It's not a big deal to celebrate my birthday. Usually I just call my mom, talk to her a bit, then that's it. There's no need to really, well, no need to do anything for me. Just wish me a happy birthday and that'll be fine. Obviously, none of the girls liked that answer. Ibara looked like she was about to protest, Itsuka like she wanted to bop him on the head, Setsuna and Yu sharing an incredulous look, Pony and Leiko also glancing at each other, Kinoko looking like she wanted to bob his nose with a mushroom, but Izuku glanced at the time on the oven and jumped up. Whoops, I said that I'd meet Ida early today. I better go get ready. As quick as he could, he brought his bowl to the sink, washing it quickly. He wasn't aware of the girls pointedly not looking at each other, not wanting to give anything away, and waited until he moved up the stairs, heading to his room to get ready to head out, before they all looked up. So we're ignoring that, right? Setsuna asked the group, talking in a mutter so Izuku didn't overhear. Of course, Ibara nodded, pouting. While I'm not one for sneaking around, not celebrating Izuku's birthday. It's unthinkable. Yeah, F that. Oh, it's fine not to celebrate stuff. Pony huffed. Birthdays are important. We need to celebrate with him. Prez. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, seeing Itsuka typing something on her phone. What's dash? Sure, she muttered, in case he overhears. They all felt their phones vibrate in their pockets, and quickly pulled them out to see what was going on. Izuku's Bidawai Itsuka Kendo has created this group chat. Itsuka Kendo has added Okako Uraraka, Yuiko Dai, Setsuna Tokuge, Ibara Shiozaki, Tsuyu Asui, Tenya Ida, Kinoko Komori, Leiko Yanagi, Pony Tsunotori, Xiaoto Todoroki, Momo Yorozu, Mina Ashido, Toru Hagakure, and Kyuka Jiru Yu. Hey everyone. I just wanted to mention to you guys that we just found out that Midoriya's birthday was coming up on the 15th and we wanted to see if you guys would like to help out. Okako Uraraka 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽. Okako Uraraka has changed her nickname to Gravity Queen. Gravity Queen. I completely forgot about Deku's Bidawai. We missed it last year, and I put it on my calendar, but everything's been so busy I forgot to check. Setsuna Tokuge has changed her nickname to Dino Smash. Pony Tsunotori has changed her nickname to Cowgirl. Yuiko Dai has changed her nickname to Egg. Kyuka Jiru has changed her nickname to Rocking Queen. Rocking Queen has changed Momorozu's nickname to Queen. Kinoko Komori has changed her nickname to Shrooms. Tenya Uraraka, I for one did not forget Midoriya's birthday. It is necessary that we each individually remember the day of our birthdays, and I do have a large calendar that informs me exactly when everyone's birthday was. While I do understand that it would be more of a shock for you, Kendo, please be assured that I did have it down that his birthday was coming up. Leiko Yanagi has changed her nickname to Emily. Dino Smash has changed Ibara Shiozaki's nickname to Do It for the Vine. Mina Ashido has changed her nickname to Alien Queen. Toru Hagakure has changed her nickname to Invisible Girl. Tsuyu Asui has changed her nickname to Ribbit Girl. Rocking Queen. Ida Pierce. Xiaoto Todoroki has changed his nickname to Xiaoto Rocking Queen. I don't want to read stupid long text this early in the morning. Just text Tenya, but that would be grammatically incorrect. How would I get my point across if I send my messages one word at a time? Gravity Queen has changed Tenya Ida's nickname to Speedy Gonzalez. Dino Smash has changed Itsuka Kendo's nickname to Mom Speed Gonzalez Uraraka. Gravity Queen. Ida Xiaoto. You guys, we're getting off track. Midoriya's birthday. Kudaboom. Yes. Sorry, Kendo. So, you're planning to celebrate his birthday. Dino Smash. Hell yeah, but we're not through what to do. Sure. Cowgirl. Ida, what were you planning? You said that you had Izuku's birthday down. Emily, yeah, what are you planning? Oh, bespectacled 100 Speedy Gonzalez. Oh well, did you have a plan or were you talking out of your butt? Speedy Gonzalez Kodai. Please refrain from cursing at your fellow classmates. 𝐶𝐬𝐽𝐽 is but considered a swear word. You be nice, you Sorry Ida ribbit girl, in any case what were you guys thinking for Midoriya's birthday? Well, that's the thing, he only told us like a minute ago it's in 3 days, so we weren't sure what to do. Alien Queen ooh. Whatever you guys end up doing, let me handle decorations. I know how to do decorations. Invisible girl, let me help too. SMS and me. I can do mushrooms. Emily. Do it for the vine. Dino Smash. Cowgirl. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. You. Shut up, you're so mean. Emily, we didn't say anything. Do it for the vine. Setsuna. Why is my nickname Do It for the Vine? Dino Smash, because you're doing it for the vine. Xiao, I don't get it. Speedy Gonzalez, neither do I. Gravity Queen, anyway, can do before. I was thinking of throwing him a party, like just to get together with a few friends. Presents and cake. You, that could work. If you want we can have it at our house. Cowgirl gasp. Wait, can we invite Eri? Dino Smash, yes, get my unicorn baby here at 1 sentence. Happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley. Emily agreed. Laughing face, I'd like Eri to be here. Speedy Gonzalez, well, if it is to celebrate Midoriya's birthday, I could ask Aizawa-sensei if she would be able to come spend time with us on that day. I imagine that Midoriya would be very happy to have Eri present for birthday celebrations. You okay? So everyone in the 1B house will handle presents. I'll persuade Vlad King to let us go to the mall after the exams tomorrow. Speedy Gonzalez, can you persuade him to do so at such an early convenience? You 100%, so we'll take care of presents at Okiko, at Momo, at Kyuka, at Mina, at Toru, at Tsuyu. Can you handle getting stuff for decorations? QWN, certainly. Invisible girl, leave it to us. Shouto, I know a cake shop that makes really good chocolate cake. If anyone's interested, you and Ida can take care of the cake. So to recap, we'll handle presents. The 1A girls will handle decorating, Shouto and Ida will handle the cake. And Ida will also get Eri to come, all without Midoriya noticing. Dino Smash sounds like a plan. Gravity Queen, hell yeah. Rocking QWN, I'm excited. Cowgirl, let's do this. Speedy Gonzalez, well, as exciting as this conversation has been, we should get ready for our exam this afternoon. I hope that you all are ready. You, sorry about that, Ida, we'll let you get to that. Izuku's on his way, by the way. Break a leg, everyone. Gravity Queen, thanks. QWN, red heart Shouto, thanks. Dino Smash, you're all queens. You got this. Shouto, am I also a queen? Dino Smash, yes. Todoroki, you are a queen. Xiaohu, or it, girls. Setsuna grinned, holding her phone up as the other girls gave her their own conspiring grins. Operation, throw parsley. A birthday party is a go. Holy SHT, parsley. What is all this? The girls had taken a single step into the house on Friday, closed the door behind them, and immediately felt their jaws hit the floor in shock. Izuku, meanwhile, let out a weak chuckle as he nervously scratched his cheek, glancing at his work on the table. On the kitchen table was a lot, and, as the girls' eyes blew wider and wider, that meant a lot of food waiting for them. From sushi to unagi to tempura to yakitori to onigiri to sashimi, it looked like Izuku had made food for 20 people instead of 8, and from the sound of the ticker on the oven, there might still be more on the way. From the practically heavenly smell wafting over to them, almost making Ibara drop her backpack due to how hungry she was, this was pretty much one of the most appealing things any of the girls had ever seen. Izuku himself was standing near the table, wearing a flowery apron that usually belonged to Ibara overtop his kanji t-shirt and a pair of shorts. He wiped off a bit of sweat from his forehead after cooking their dinner in a hot kitchen all afternoon, and was sure to give them a smile, albeit an unsure one, as though not sure what to make of their reactions. Speaking of the girls' reactions, Itsuka was staring wide-eyed and jaw-dropped at the table's contents. Pony felt her backpack slip from her fingers and land on the floor with a thud, and Yui, the hungriest and most exhausted of the girls gathered, looked like she was about 10 seconds from kissing him on the spot. The girls had just gotten back from their exam, feeling exhausted but ecstatic that they'd all passed with flying colors and made their way back to the house in high spirits. The test had combined a long, written exam that made Setsuna want to throw herself out the window, and a long physical that had taken up the better part of the afternoon, going from lunchtime to dinner. The girls were so exhausted they hadn't even showered yet, or changed out of their hero costumes. So, to Izuku, it was a little humorous to see 7 heroines in their pro-hero costumes covered in dried mud looking at him like he had just produced this food from under a white sheet like a magician. Of course, now that Izuku had gotten a good look at their shocked faces that hadn't changed at all in the last 20 seconds, he felt a little nervousness overcome him. he wasn't sure if they would actually appreciate this after all, since it was, well, a lot of food. Well, he let out a small cough. I got pretty bored today since I didn't have school, and I thought, well, I knew how tired you guys would be after the exam, since I was the one who took it yesterday, and I thought I'd pay you guys back for, having my own dinner party yesterday. We bought you a large pizza. Kinoko finally gasped out, still staring in surprise at the table. This is like you're expecting the Prime Minister over for dinner. You didn't make this by yourself, did you? Ibara asked in worry, glancing at the kitchen and seeing a little bit of a mess on the counter. It's a lot of food to make on your own, Midoriya. And no, Uraraka and Hado-senpai helped me. They left around 10 minutes ago. Izuku could feel a lot of his confidence start to slip, glancing unsurely at the girls. It's not too much, is it? No, this isn't too much. Not at all. Ibara quickly turned back to assure him, trying to smile. It's just a surprise, is all. Thank you, Midoriya. Yeah. Pony nodded, smiling up at him as well and balling her fists. You really went plus ultra for us. Thanks. Indeed, Leiko nodded, stepping forward and giving the table an approving nod. This is exactly what we needed after the exhaustion from today. Thank you, Midoriya. Don't take this the wrong way, you said bluntly, but I'm so happy to see this food. I'm 3 seconds from shoving you onto the couch and making out with you. Naturally, that made Izuku sputter with a blush, flailing his arms around while the girls giggled at his reaction. After he had calmed down a little bit, he was more than happy to set the table for them and get the rest of their dinner out of the oven while they went and took a quick shower, the girls running up to their rooms, grabbing their gym clothes, and coming back down to shower as quickly as they could so they could eat while the food was still warm. Once they were out and refreshed after pretty much rolling around in dirt and mud all day, fighting robots and saving the volunteers from the Help Us Company all by themselves, a task that was almost impossible to do flawlessly due to the HUC's very watchful and experienced eye, they got to sit down and enjoy the dinner that Izuku, Okiko, and Nejiya prepared for them, practically groaning with delight as they thanked Izuku for the meal and dug in. So Uraraka was here today. And Hado-senpai? Pony asked while stuffing some teriyaki in her mouth, savoring the taste. Strange, I thought they would be totally going on a date today. I think this is the first time they actually came over, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not used to days off, Izuku admitted sheepishly, grinning while the other girls gave him a look that expressed that they weren't surprised by that. He was an energetic guy, after all, so I had the idea that, well, since you guys bought me pizza last night, and celebrated when I passed the exam, I thought that I would make something for you guys, to show my appreciation. That's, why we had so much on the list when we went shopping. I wanted to have a big night with you guys. They, swung by when I was making some of the stuff, and they volunteered to help out. Oh good, I thought you cooked all of the food in the house for us, I was going to say, Kinoko hummed, enjoying her mushroom soup he made, not as good as hers, but still delicious, while everyone laughed a bit, and tried not to glance at each other while thinking that they had that same fear briefly. So, those two are close to you, here. I mean, I know Uraraka is, obviously, but Hado-senpai's surprising. Well. Izuku smiled softly. Hado-senpai knows that Uraraka and I are close, so whenever we see each other, she always dotes on me. She's like a very energetic, happy older sister. Oh. Dotes, here. Setsuna grinned. Are you sure she's not jealous at all? How dare my beloved girlfriend hang out with this dude? I need to keep an extra close eye on him. As she said that, though, she then suddenly remembered something that she had forgotten to do yesterday, and went to pull out her phone. No, Izuku was surprisingly confident with that answer while shaking his head, his smile not leaving his face. Hado-senpai told me herself, she just doesn't feel jealous around me, for some reason. There's other times she's been jealous if Uraraka gets a little too close to other people, but strangely, not with me. Ibara raised an eyebrow, curious about that and wanting to ask. She didn't know Nejiya enough to gauge how Nejiya would not be jealous of Izuku at all, seeing as he was Okiko's closest friend, but before she could ask, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She glanced down, and pulled out her phone to see the group chat update. not really listening as everyone continued to chat around her. Izuku's Bidoi Dino Smash has added 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐷. New group chat. Izuku's birthday. Izuku Midoriya. I didn't know it was his birthday. Or is it coming up, or did it just happen? Did I miss it? I should have wished him a happy birthday when I saw him today. Gravity Queen. No babe, you didn't miss it. Well, it's coming up in 2 days, the 15th. 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐷. I got the 15th off. I can come wish him a happy birthday. Dynasmash, we were just talking about you, Hadu Senpai, and we forgot that you and Parsley hang out, so I thought to add you to the chat. Welcome, by the way. This is the Planning Parsley birthday group chat. 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐷. Also, Parsley, is that your nickname for him, like how Okako calls him Deku? Dynasmash, 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐷 has changed her nickname to Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart Speedy Gonzalez. Yes, welcome Hadu Senpai. It's very nice to have you in this group. Just to clarify, this will be the group chat that we use exclusively to plan Midoriya's surprise birthday party. We all have our designated roles, so I hope that we can fit you in. Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. Oh Okako, I think I know what to give Midoriya for his birthday. Gravity Queen. Go for it, Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. You know Dynasmash, no shrooms, no Speedy Gonzalez. Hadu Senpai. That's not appropriate. Shouto. Gravity Queen. Babe, no, face screaming in fear, face screaming in fear, face screaming in fear. Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know that Midoriya wouldn't want that, at least not with us. Gravity Queen. Babe, shush the hell up. Piss, I love you, but shush. Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. Why though? I'm pretty sure we've talked about them, right? Gravity Queen. Not in this group chat. In our group chat, yes, but not this one. Dynasmash. Ooh. What are you two discussing in your group chat? Gravity Queen. Nothing. Shouto. Is it about Midoriya? Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. Yes. Gravity Queen. No. 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Is it about Midoriya and the 1B girls? Blue Heart Senpai. Blue Heart. Oh. You're smart, Todoroki. Gravity Queen. Babe, pills. Todoroki. Hush 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Why are you discussing us and Midoriya in the other group chat? Uraraka. And Dynasmash, I'm curious too. You guys talking about us? Gravity Queen. Guys, piss, I will explain when I eventually see you, but not in this group chat. 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Gravity Queen. Todoroki, if you say anything else I will tell them about what you did at the resort. I was in the room next door. I know. Shouto. Shutting up now. Ibara, Setsuna, and Kinoko jumped a little, looking up from their phones to see the rest of the table looking at them in amusement. Sorry, Itsuka said in a sweetly sarcastic voice, but no phones at the table while we're eating, please. Sorry about that, Mom, got distracted by something on my phone. Setsuna chuckled, putting her phone away, and then said in a low voice, glaring to the side, bringing Hadu Senpai into this was a mistake. Yes. Ibara muttered, still pouting, yes, it was. Anyway, Izuku said weakly, trying to get back on topic while not hearing what the 2 other green-haired roommates were muttering. I guess since everyone has their licenses, that means that we're all good to work on our own, now. Since we passed the exam and everything. Yeah, no pro-supervision necessary. Itsuka nodded, staring at her plate when she addressed him and yet still noticing out of the corner of her eye that he went a bit stiff when she addressed him. So just remember what we said would happen if you use this as an excuse to overwork yourself. Getting thrown across the campus, Izuku nodded, not looking at her at all while going mildly red. I know. Good. Itsuka nodded, still staring at her plate and also going a bit red. This lack of eye contact between them, of course, was immediately picked up on by all the other girls, raising their eyebrows while glancing back and forth between the two. It was pretty obvious, albeit unsaid by everyone, that something had to have gone down between those two, seeing as neither of them had been able to look each other in the eye at all yesterday and this morning when they had left for school, but Itsuka was being surprisingly tight-lipped, even more so than usual. So whatever it was, it must have been very embarrassing. Which only made the girls want to know more, but alas, they didn't want to risk accidentally incurring Itsuka's wrath, and also wanted to keep their heads firmly attached to their bodies, so they were content with letting Itsuka stew for a bit and then come to them in due time. Or she did something else embarrassing, in which case they would drop the pleasantries and interrogate her thoroughly. After about 10 minutes of telling Izuku how they think they did for their exams and criticizing the unfair marks they got, referring to them as needless nitpicking, the dinner passed by with a lot of talking and laughing, the girls relaxing now that the stress of the day was behind them and they had an entire week off to look forward to. Once the plates were empty and the girls leaned back in relaxation, Itsuka and Ibara volunteered to do the dishes, standing up and getting to work on the many plates as Izuku sighed and stretched his arms above his head, lowering one hand to wipe some of the sweat off his forehead. Phew, he chuckled, I kinda stink after being in the kitchen all day. I need a shower. He moved to get up, stretching his back out while grunting softly, unaware that the girls suddenly sat up at attention when he said those 4 magical words. Itsuka was quick to look at Setsuna, gesturing with her head subtly, and the green-haired girl nodded, suddenly professional. As Izuku moved to start climbing the stairs towards his room, Setsuna detached her hand, and quickly flew it over to pinch its fingers on his shirt, subtly and carefully enough that he didn't notice as he went up the stairs to get his stuff for the shower. She also was sure to detach her eye, sending it up with them to make sure she knew where her hand was going. As they heard his footsteps gradually fade away, Itsuka glanced at the other girls, nodding. Okay, she spoke in a low voice, turning on the sink just to be safe in case Izuku was somehow able to overhear them as she gave the instructions. This is our only chance. Wait until he gets in the shower, and we'll move. The other girls nodded, and, acting as though they had trained weeks for this rather than discussing it between each other yesterday, pulled out their phones and scrolled through their group chats and social media, pretending to be busy when Izuku came down. They glanced at the group chat, and narrowed their eyes at the word "tesm," ignoring feelings of jealousy and annoyance, and planned to interrogate Okiko on just what she and Nejiya talked about in the 2 girls' own private group chat, the fact that Okiko was discussing them and Izuku made them all suspicious. Meanwhile, Setsuna's eye upstairs saw Izuku enter his room, about to close the door behind him, and quickly sent her hand flying underneath his bed, tiptoeing silently until it was in the clear, and moved her eye back downstairs to be reunited with the rest of her. About 2 minutes later, when Izuku finally came back downstairs, he glanced over at the girls, seeing Itsuka and Ibara washing the last of the dishes, and the other girls playing on their phones, chatting lightly. He was, of course, unaware that Setsuna was hiding her stump from him by putting her hand in her pocket, humming as she read through their group chat while leaning on the counter beside Itsuka. Whistling a tune to himself, Izuku moved around the corner to get in the showers, walking down the hall to the bathroom. He was, of course, unaware of 7 pairs of eyes carefully watching his back as he disappeared around the corner, listening hard as he entered the showers and closed the door behind him. Now! Pony whispered. No, Itsuka quickly shook her head, staring after Izuku as though he were listening around the corner. Just wait for it. For a few seconds, they waited in tense silence, until they heard the sound of the shower turning on. Go! Itsuka immediately and quietly commanded, and the 5 girls jumped up from their positions, Ibara turning off the sink, and as fast and silently as they could, made their way up the stairs. Setsuna sent her ear soaring down the hallway to press against the door, intending to listen into Izuku in case he cut his shower early. Pony, knowing that her hooves would clop against the hardwood floor and make it obvious she was moving quickly upstairs, allowed Ibara to wrap her vines around her waist and lift her up, who had agreed earlier to carry her upstairs as they headed for the top floor. See, I knew Parsley would lock his door again. Setsuna shook her head, using her hand upstairs to feel around for the door handle. The boy probably has porno mags up there that he wants to protect. Or he just likes his privacy, Yu shrugged, but the second one is also fun to think about. Guys, we're not after porno mags. Itsuka lightly reprimanded them, nodding at Ibara to put Pony down now that she was sure they were far enough away that Izuku couldn't hear them, and quickly rounded the other corner to head up the stairs. We're going to go in, get the pictures, and get out. No looking for porn. DMN, Yui muttered in disappointment. Don't worry, Leiko shook her head, you wouldn't find anything anyway. Porn's mostly online now, so you'd need to search his history. Unless he goes incognito when he needs to jack off. I mean, I could check his browser history, I don't think he would lock his laptop, guys. Itsuka snapped. Concentrate. Yes, please, let's not get distracted by that debauchery. Ibara shook her head. Finally, they reached the upstairs room on the 5th floor, and Setsuna let out a satisfied ha when she felt her hand on the doorknob and twisted the slide to unlock it. She then opened the door and reattached her arm, and as quickly as they could, the girls went into Izuku's room, pulling out their phones. Pony, Take the closet. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quickly commanded. Yui, the desk. Set, the laptop. We'll take pictures of the rest of his stuff. Izuku's showers only take about 5 minutes now, we'll need to be quick. The other girls nodded quickly, and began snapping pictures of Izuku's All Might collection, making sure that they took pictures of each and every piece of merchandise. Pony went into the closet, lifting up his sweaters one by one and snapping some pics, while Ibara took pictures of the posters on the wall. Itsuka, Kinoko, and Leiko took pictures of the All Might bobbleheads and pop figures. Setsuna went to his computer and snapped a few pictures of the screen, thankful that he forgot to lock it so that she could look at his wish list to make sure he wasn't purchasing anything or had anything on the way, while Yui closed some of his notebooks subtly to look at the covers, snapping pictures. Downstairs, Setsuna felt her eyes widen when she heard the shower turn off. SHT. He's done early. Good enough. We got what we need. Let's go to my room. Itsuka commanded, and the girls immediately and subtly tried to make their tracks unknown. Pony shut the closet door carefully, Yui remade the desk, and Setsuna brought her ear back upstairs while closing out the tabs she had been looking at and deleted the search history of the last 5 minutes, just to be safe. She detached her eye and hand again, and the girls quickly made themselves scarce, running down to the nearest floor. Setsuna's disembodied parts closed the door, shut off the light, and floated right over to the window, sliding it open, moving outside, and then closing it carefully, trying not to leave obvious handprints reflected in the setting sun, and floated down to be let in Itsuka's room by Pony. Downstairs, Izuku blinked as he stepped back into the common room, seeing absolutely no one there. He glanced around, and saw no one sitting on the couch or in the chair, or on the porch or outside. He also glanced into the sink, not really knowing why, and saw that all the plates from dinner had been cleaned and were still wet from the wash. He shrugged, shutting off the lights left on and moving to the stairs. Everyone must have wanted to go to bed early. On the 4th floor, everyone let out tired gasps of air as they settled down, Yui laying on Itsuka's bed, Ibara sitting on the chair, Setsuna and Leiko sitting on the bed, and Itsuka, Pony and Kinoko sitting on the couch. Just to be safe, they had left the light off until they heard Izuku's footsteps past them, still feeling a little tense for some reason, and listened as he moved up to his room, hearing his door unlock with his key, and then open and close. Once they were sure he was upstairs in his room, they all let out sighs of relief and felt themselves slack, the tension from the last 2 minutes leaving them. Can you tell me? Ibara gasped for air, rubbing her chest. Why did we have to run to do this? This was the only opportunity we had. Itsuka shook her head, checking her phone and nodding. How else were we going to get in there unless it was right under his nose? Still, Pony bounced in her seat slightly, grinning widely. That was awesome. Like super spy mode. The reason they had done such a strange thing, of course, was due to the fact that they were now 2 days away from Izuku's birthday, and they had no idea what they were going to get him. The first thought that went through their minds was All Might, until they realized it was very possible that anything they might buy him All Might related, he might already own. So they had quickly made the plan yesterday that, at the first sign of Izuku off by himself, they'd go into his room, photograph everything that he had, and when they headed to the mall tomorrow, they would shop for his gifts. It was very lucky that Itsuka had gotten Vlad King to approve their visit to the mall at a very short notice, the teacher still wondering how she got pictures of him doting on his bulldog and why she was threatening to post them to the internet and ruin his reputation as a tough-as-nails hero. After she got that approval, they would have gone into Izuku's room yesterday while he was at his exam, but Setsuna had discovered he locked his door for some reason. Parsley. Setsuna had cursed, "Why would you lock your door? We had no reason to go into your room until now." So they had to quickly make a plan and wait. And now here they were, relaxing in Itsuka's room while she pulled out her laptop and brought up several hero stores at the mall they planned to visit tomorrow, to compare the images she had on her phone to the merchandise they had in store. 20 minutes later though, they weren't feeling very encouraged by the look on Itsuka's face as she clicked on another store, sighing as she continued comparing the various posters and toys they had while glancing at her phone, the pictures from the other girls being sent to her, and then let out a defeated grunt as she closed the laptop sharply. So? Ibara asked, already knowing the answer. It's like I thought, 𝐒𝐿 grumbled, tucking her laptop underneath the couch and slumping back. If it's All Might themed, he already has it, or they're out of stock. All the girls let out groans, pouting and crossing their arms while 𝐒𝐿 rubbed a hand against her face, obviously frustrated that their plan A didn't work out at all. Setsuna leaned back, glaring at the ceiling. So if we can't get him an All Might thing, that means we have to start over from scratch again. It was a foolish plan anyway. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, pouting. Just buying him some merchandise wasn't going to be a sincere gift anyway. But we are 2 days away, Yui reminded her, and as nice as it is to get him something sentimental, we don't exactly have a lot of time. We can't order anything online either, since it'll probably come too late. We don't exactly have a lot of time left until the big day. Well, we don't have a choice now. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, tapping her fingers against her face, unless anyone else has a bright idea. Yui looked around, interested, until she clarified, nothing sec-related. We can't exactly offer ourselves up with the girls from 1A and Ida and Todoroki and Eri in the room. DMN. Darn, 𝐒𝐿 pouted, folding her arms. If that had been an option to start with, I would have offered. Should I be jealous? Kinoko joked, smirking at her girlfriend. It sounds like you want to have sex with Midori. Are you threatening to break my little heart? Are you saying you wouldn't do the exact same thing? Tuche. After a few chuckles from 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko's banter, and a bit of relief that they could joke around about that topic now instead of getting angry, the girls leaned back against their seats, trying to think about what to get 𝐒𝐿 for his birthday, getting lost in their thoughts. Eventually, as about a minute went by, and everyone continued to try to brainstorm what would be an acceptable gift to the boy they were all crushing on, 𝐒𝐿 blinked to herself, suddenly having a thought come to her. A sword. Here. Kinoko turned to her girlfriend. What about a SW-? Oh. Yes, 𝐒𝐿 nodded, feeling more certain about it as she leaned forward. There's a store in the mall that sells katanas and other similar blades as souvenirs. I've bought a few from them before. I think I can purchase a sword for him for his birthday. A sword? 𝐒𝐿 raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? 𝐒𝐿 doesn't really come across as a sword guy. Oh, you'd be surprised, Kinoko grumbled, shaking her head. They have their nerd talks about swords all the time. He thinks they're cool. You two can talk about various types of mushrooms, 𝐒𝐿 snarked, and we can talk about various types of swords. And yes, that's what I think I'm going to do. Ibara thought to herself briefly, and then nodded. I believe I understand. And I have a suggestion. Oh. Indeed. So what I'm thinking is, we don't want to just give 𝐒𝐿 something meaningless, like a piece of merchandise. Like we just went into some random store, thought oh, he'd think this was cool, and gave it to him for his birthday. We all want to give 𝐒𝐿 something sentimental, something that emphasizes that our time together was meaningful. So what if we all got him gifts that reflect in the activities we did together? For example, he and I garden. I think I'll choose something that is garden or botanical themed. Here. So in that line of thought, 𝐒𝐿 thought to herself, something motorcycle related or sparring. Something along those lines. The other girls leaned forward slightly, thinking to themselves about what they've done with 𝐒𝐿, and something relating to that to get him for his birthday, and one by one, they nodded, smiles coming to their faces as they knew what they wanted to give him. All right, Setsuna nodded, standing up and stretching. So we got our game plan. We'll go to the mall tomorrow with Vlad King's pass, shop for parsley, and be back here to wrap them up tonight. Then, once the big day comes, we'll have someone distract him for the day, and the 1A girls will come over to help decorate. Todoroki and Ida texted earlier, by the way, and they said that they ordered the cake for pickup the morning of, and Ida will also get Eri. All we need to do now is give Parsley the excuse about where we're going. Wait a sec, she blinked suddenly, realizing something. What are we telling Parsley we're doing tomorrow? Here. Pony wrinkled her brow. What do you mean? Like, what are we telling Parsley we're doing? We can't tell him we're going to go shopping for him, he'll realize we're shopping for his birthday. So what are we telling him? The other girls stared at Setsuna for a moment, and then at each other. Ibara cleared her throat. I hadn't actually thought about it, I was more frightened of getting into his room to really consider what we were telling him we were doing. Well, Setsuna bit her lip, I guess we could, but wait, then he'd wonder why we're not bringing him with us. But if we tell him we're going to the mall, or watching a movie, wait, no, then he'd definitely feel excluded. Kinoko and Leiko blinked, looking around to Setsuna as she stared blankly at the wall, a frown on her face. What is it? Itsuka raised an eyebrow. I just realized, Setsuna sighed, leaning forward with a pout, there's nothing we can tell Parsley that he won't see through. And we can't tell him that we're just randomly going to the mall to go on a shopping trip, because he'll get suspicious anyway. And Parsley told us yesterday that he didn't want us to celebrate his birthday. Yeah. Pony still looked a bit confused. So Parsley says he doesn't want us to celebrate his birthday, and literally 2 days later we're going on some surprise shopping trip without him. Setsuna sighed again, leaning back on the bed while shaking her head. Parsley's a little dense, but he's not stupid. He'll realize what we're doing. Itsuka cursed, realizing that Setsuna was right. If he sees us go off shopping a day before his birthday, he'll catch on. He'll tell us it's not a big deal again, and I swear to God if he tells us that one more time, I'm going to throw him across the campus. Then, what do we do? Kinoko wondered, looking around in worry. We can't just go off and leave him alone, he'll connect the dots. Do we bring him with us? No, Leiko shook her head, he'll definitely realize what we're doing then. And it's not like we can just abandon him when we're there, he'll follow one of us and see what we're doing. The girls also nodded, and looked down to think to themselves. They knew that if they wanted this to be a surprise, they wouldn't be able to give anything away, but Izuku was a smart guy. If he saw them go off by themselves without him, a day before his birthday, he'd put the pieces together, and not only would the surprise be ruined, he might not even want to celebrate with them. Itsuka sighed as she leaned back on her couch, grumping, and then felt something behind her back. Blinking in confusion, Itsuka reached behind her and grabbed the lump, and brought it around. She stared blankly down at the t-shirt in her hands, wondering how it got there and not in hamper, until she unfolded it, and stared at the kanji for bed sheets printed on the front. It was Izuku's shirt. How did it get in her room? And then she remembered what they had done last night. Why his shirt would have been off. And why he left it here. She felt heat begin to rise to her cheeks, until she blinked again, realizing something. T-shirts. Here. Ibara turned to her, looking confused at the t-shirt in Itsuka's hands. What is dash? Guys? Itsuka felt her grin return to her face, putting the t-shirt on her lap. Izuku's stupid t-shirts. I didn't think you guys were really serious about getting me new t-shirts. Izuku pouted as they walked down the sidewalk away from the bus, the boy walking slumped over and following the girls across the parking lot to the open mall. He was dressed in one of his pun t-shirts, which the girls thought he did purposefully today to spite them when Leiko informed him that they'd be going to the mall to give him a makeover, along with a pair of black shorts and a white stripe, with his regular red shoes. They're not that bad, right? No, but you do need to. Well, I guess for a lack of better terms, spice things up a little, Ibara weakly said, not looking at him in fear that her awful poker face would accidentally give away why they were really at the mall. The girls had planned this in elaborate detail once Itsuka brought up Izuku's bad pun t-shirts. Setsuna had playfully poked fun at him a few weeks ago by saying that she would drag him to the mall to buy some more fashionable t-shirts, so this was a very lucky opportunity for them. Some of the girls would distract Izuku with clothes shopping, taking him to the other side of the mall to have him play dress-up and shop for themselves while they were at it, just so he didn't get suspicious, while the other girls would go off on their own and start shopping for his birthday, having the official Izuku distractors tell them the gifts that they wanted to buy so that the other girls could grab the items for them and get paid back later. Once they were sure last night that the coast was clear, they sent Leiko up to his room to invite him, and were very pleased to hear of the success other than Izuku pouting at them the entire bus trip down to the mall. But he was too cute to really take seriously. Now, all they had to go was go inside, split apart from Izuku without making it too obvious, and leave the official Izuku distractors to do their job and distract them. Itsuka just cursed about how she was volunteered by everyone, and glared at the other girls. They so did that on purpose. Alrighty. Setsuna threw the doors to the mall open, and stood back to let everyone step through, giving them salutes as they walked past her into the mall. Here we are. Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Izuku glanced around, smiling as they observed the large open-roofed mall, seeing several people running around to get their shopping done in time for the weekend. It had been a long time since he'd been here. The last time, he frowned, was when Shigaraki snuck up on him and threatened him, but that was well in the past now. Now he could look forward to a long day of shopping with the girls. As much as he pouted at them and was only slightly insulted by their horrible taste in fashion, the prospect of going shopping with everyone and having fun did appeal to him. Besides, maybe they could visit a hero store and find some All Might merchandise he didn't have yet. He was certain he had everything, either in his room or back at his mother's apartment, but it was important to make sure nothing new came out. As they walked properly into the mall, taking some time to look around, the girls shared a silent look and gave brief nods to each other, knowing that now was the time to split. If they wanted to get the shopping for his birthday done as soon as they could so they could disguise their gifts in their other shopping bags, to make sure Izuku didn't notice anything off, they would need to hurry. They quickly made their way to the side as to not get swept up in the crowds, Kinoko and Leiko holding hands while Setsuna quickly moved her and Pony by wrapping her arm around the horse girl's shoulders and unknowing making Pony blush a bit from the sudden unexpected closeness, and soon, they were standing along the wall on the first floor, Izuku finding himself standing in between Itsuka and Yui, trying hard not to look at the orange-haired girl to his left. As he looked around, wanting to ask where the girls wanted to go first, Pony suddenly let out a small gasp. "Oh!" She pointed, making Izuku jump slightly and the other girls cringe slightly at the obviously stiff way she spoke. "An anime store. I bet they got some merchandise I want." "Oh. Yes, indeed." Ibara coughed and nodded. "Let's go over there. Now." "God, you two are awful at acting," Setsuna muttered, shaking her head, but still wrapped her arms around both of their shoulders, and the trio immediately marched off, Setsuna giving the girls a coy grin as she waved at them. Itsuka didn't know if she was just acting it up or being cheeky at voting for her to distract Izuku, both options making her glare at her friend. Izuku blinked, seeing them head away without them, and was about to follow them until Leiko pointed suddenly, making him jump slightly about being almost hit in the face with her hand shooting out. "Oh, look," she nodded. "A dress shop. I know that I wanted to go shopping for new materials for the new dress I'm working on. Kinoko, want to go take a look?" "Hell, yeah. We'll see you guys in a bit." Kinoko threw her hand in the air immediately, and the two girlfriends disappeared into the crowd, eventually fading away from Izuku's sight. Now he was more than a little confused, staring off at where the five girls disappeared to with a concerned eyebrow raised. So, they brought him here to shop for new shirts, but then disappeared immediately. Weren't they supposed to take him to some clothes store and dress him up? "What, looks like it's just us now, Izuku," Yui said beside him, and Izuku was jolted out of his brief confusion before it could properly get started, turning to look at the dark-haired girl as she stood at attention, nodding. "Let's go upstairs. I know there's a few stores with guys' clothes. I bet we can find you something nice to wear." "Okay." Izuku was still feeling a bit unsure. He felt like there was something going on here that was off, and couldn't really put his finger on it, but he was suddenly distracted when Yu grabbed his hand tightly, her hand warm in his, and began pulling him towards the escalators, Izuku quickly moving with her to avoid being dragged by the stoic girl. Behind him, Itsuka blinked as Yui moved, still not sure how she was supposed to spend an entire day distracting Izuku from everything when she couldn't even look him in the eye. Still, she let out a defeated little sigh, realizing she had no choice since she lost the vote, and quickly moved to follow her two friends and not get swept up in the chaos of the mall. As they left, they didn't notice 5 pairs of eyes carefully watching as Yui dragged Izuku onto the escalator, followed by Itsuka, and watched as they went to the second floor, Yui making some casual conversation while Izuku and Itsuka couldn't look each other in the eye as they nodded to whatever she said, and eventually disappeared to the second floor. "All right," Leiko nodded, turning to her girlfriend and wrapping her arm around her waist. "Sword store first, then your plushie store. I won the rock-paper-scissors game, after all." "You did." Kinoko shook her head, still wrapping her arm around her girlfriend's shoulders, "so we must get over there post-haste." One day, Leiko snarked as they started walking off, You'll come up with a good pun. I'll still hate it, but I believe in you. One day. As they headed off to the other side of the mall, Pony, Setsuna, and Ibara also began moving away, heading towards the anime store. Unlike Kinoko and Leiko's fib about the dress shop, Pony did want to go into the anime store, but not for the reason she said before. She had wanted to grab Izuku something in here, and after that, they would visit the herbal store for Ibara's gift, and then to wherever Setsuna wanted to go. The green-haired girl had been tight-lipped about what she wanted to pick up for Izuku, becoming surprisingly flustered when asked, so they had decided to leave it alone so that they could focus on their own shopping, planning to interrogate her later when she picked up her gift from wherever she needed to. The girls had all last night to think up and be certain about what they wanted to give Izuku for his birthday, wanting to gift him something sentimental that reflected on the time they spent together, and Pony knew exactly what to get Izuku, something a bit funny, but reflective enough that he would appreciate it. Got it. She nodded excitedly as she lifted the object she had been looking at on the internet beforehand in her hands, smiling at it. Ibara also glanced at it, and shrugged. Well, I suppose Izuku would like that, she tried to say cheerfully, thinking it would be a good gift, only for Pony to blink at the exact wording, and felt her eyes widen, looking around at her best friend with uncertainty and insecurity. It's stupid, isn't it? She asked, and Ibara paled at her little pout, realizing her mistake. Like, I thought it'd be nice, but if it's stupid, no, it's not stupid. Ibara quickly waved her hands in the air, trying to assure her best friend and correct her mistake. I said that wrong, I think your gift is awesome. Really? Really? Pony pouted at the object in her hands again, obviously thinking, before shaking her head and trying to smile. Alright. Sorry, Ibara, I think I'm just nervous. Nervous? Ibara blinked, confused as they walked to the front counter, confused, but whatever for. Pony glanced away, it's just, I don't want to mess this up. This is the first birthday party I've been to where I really want the gift to be great, and it's for him. So, I was just wanted to make sure it's perfect. Ibara guessed, and smiled softly when Pony gave a timid nod. I do understand that. And Pony, I do sincerely think that your gift is very nice. Izuku will love it. Pony glanced at her gift one more time, obviously still thinking, and then let out a small giggle. Yeah. He'll love it. And if he doesn't, I'll kick him with my hooves. Perhaps we shouldn't go that far. I know, I was just joshing. Pony smiled up at her, and nuzzled her head on Ibara's shoulder. The vine girl let out a little giggle, and used her own head to rub Pony's hair. Setsuna suddenly cleared her throat behind them, making them jump and whirl around. Not to interrupt your cuteness, and by the way, Pony, your gift is awesome, but I think we have a couple of stalkers on us. Ibara and Pony blinked in confusion, and followed Setsuna's pointing finger, and felt their eyes widen. Eek! Oops! Kiro! Hunched over and looking at them from behind the various anime t-shirts were Okiko, Tsuyu and Momo, looking like they'd been caught stealing from the cookie jar, and very red in the face. They were hunched over very suspiciously too, Momo peeking over from the sale sign, Tsuyu leaning slightly out, her hand on Okiko's head while the brunette hunched over. Ibara and Pony blinked at them, wondering why on earth they were hiding from them, until Okiko glanced around again, as though double-checking something, before bringing her hand to her face to whisper yell. Is Deku in here? Deku. Oh. Ibara suddenly understood. No, he's with Itsuka and you, they just went upstairs. The 1A girls breathed sighs of relief, and quickly moved away from their hiding spot to join the 3 1B girls. My apologies for startling you, Momo made sure to apologize formally, bowing slightly, but we wanted to make sure Midoriya didn't catch us all in here. I imagine he'd be more than a little suspicious about why we are here as well. So you guys are here for the same thing? Setsuna asked, leaning against a shelf while smiling at them. Shopping for parsley, I mean. Yeah, Okiko shrugged, smiling slightly, but we're also here to grab some decoration stuff too. Jiru, Mina and Toru went to grab something down the hall. Tsuyu wanted to grab a gift for Deku from in here, but then we saw you guys in here, so we weren't sure if he was with you. No, Yui and Itsuka agreed to be the ones to distract Izuku all day, Ibara assured her, smiling. And we were just in here to grab Pony's gift, before we moved on to grab the other gifts. Would you like to accompany us? We do have a lot of shopping to do. We're also trying to make sure it doesn't look too suspicious, so we'll be doing some clothes shopping as well. That sounds delightful. Momo clapped her hands together, looking very happy. I'll text Kyuka and ask to meet up. The 6 girls smiled at each other, looking forward to a little shopping for themselves while getting ready for Izuku's birthday, while Okako looked sadly at her wallet and quickly moved to get into line. As they fell in, Setsuna stood beside Okako, watching as Pony and Tsuyu went to the counter to purchase their items, chatting, and gave her a coy grin. So, threesomes? Okako froze for a brief moment, seeing Setsuna's raised eyebrow, before she sagged in defeat. I'm really sorry about that. Nejaya has no filter. P+, she was only joking. We wouldn't actually, we wouldn't, Mendish, chill, go, I know, Setsuna chuckled, patting her shoulder, before she smirked. Although, I am curious now what you and your girlfriend chat about concerning us. And parsley. Gurk. Wheel. Come on. We, the show, Setsuna teased, poking Okako's cheek, and enjoying the little squish, someone's nervous. Come on, what is it? We, Okako glanced to the side, going a bit red. Yees. We were theorizing on how to get some of you guys and Deku together. At that, a small silence fell between the 2 girls, Okako studying her feet, and Setsuna's grin freezing on her face, staring at Okako in shock. Oh. Something was definitely up here. Izuku frowned as he buttoned up the shirt in the changing room, glancing at the mirror on the side. Yui and Itsuka had taken him upstairs into a men's clothing store, with the stoic girl picking out a few pieces of clothing, raising them to Izuku's chest to make sure it would look nice or wouldn't contrast with his hair, double-checked his size, and then dragged him to the changing area to have him try on the clothes she picked out to see if they were comfortable. During that time, Itsuka would also awkwardly chime in with comments or pointers, which he would agree to while looking at a mannequin. Yui had watched with slightly narrowed eyes as Izuku and Itsuka made light conversation while staring in the completely opposite direction of each other. He had been so nervous about looking at Itsuka, he continued to stare out the window of the store, and could have sworn that he had seen Mina walking along at one point, but before he got a closer look she seemingly disappeared, and he shook his head, thinking that he was just seeing things, and went back to being led around by Yui. Completely unaware of the pink girl hiding behind the nearest pillar, sweating up a storm about almost being caught, while Kyuka and Toru rolled their eyes while being thankfully out of sight. But in any case, Izuku pouted as he pulled the jeans up his legs. He was starting to get weirdly suspicious. The girls had joked before about wanting to buy him new clothes that didn't have his puns on them. He still planned to wear them just to spite them, and he should just be surprised that they turned out to be serious about it and took him on a shopping trip. But now, as he was up here alone with Itsuka and Yu, he felt like something was off. The girls had come here to buy him clothes, but then immediately disappeared. It was only Yui and Itsuka with him now. Was he missing something? Did they say earlier that they'd be doing their own thing while he was with Yui and he didn't notice? Or, wait, were they hiding something from him? But what could it be? Izuku let out a small sigh as he checked his reflection again, making sure that everything was on straight before he headed out. It wasn't like he was unhappy shopping with Yui and Itsuka. He enjoyed the stoic girl's presence immensely, and he did like Itsuka tagging along even if neither of them could look each other in the eye the entire time. It was just that he felt like he was missing something, and the suspicion wouldn't go away no matter how many times he tried to dismiss it. Okay, he called, I'm coming out now. With that, he opened the door, and stepped awkwardly out of the changing room. Itsuka and Yui were sitting on a bench chatting idly, but Yui quickly looked over at him when he announced his entrance to take a look at him in the clothes she picked out, while Itsuka turned to study a very fascinating part of the wall near the changing room. Yui let out a small as he raised his arm slightly, blushing as her eyes scanned the black dress shirt, jeans, and belt. Very nice, she nodded, and then glanced at Itsuka staring off, narrowing her eyes somewhat. Don't you agree, Itsuka? Why yeah. You look great, Izuku. Oh. Izuku nodded quickly, glancing away as well. Thank you. Yui looked between both Izuku and Itsuka, feeling more than a little peeved that neither of them could look at each other. Which would not do, they had a lot of stores to get to, and she did see Mina awkwardly poke her head out from behind the pillar earlier, meaning that the rest of the 1A girls could still be here, and Izuku seeing them because he was too busy avoiding looking at Itsuka might allow him to put the dots together about what was really going on. He surely must have thought something was up by now, and she was very thankful that he was still dense enough he didn't connect shopping with my birthday, but she still needed his attention entirely on the two of them. Which, again, wouldn't do if he was too busy glancing away every time Itsuka addressed him. So, Yui said innocently, you would definitely know that Izuku looks nice if you actually looked at him. Itsuka blinked, and then her eyes widened in betrayal, looking at her best friend as though Yui had just casually addressed her awkwardness in front of a live studio audience. Izuku, meanwhile, let out a small squeak, and turned his gaze to the ground, going slightly redder. Yeah. Itsuka let out a small breath, and then robotically, as moving so stiffly Yui was surprised it wasn't making creaking noises, turned her head in Izuku's direction. The boy glanced awkwardly up, and felt himself tense when he and Itsuka finally made direct eye contact, going steadily redder. Meanwhile, Yui, on the side, raised an eyebrow as the two blushed even deeper, which did demand proper investigation by Yui, being a bit tired of Itsuka's awkwardness and just wanting to know what was going on. Why yeah. You look great, Itsuka managed to squeak out, going redder and redder. Yui nodded, and stood up, picking up a white t-shirt, sweater and breathes from her pile on the side, and walked them over to Izuku. These next, she requested, and then we'll make a decision about which of these two outfits you should buy. Right. Izuku nodded stiffly, still trying hard not to look at Itsuka, and quickly went back into the changing room, shutting the door a bit harder than he probably meant to. Yui rolled her eyes, and walked back to the bench they were sitting at while Itsuka gave her a small pout, which looked very cute and made you almost smile at the adorableness of her anger. That was uncalled for, she grumbled, and Yui shook her head. Since you were being immature, I had to be the mature one. You're the one who's supposed to be mature here, this 𝐒𝐿. She shrugged, and then glanced at her best friend. What's going on, by the way? Here. You and Izuku, she gestured with her head towards the changing room, you two can barely look each other in the eye. That's how it's been for the last 2 days. I know Izuku was busy Wednesday night, and Ibara had some trouble sleeping. I still have to apologize to her for that, Itsuka muttered, going redder. So what's going on? Did you and Izuku dash at this? You felt herself go a bit redder this time, thinking of her two crushes getting up to something and shifting a bit. Did you do something? No. Itsuka immediately protested, going very red and waving her arms. We just, she tried to spit something out for another few seconds, seeing you continue to look skeptically at her, until her best friend finally slumped over, defeated. Kind of. Yui raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. Define kind of. Well. I'm sure it wasn't that bad, Yu shrugged, trying to make her best friend feel a bit calmer about opening up. You and Izuku, you're pretty in control around each other, right? I'm guessing it was just a kiss. She immediately jumped onto that one, thinking it was the most innocent thing she and Izuku could do, and it wouldn't be that surprising. The two had so much tension with each other it wouldn't be a shock if they broke and just finally kissed. I slobbered all over his stomach and neck. Itsuka finally muttered. And then I almost kissed him. A silence fell then, Itsuka staring at her feet while Yui felt herself freeze up. Oh, that's not innocent. That's the opposite of innocent. That's a lot more than what she was expecting. That was, now the image was in her head. Yui suddenly imagined Itsuka slowly liking up Izuku's stomach, reaching his neck and biting him, and goddammit, now she was, wait, stop fantasizing and respond. Oh. And if we didn't bonk heads together, I probably would have dragged him into my bed and, you know. Ah. And once he left, I got way too turned on. Here. I didn't go to sleep until 3. Yui turned to look at the changing room Izuku had disappeared into, pretending to be taking this revelation that Itsuka fingered herself thinking about Izuku pretty well, but now the mental image of what those two got up to was in her mind, and god damn it, right now she really needed a cold shower. She stole a subtle glance at her best friend, seeing her glancing glumly at her feet, and then felt her eyes unintentionally go a bit lower, seeing her low-cut t-shirt with her cleavage and the hint of her black brother gulping. Yui glanced away again, feeling herself shudder a bit. Refocus, Yui, and talk to Itsuka. Do not imagine her naked and Izuku naked and climbing on top of her and… Phew, boy. Note to self, she thought, porn tonight is FFM threesomes. Okay, Yui finally said, still looking at the door. So, you two almost had secretary. Yeah, Itsuka nodded, still staring at the ground glumly, and now I can't look him in the eye. We had a big emotional talk before, so it only makes this stupider. Oh. How so? Like, oh god, Itsuka shook her head, rubbing her face. I just pointed out that he never really gave me that much physical affection, like, not like you guys, with the kissing and everything, so he, asked if you wanted to do something. Yui guessed, trying to come across as calm while also trying to stop herself from shaking a little. Oh, please don't get turned on from this. She was wearing a dress. If something went down her leg it would be obvious. Yeah. And he suggested, I can repay the favor by kissing his stomach. Itsuka continued to explain, and I got carried away. I see. It's so stupid. Itsuka leaned forward, leaning on her arm as she pouted. He and I go through everything, thinking we're pretty much immune from being awkward around each other, and now I mess it up because I couldn't control my goddamn horniness. I mean, you didn't necessarily mess everything up, Yu shrugged, making Itsuka look over at her. I mean, you two did just, make out. I guess we could call it that. But are you saying that Izuku might think you're weird? Or that he'll be awkward around you from now on? No, but… Well… Itsuka frowned again, but Yui raised an eyebrow. Itsuka, you know Izuku. There's no chance in hell he'd think you're weird, or that, he's definitely feeling awkward about it like you are, I can't deny that, but there's no way that he would just think everything's messed up. All you've got to do when he comes out is look at him, give him a big smile, talk to him like you always do, and then it'll be back to normal. Itsuka glanced away, obviously still unsure, but Yu moved to take her hand and give it a gentle squeeze, surprising the orange-haired girl. Trust me, Yu nodded, just stop feeling awkward about it, and everything will be fine. Itsuka blinked, staring into those lovely blue eyes for a few seconds and feeling weirdly nervous, feeling her heart thumping in her chest for some reason, but it was interrupted when they heard the sound of the changing door being opened again. They both straightened up as Izuku came back out, wearing the white sweater, t-shirt, and jeans as requested. Itsuka felt herself redden again as she glanced at him trying not to look at her, but then let out a small sigh, remembering what Yui told her, and squared her shoulders, forcing herself to sit up, and gave him a wobbly smile while staring straight at him, every fiber of her being begging her to look away but forcing herself to ignore it. Very nice, Izuku, Yui nodded. This is what happens when you actually wear nice clothes, you look much more appealing. I wear nice clothes, Izuku grumbled, pouting at her teasing, you guys just have no taste. Itsuka took a small breath, and then, with that same wobbly smile, teased, we have plenty of taste. Your shirts are just a crime. Izuku glanced at her, seeing her sitting there and smiling at him, and he felt his breath catch in his throat. He glanced at Yui one more time, and then back at Itsuka, before smiling slightly, rubbing the side of his head sheepishly. I disagree with that, but, okay. Now then, Yui stood again, reaching over and picking up a pink dress-up shirt from her little pile along with a pair of cargo shorts. Put these on. I don't think pink's my thing. Sure it is. Today's about experimenting, Izuku. You can experiment with new colors, I think you would look quite handsome in pink. But I thought no buts. Go. Yui shoved the clothes into his arms, and then gave him a gentle push towards the door. Itsuka watched as Yui pushed Izuku through the changing room door, ignoring his protests, and couldn't help but giggle a little bit as Izuku was shoved unceremoniously into the changing room, and Yui pulled it closed behind her. She then turned to see Itsuka smiling softly to herself, folding her hands together gently, and felt a small pang in her heart. Okay, enough emotional talk stuff, back to teasing. By the way, she said offhandedly as she began walking back to the bench, sitting down and looking at her best friend, grow out your hand until I tell you to stop. Itsuka blinked, unsure where this came from or where it was going, but still did as she was told, growing her hand until Yui told her to stop, settling on a 1. Inspecting her index finger, Yui nodded, pointing at the finger. That's the size of Izuku's PP, she informed her, making Itsuka squeak and go very red as she glanced at her own finger in shock, just for future reference. Itsuka was about to reprimand her best friend for the inappropriateness of that, until she glanced back at her finger. It was, well, not weirdly gigantic, but still. I'll keep that in mind. So, Setsuna put her hands behind her head, grinning at the two girls. Wanna tell me why you two are avoiding Todoroki all the time? It was strangely appealing, seeing both Momo and Kyuka spit out their drinks in shock at the same time. They were currently sitting in the food court of the mall, having already grabbed their food from the various restaurants around them, and had sat down to have a moment to relax after an hour of shopping. They had met up with Mina, Kyuka, and Toru during their shopping spree, Mina still sweating bullets from almost being caught by Izuku and only being saved by him trying to double-check and narrowly missing her, which Kyuka and Toru had been lambasting her for. Luckily, a quick text from Itsuka confirmed that they dragged him to a woman's clothing store, intending for him to pay them back for sitting through his dress-up stuff by modeling off some clothes for him, so they had some time to relax and eat before continuing to shop. Setsuna had already grabbed Yui's gift for her, while Ibara had Itsuka's. Now, they were sitting around a table, waiting for Mina, Tsuyu, and Toru to return with their food while they chatted. While Momo and Kyuka tried hard not to die of embarrassment from one table, Setsuna grinning smugly at them, Ibara, Pony and Okiko had taken another table, although their topic of conversation was not as light-hearted. So, you and Hadu-senpai were talking about putting some of us together with. Ibara wondered aloud, while Okiko cringed. Not exactly like that, but, she sighed, swirling a French fry in her ketchup cup. I'm sorry, guys, You can explain, Pony said kindly, sitting back while eating. We know you aren't a J.K., we're just confused. I know, Okiko shook her head and glanced up at them. It's not like. Okay. Maybe I should start from the beginning. I noticed how close you guys are to Deku. And I know that he feels really close to you guys too. So I had thought about scenarios where I could help some of you guys get together. I ended up talking with Nejaya about some of the ideas I had, but I wasn't actually going to try and pair up you guys. I know the situation's more, gosh, I'm sorry, guys. She stared in shame at the table. This must make things so much more awkward. No, not awkward, Ibara assured her, reaching out and gently taking Okiko's hand. We know that you don't mean anything bad by it. I'm still embarrassed, Okiko admitted, giving them a weak smile, but thanks. Both of them nodding in understanding, the three of them decided to dig into their lunches, feeling pretty hungry from shopping for an hour, and ate quietly while Momo and Kyuka denied any relations with Shoto the next table over. Still, Pony glanced up at the brunette girl and cleared her throat. Just out of curiosity, she muttered. What were your plans to put us together? Here. I'm a bit curious as well, Ibara confessed, smiling at Okiko as she whirled around. You know Midoriya better than any of us, and we know him quite well. How would you have put us together? Okiko blinked, glancing between the two of them, before letting out a small sigh and smiling slightly. Well, keep in mind, this is what I would have told Deku to do, not necessarily you guys. Okay. Pony leaned in, more than a little curious. So according to you, how should Izuku romance us? Well. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 put a finger to her mouth, trying to remember. For you, 𝗏𝗏. I would have told Deku to take you out for dinner first, then take you out for a movie. It's a bit normal for date stuff, but I thought you'd enjoy that. Pony thought about it, then shrugged. I guess you're right. It's normal stuff, but I like normal stuff. He could probably charm my breathes off. Plus, she muttered, marking out in a movie theater's pretty hot too. And for me? Ibara inquired, how do you think Midoriya should romance me? Well, I was thinking of a date in a park. Oh. Yeah, sunny afternoon, picnic basket, you two sitting in a corner while talking the afternoon away. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 sighed dreamily, smiling to herself. One of my first dates with 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐫, she took me out to a park to relax under a tree, and it was so romantic I still get a little blush when I think about it. Trust me, it's a classic date thing, but it's so good. You know, I never took you for a romanticist, Uraraka. Ibara giggled, and the brunette girl shrugged sheepishly. I'm not allowed to be. Girl, you don't hear me complaining. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 giggled a bit more, and then looked off to the side. Although, her smile fell somewhat. Only. What's up? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 stared off a bit more, before sighing. No, forget it, I'm sorry. It'll just bring the mood down. No, go ahead, Ibara said kindly, smiling at her, and gesturing for her to continue. I just. 𝐒𝐿 sighed again, and gave them an apologetic look before continuing. I was just wondering. You're, all 7 of you like him, right? Pony and Ibara glanced at each other, and then nodded slowly, not sure where she was going with this. Setsuna heard that as well, and felt her attention move away from teasing Momo and Kyuka, and onto 𝐒𝐿 as she fidgeted in her chair. So? 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, and asked, in a quiet voice. So what happens when one of you asks him out? What happens to the other 6? Both Ibara and Pony felt themselves blink in surprise, taken aback by what 𝐒𝐿 just said, before they felt their own smiles fall. Beside them on the other table, Setsuna wasn't looking at them, but the way she went quiet indicated that she was also listening. Momo and Kyuka shared a glance between each other, their own problems on their minds fading away when they heard 𝐒𝐿 say tart, as they looked to Ibara and Pony for an answer. Ibara had paused somewhat, obviously thinking, before she let out a small sigh. You were right, Uraraka, that was a mood killer. 𝐒𝐿 winced, and was about to apologize again before Ibara reached out to touch her hand again, smiling. I'm not angry at the question, she clarified, just. Well, I should say that I've also had those thoughts before. Of what would happen should Midoriya choose between us. Yeah. Pony muttered, frowning somewhat. Me too. Setsuna also kept silent. I am in love with Midoriya, Ibara told the group, not really that embarrassed to admit it. I've liked him since he entered the house, took my first kiss, and then grew closer to me. Our time that we spent tending to my garden. I admit, those moments are precious to me. When we made love at the hotel, both Momo and Kyuka glanced at each other at that. It was one of the most special moments of my life. I may be speaking too soon, or perhaps foolishly, but I would be more than happy to spend the rest of my life with him. The girls paused at that, before Ibara let out another small sigh. With that said, she reluctantly said, if Midoriya chooses to be with someone else, I will understand. Really? Pony gasped, looking to her best friend as she slowly nodded. Yes, Ibara bit her lip. If Midoriya chooses to romance Itsuka, or you, or Kinoko and Leiko or Set or you, I will understand. Obviously, I'll be heartbroken, but I will understand. And I won't regret falling in love with him either. If Midoriya chooses to love someone else, I will be content to just be in his life. The girls stared at Ibara in shock for a few moments, almost taken aback, until Pony let out a small, nervous giggle. You're so cool, Ibara, she praised her, pumping her fists. I want to be just like you when I grow up. Pony, you're older than me, Ibara giggled a bit, and the other girls laughed as well. Anyway, I never really thought about it like that, but I think I'm in the same boat as you. Pony shook her head lightly, still smiling a bit, I'll be more than happy if Izuku looks my way, but I guess I can live with it if he doesn't. Ibara smiled at her, and reached over to wrap her arm around her and give her a brief little squeeze, Pony giggling a bit while 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐽 let out a small exhale. I'm glad to hear you guys are being so mature about this, she admitted, although her gaze was still downcast, but I'm still sorry for bringing it up. Don't be, Ibara sighed, releasing Pony and looking back at her. I think that each girl in the house knows that this is a conversation we'll have to eventually have at some point, it's just a matter of when. 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐽 nodded slowly, understanding, and then sighed. But still, I'm sorry, again, she kept apologizing, rubbing her face, but, anyway. Momo. Oh. Yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐽. Momo stuttered, having been pretty content with listening for a while there but managing to come out of her observation, raising her cup to sip at her drink. You guys should really talk to Todoroki soon. He's getting kind of sad about you guys avoiding him. Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry, Tokage. I didn't mean to spit that on you. This. Izuku sighed, his arms full of bags, this is unfair. What do you mean? Yui raised an eyebrow, her own arms full, we're carrying bags too. 2 of these are mine. The rest are yours. They were walking down the hall towards another store, Izuku carrying around 15 bags in total, the 2 that were actually his being hung on his pinky finger, and grumbling to himself. Itsuka and Yui, walking a bit in front of him, had their own bags swinging back and forth, although they weren't holding as many as he was. Izuku's grumbling came from the fact that his shopping had wrapped up surprisingly quickly, and now the girls were taking advantage of the fact he had less bags than them to use him as a pack mule. Look, if you're complaining, use your black WHP thingy, Itsuka giggled a bit, smirking back at him, that'll take off the load. You use your black WHP thingy, he grumbled immaturely, and Itsuka giggled again. Really, it was nice to not be so awkward around him anymore. Yui's advice really helped, so she hung back a little, and took a few of the bags from his hand, surprising him. Tell you what, she offered, carry these a little while longer, and I'll buy you some ice cream. Sounds good. Izuku pouted. You think you can get me to do whatever you want with ice cream? 2 ice creams, Yui said from in front of them, which made Itsuka laugh and Izuku shake his head. Fine, I guess. He couldn't help but smile, though, grinning at Itsuka. As long as it's a big ice cream. Define big. Oh, 2 scoops. Itsuka glanced off to the side, jokingly conflicted. I don't know. 2 scoops might be too much. Izuku chuckled, and tapped his shoulder against hers, making her giggle. Yui couldn't help but feel warm at the sight of them. It felt strangely relieving, not to feel jealous of her best friend and her crush getting along and flirting somewhat even if neither of them realized they were, and seeing the 2 not being awkward around each other anymore, just enjoying their afternoon shopping. Although, she had a sudden fantasy of Izuku holding one of her hands and Itsuka holding the other, walking down the STRP, and she blinked at the sudden nice mental image. She kinda wanted that. A lot. She was already kind of wondering how she could manipulate things to where her 2 best friends had absolutely no choice but to hold her hands. Her half-baked schemes, however, were interrupted when she turned around, about to ask if they wanted to go up another floor to another store, and suddenly saw Kinoko and Leiko stroll out of the store in front of them, giggling and laughing amongst themselves, and holding an obvious all-mic bag. Yui felt herself pale as the girls turned to them, saw Izuku's back right in front of them as he had turned to talk to Itsuka, and froze, staring in shock and horror as Izuku was about to turn back around and see them, with the obvious gift bag in their hands. Yui saw Izuku about to turn, and felt flight or fight overcome her. Oh, God, if he turned his head even a fraction, he'd see the all-mic gift bag, and then he would connect the dots, because why would Kinoko be holding an all-mic gift bag for reasons other than him, and then he'd realize that they were planning something for his birthday. SHT. If she wanted to make sure that his attention wasn't on what they were holding in their hands, she'd have to do something very distracting. But what could she? Wait, she knew. Well, all she could pray for was that the other girls didn't get too jealous of what she was about to do. Izuku's eyes had begun flickering to Leiko and Kinoko, seeing them standing there, but before his eyes could go lower to what Kinoko was holding, Yu took 2 brave steps towards Izuku, put down the bags, grabbed both of his cheeks, and leaned up on her tippy toes to plant a kiss straight to Izuku's lips. 𝐿𝐵. Izuku's eyes bulged open as Yu tried to give him the most passionate kiss she could, praying that his eyes were open wide straight at her instead of the girls behind him as she shoved her tongue into his mouth. Speaking of those girls, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 quickly caught on to what Yui was doing, despite her sudden shock at seeing Yu kiss Izuku out of nowhere, and quickly grabbed the all-might bag from her girlfriend's slacked grip, and hid it inside one of her other bags, praying that Izuku didn't notice. Itsuka, meanwhile, let out a sound that sounded like someone stepped on her foot as her best friend kissed her crush out of nowhere, and disconnected, leaving a small spit trail that snapped as Yui slid her tongue back into her mouth, having explored a bit to keep Izuku completely distracted. Sorry, she apologized stoically, you were being very cute, so I could not resist. 𝐵𝐵 moved as she broke him, Kinoko observed lightly, still a bit taken aback by that kiss, while also mentally acknowledging that the kiss was strangely hot. Ah! 𝐒𝐿𝐽. Kinoko. Yui turned to them, pretending to have just noticed them there while sounding more deadpan than they had ever heard her, ignoring Izuku slowly melting into a pile of embarrassment behind her while Itsuka slowly blinked at both of them, a blush on her cheeks. Nice to see you guys. Done shopping? Yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 nodded, quickly catching on. We were just leaving she was about to turn to point at the shop, only to see it was a pro-hero-themed store, which would obviously give away what they were doing. We were just leaving She turned her head to the store right next to it, and cringed slightly as she realized that she didn't have much choice in saying this. We were just leaving the lingerie store. Of course, that just made Izuku squeak again and go even redder, staring at the ground and hunching over slightly. The girls also ignored his little all-might action figure downstairs, but luckily the crisis had been averted for Izuku figuring out their real reason for being here, although he nearly collapsed on the bench when Itsuka, with a small blush on her face, decided to go into the lingerie store with Yu, leaving a comatose Izuku with Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 while they tried not to laugh too much. After that, they finally stopped for something to eat, letting Izuku feel relieved to put down the multiple bags filled with clothes and makeup and bath bombs and whatever else Yui and Itsuka had picked up for themselves. At that time, Ibara, Pony, and Setsuna rejoined them, Ibara confirming via text that the 1A girls had left already, although Momo and Kyuka were off muttering to each other about something they had discussed at lunch, and since shopping for Izuku was done, the girls had a fun time hanging out in the mall, talking and laughing amongst each other while Izuku was forced to hold more and more bags. Although Ibara took pity on him and used her vines to help him, and the girls eventually conceded and took their own bags back, thankful that Izuku wasn't questioning why they insisted to hold specific bags that were containing his gifts. All in all, it was a fun time at the mall, Izuku actually having a little fun when the girls had him visit another clothing store and try on some clothes, dressing in a few more snappy outfits while Kinoko, Setsuna, and Pony acted as his cheerleaders, Kinoko calling him gorgeous no matter what he was wearing, Setsuna catcalling him, and Pony wolf whistling. He tried on multiple outfits, from a long coat badass Kinoko cheered, to a denim jacket with no sleeves. Oh, goodness, please, no. Ibara cried out, shielding her eyes, to a rainbow-colored t-shirt. Taste the rainbow, 𝐿𝐼 was all Setsuna could get out before Itsuka smacked her to a coat with 4 extra arms. We could fit 3 people in there. Kinoko, Pony, get in there. It was, however, when Izuku came out in a leather jacket, coughing self-consciously as he stood awkwardly before them and glancing at the floor, that the girls didn't make any comments. Feeling a bit confused about where the teasing was, Izuku glanced up, and was surprised to see the girls either avoiding looking at him or staring transfixed, small blushes on their faces, and Setsuna was nodding slowly with a smirk on her face. Izuku cleared his throat, and held out his arms. Do I look awkward? No. Ibara managed to squeak out, still blushing. Not awkward, just hot, Kinoko muttered, low enough that he didn't hear her and biting her lip, really freaking hot. Izuku glanced down at the jacket again, feeling self-conscious. So, why you still have a few things to try on, Itsuka finally managed to squeak out, suddenly standing up and helping an awkward Izuku out of the coat, surprising him as she shoved another shirt into his hands. "Here, try this on, okay?" Right." Izuku nodded, and quickly hurried back into the changing room. Itsuka glanced down at the jacket again, blushing slightly, before she sighed and nodded, and then turned to walk over the counter with the jacket in her hands. The girls watched her put the jacket over the counter and pull out her wallet, and let out weak chuckles. "I'd make fun of Prez for giving in to the corny," Setsuna laughed, "but goddamn, he looked too hot in that jacket, so I'm not going to complain." Soon enough, though, they knew their time at the mall would have to come to an end, needing to get back to the campus before Vlad King came after them, so they bought Izuku a polo shirt from the store and made their way back out of the mall, Itsuka hiding the package with the leather jacket from Izuku while they left. Soon, they jumped onto the bus heading back to UA, and were more than happy to chat and laugh with each other while Izuku felt a bit tired from the long day of shopping and trying on clothes, and ended up dozing off on Pony's shoulder. The horse girl tried really hard not to be too happy about that, raising her phone to take a selfie of Izuku snoozing on her shoulder, and made it her wallpaper. Finally, after about 20 minutes, they arrived back at UA, and Pony roused Izuku from his sleep so they could get off. At least now, as they walked back to the house, Ibara held most of the bags with her vines, Itsuka teasing Izuku for carrying their stuff all day while Izuku gave her a light shoulder check, which made the other girls roll their eyes. At last, they all made it into the house, sighing in relief as they were able to put the bags down at long last and rub their sore hands. Izuku managed to take the clothes that were bought from him from the pile. The girls were all incredibly nervous in case he picked up the wrong bag, and sagged in relief when he successfully collected all of his things and went up to his room, wanting to put them away and then take a nap. Itsuka, meanwhile, managed to get to her own room with her own stuff, and shut the door behind her. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she put the bags onto her bed, and then began sorting through them, putting some dresses in one pile while putting her shampoo and bath bombs in another, and then folding up her briefs and new lingerie to put away for later. Eventually, she came across what she was looking for, her 2 gifts for Izuku. One she was going to wrap up and give to him tomorrow with everyone else. The other. She felt herself smile slightly as she lifted the leather jacket up, glancing into her closet to see her own leather jacket on the hanger. She wanted to give this to him privately tomorrow, not just to make it a bit more special in her eyes, but to make sure they had something to bond over. She knew that the girls were going to need a volunteer to distract Izuku tomorrow while they set up for his birthday, needing something for Izuku to do all day as they got ready. And thankfully, she thought as she glanced out the window at the motorcycle in the driveway, she knew just how to do it. Kinoko let out an excited giggle as she was thrown onto the bed by her girlfriend. After a long day of shopping for Izuku and themselves, Kinoko was more than ready for some quality time with her girlfriend, kicking off her shoes as Leiko pulled her dress off, tossing it into the hamper as she climbed into the bed with her, squeezing her arms around her chest to show off her BRSS. That kiss with Yui and Izuku, Kinoko confessed as Leiko climbed atop of her, straddling her and beginning grinding slightly through their underwear. That was weirdly hot, wasn't it? A bit, Leiko nodded, bending over to kiss her while cooing, Kinoko's hands crawling up her legs towards her. But that was a close one, though, wasn't it? If Midoriya was a bit quicker, he'd have seen. Oh, but he didn't, Kinoko sighed as Leiko kissed her neck, so it's all good. Indeed, Leiko smiled, biting her neck lightly, and then rolled them over, letting Kinoko lay on top of her and begin to hump her. Both girls let out small cries as Kinoko's moving went faster, Leiko lowering her hands to smack Kinoko's butt and encourage her movements. It had been a while since they properly had sex, having spent the night of their reunion with Izuku and needing to concentrate on the exam for the rest of the week, so they were more than happy to finally get a night to themselves. After another few moves, both Kinoko and Leiko felt a bit thirsty, so Leiko gave her a lustful grin as she rolled them back around, and sat up so that she could rearrange herself, moving one of her legs over Kinoko's head, and sat down on her face. Kinoko let out a muffled giggle as Leiko felt her panties be moved to the side by her mouth, letting out an excited breath as Kinoko's tongue began sliding up her knock. Both Kinoko and Leiko froze, whipping around to look at the door, Kinoko's head trapped between Leiko's thighs making her have to awkwardly move her head up, and Leiko sitting awkwardly on her girlfriend's face. Both of them grumbling in disappointment, 𝐒𝐭 quickly got off of 𝐭𝐼𝐾 and got to her feet, both girls moving to put back on their dresses to look presentable, and soon, 𝐒𝐭 walked to her door, clearing her throat, and opened the door. Standing there was Yui, having changed out of her dress from today and raising an eyebrow as she glanced into the room, seeing the girls blushing, and pursed her lips slightly. Hey! Hey, you! 𝐭𝐼𝐾 raised an eyebrow, glancing at 𝐒𝐭 and then back to the stoic girl. What's up? Yui stared vacantly off for a few seconds, as though thinking to herself, and then shook her head and sighed, nothing much. I had a question. About how you guys were romancing Izuku. So you just sat down and told him. 𝐭𝐼𝐾 and 𝐒𝐭 glanced at each other, as though trying to remember if they were forgetting anything else important that had happened when they told Izuku they wanted to romance him together, and once they were sure they weren't missing anything, nodded at Yui. The stoic girl sat there for a moment, obviously thinking it over, and then pouted. That's stupid. I don't want to do that. Both of the other girls rolled their eyes, staring at their stoic friend as she shook her head like an immature child. They were sitting in 𝐒𝐭's room, Yui sitting on her desk chair while 𝐭𝐼𝐾 and 𝐒𝐭 sat together on the bed, as the sun gently set in the distance through 𝐒𝐭's window, giving the entire room an orange glow. Once Yui had explained why she was there, and her feelings of love and lust for her crush and her best friend, 𝐭𝐼𝐾 had been shocked, but 𝐒𝐭 had merely shrugged, the silver-haired girl not really being all that surprised that Yui was in love with Itsuka. It wasn't like 𝐒𝐭 could judge, she fell for her best friend and Izuku too. With that in mind, and Yui asking for how they told Izuku they were going to romance him, explaining that Izuku had told her during their shopping trip a few days ago, they decided to sit back, pretend that Yui totally didn't just cockblock them, and discuss with the stoic girl the nature of their feelings for each other and Izuku, and how they plan to address them, namely, by romancing him in a polygamous relationship. Yui, of course, had listened to all of that, nodding slightly at each new piece of information they gave her, and how 𝐭𝐼𝐾 and 𝐒𝐭 had simply confessed to Izuku their intentions going forward with him. And then, Yui ran into her own problems with that particular scenario. Izuku's one thing, Yui shook her head, but Itsuka's different. Izuku knows that I'm attracted to him, I'm always hugging and kissing him, but I'm not sure if she even likes girls. I mean, 𝐭𝐼𝐾 shrugged, maybe. I think I saw her glance at Setsuna in the shower once or twice. Setsuna also likes to tease everyone, 𝐒𝐭 brought up fairly, and is always pushing her melons into our faces. It might just be her keeping an eye on to make sure she doesn't do anything to Ibara or Dash. She then glanced at Yui out of the corner of her eye, seeing Yui start to pout, and quickly changed her tone. Or it might be that Itsuka likes melons. Because she's bi. She wants Setsuna's melons in her face. She wants Setsuna to sit on her face. She wants, yeah. Nice save, Yui snarked, and 𝐒𝐭 shrugged. Anyway, 𝐭𝐼𝐾 got them back on track. I'm sure that even if you just decide to ask Itsuka out, she won't just turn you down. You're her best friend, I'm sure that she won't just turn you away, she'll want to talk to you more about your feelings. Maybe, Yui sighed, shaking her head, still pouting somewhat, but I don't think it's logical to sit both of them down. Go, hey, I realize that I want you both to dominate me, please go out with me. One of them might accept that, but not both of them. 𝐭𝐼𝐾 and 𝐒𝐭 shrugged, while also not trying to think about the image of Izuku and Itsuka going to town on Yui. That was phew boy. They needed to concentrate on comforting Yui, not imagining the stoic girl being in the middle of an Izuku and Itsuka sandwich. Which, okay, no, stop that, stay on topic. And even then, Yui continued on, I'm not sure if Izuku and Itsuka would even want that. I did find out what happened today between them that made them all awkward, they came pretty close to having secretary. Finally, 𝐭𝐼𝐾 threw her hands up in the air, feeling slightly exasperated. I was like, wondering. Izuku can't keep his hands off any of us, but with Itsuka he was all respectful around her. I was starting to wonder if they were even interested in each other like that. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wrinkled her brow, turning to her girlfriend in confusion. Really? I thought that the attraction and want between them was pretty obvious. Yeah. Yui nodded. It's obvious that 𝐒𝐿's just looking for a reason to pin Izuku to the dining room table and F him. It's been obvious since the game of truth or dare. Kinoko sputtered, realizing she was the only one who didn't see this coming, and then crossed her arms and pouted. Well, SORY. I didn't realize it was so obvious. Points for trying. 𝐿EIKO smiled, and kissed Kinoko's cheek, which seemed to make her smile. Anyway, you got back on track. Now Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 are aware that they want to have sex with each other, so it's pretty much a matter of time before we hear beds breaking. It's what happened with Ibara, and she was just a version, and after what happened with her stupid ex, I bet 𝐒𝐿's just waiting for the opportunity to have sex with someone she actually loves. After that, she's probably going to be solely interested in him, and not me. So. She let out a small sigh, glancing to the side and frowning. So I have no idea what to do now. Kinoko and 𝐿EIKO shared another glance, and then looked to Yui in sympathy. Indeed, it must be tough for the stoic girl. It was easy for them to come to the conclusion they wanted to romance Izuku together, especially since both of them talked to the other honestly about having feelings for him while being in love with each other. Yui, on the other hand, had to face an upward battle, having Izuku like her, and also be okay with romancing 𝐒𝐿 with her, while making sure the orange-haired girl also felt that way for Yui. It was probably easy to get a polygamous relationship between the three of them going, but it seemed like Yui didn't want that. She wanted all three of them to be happy together. It was almost strange, neither one of the couple feeling even slightly jealous about this, as Yui might be considered a rival to them, but they only felt compassion for their friend. If you genuinely want my advice, 𝐿EIKO finally said, making Yui look over at her. I would ask Izuku about this. Yui pouted again. But Izuku is one of the nicest people in this house, 𝐿EIKO continued on, interrupting her, and he'll always sit down and at least talk it over with you. I imagine that since he's okay with Kinoko and I working together to romance him, he'll also be fine with you romancing both him and 𝐒𝐿. Besides, if you do want to be in a relationship with him and 𝐒𝐿, you'll need to be open and honest with him. I think it would be very easy for him to think that you just want a THSM between yourself, him and 𝐒𝐿. And that's not what you want, is it? No. The stoic girl shook her head. Not at all. In that case, in this instance, honesty and openness are the key. Yeah. Kinoko nodded feverishly, balling her fists. Just tell him what you want, girl. I mean, Izuku's fine with being in a polygamous relationship with us. I don't see why he wouldn't be okay with you and 𝐒𝐿. Yui considered their words carefully, staring blankly at nothing, before she let out a tiny sigh and stood up. I think that you two sound smart, so I probably should listen to you, Yui nodded, pushing the chair back to 𝐿EIKO's desk. If I do want to romance both Izuku and 𝐒𝐿, I guess I should be upfront with both of them. Fine. If that's what it'll take, I'll talk to Izuku soon. Cool. Kinoko cheered, and then felt a mischievous smile come over her face as she thought of something to tease her. Also, all else fails, you can just come back in here, and me and 𝐿EIKO could take care of you. We'd love to have you. 𝐿EIKO sputtered, and then smacked her girlfriend's shoulder, chuckling. Yui, on the other hand, eyed both of them, 𝐿EIKO's messed up dress, showing off her thighs, and Kinoko's wrinkled clothes showing the hint of cleavage, and smirked. I'll consider it, she nodded, and then made her way towards the door. Also, before I go, it's not polygamy you're after, it's polyamory. Hey. Polygamy is about one person having more than one partner at a time. Polyamory is people having multiple relationships while the people involved give their consents. It's basically one guy having two girlfriends versus three people dating each other. You kept using polygamy when it's polyamory, it was bothering me. Kinoko and 𝐿EIKO glanced at each other, taken aback by that, but then shook their heads, laughing a little. We'll keep that in mind. Polyamory, Kinoko giggled, right? Yui shook her head, but still bowed slightly in thanks, and without another word, closed the door behind her as she left back for her room downstairs. Both Kinoko and 𝐿EIKO sighed, and flopped down onto their backs, staring at the ceiling. They could distantly hear the sound of a bed squeaking, and the sound of 𝐒𝐿 making noises, but they were a bit distracted by the conversation that they just had to properly think about it. Long day, �ＬEIKO noted, and Kinoko nodded. Can't believe we got cock-blocked there. I mean, the night's still young. Just because we got cock-blocked there, doesn't mean we have to stop. Oh, I know, Kinoko giggled, rolling onto her side to kiss Leiko's cheek. All that talk about Yui having sex with Midori and Itsuka. It kinda got my engine purring again. I think it's engine going, not purring, the silver-haired girl corrected, but still rolled over to kiss Kinoko, lowering her hands to rub at her legs, but I agree. The thought of those three together. Well, now that polyamory is on the table, Kinoko laughed as they rolled over again, letting Kinoko be on top and smirking as Leiko's hands raised to her butt. Does that mean all four of us would date Midori? You, me, Itsuka and Yui. Might as well cut out the middleman, Leiko smirked as well, and just bring in Pony, Setsuna and Ibara too. The whole house, why not? I mean maybe, Leiko put a finger to Kinoko's lips, shushing her. We should worry about the two of us getting into a relationship with him before bringing anyone else in. We still kind of have to romance the CRP out of him, remember? Right. Well, we can discuss that after his birthday. With everyone coming over tomorrow, we shouldn't try anything that would embarrass him. Leiko conceded, but still reached for her side table, G&G around for something, and letting out a satisfied when she finally brought out the DLD, and smirked as she smacked it against Kinoko's stomach, the brown-haired girl gulping in nervous anticipation as she sat up on Leiko's legs. Now then, Leiko tittered, where were we? Izuku's B-Day Dynasmash. It's time to light the light. Speedy Gonzalez. Pardon me, which lights? Queen, it's an expression. Ida at Setsuna Tokaj, you're up early. Dynasmash. I was too excited to sleep. Time for Parsley's birthday. I'm so excited. Cowgirl. Same. I'm so ready to get today started. Do it for the vine. Well, I am excited as well. It seems we have a long day ahead of us getting ready. You well, it sounds like everyone's awake in my house. Setsuna, stop stomping down the stairs. You'll wake my Doria up. Okay, who just screamed? Cowgirl. I saw a spider. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 kill it. Dynasmash. Girl, just stab it with your horn. Cowgirl. No, I hate spiders. If it disappeared. Oh god, I'm so scared. Emily, hold on, I'm coming. Cowgirl. Thank you, Leiko. Emily, I want to look at it closer, see what kind of spider it is. Thinking face. Cowgirl. Cancelled. Leiko, you are cancelled. Emily, it's not like I'm going to eat it. That was one time. Dynasmash. Whole UP, you've eaten spiders. Emily, once when I was a kid. Dynasmash. That is so fing. Cursed girl. Emily. It was tasty. Dino Smash has removed Emily from the group chat. Mom has added 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐺. You said don't be mean. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐺 rude. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐺 has changed her nickname to Emily. You if Leiko wants to eat spiders, she can eat spiders. Rocking Queen. What in the cinnamon toast F? Did I just wake up to Rocking Queen has changed Momorozu's nickname to Queen Momo. Queen Momo. Do it for the vine. I do believe we got off topic here. By the way, Leiko piss don't eat spiders. Emily winking face. Ribbit girl, I've eaten flies before, so I don't think you're weird. 𝐼𝐺. Emily bug eating buddies. Else I will kill you. Leiko, you spiders are arachnids. Leiko, do it for the vine anyway. Midoriya's birthday. Speedy Gonzalez. Yes. I do believe that we've gotten entirely off topic here. We are here to discuss the planning of Midoriya's birthday, not the discussion of whether or not it is alright to eat spiders, which, by the way, 𝐼𝐺, I can't confidently say you shouldn't eat, but I still discourage you from trying. Please do not eat spiders. Emily, this is spider eating erasure. Sans do not eat spiders, you dumb beach. Queen Momo, is it necessary to call her that word? Emily, I mean I am a beach, so I'm not mad. Kinoko knows she's a beach too. At us. Winking face. Cowgirl. Guys, the spider is back. Emily, hold on, looks like my breakfast is ready. Cowgirl. 𝐼𝐺𝐺 you okay? We will discuss your eating habits later. Leiko, back to Izuku's birthday. Ida, is the cake ready? Speedy Gonzalez. Indeed. I received confirmation from the bakery, and they will have it ready for pickup by 12 p.m. today. Todoroki and I will go to pick it up, and bring it to your dorm house. He's back. Do it for the vine. Back from where other guy's house. Prank. Did as instructed. You report to the other group chat. Speedy Gonzalez. What prank, may I ask? You nothing. Ida, don't worry anyway, so the cake will be ready at 12, so at that time we need to get Izuku away from the house so we can set up Queen Momo. We can be over at that time as well. We'd only need about 2 hours to set up. Mina and Toru are quite enthusiastic about this. I should say Rocking Queen, so we can be there for then. So how are you guys getting Midoriya out of the house? Do it for the vine. 𝐻MU actually guys, I had an idea so I can be in charge of getting Izuku out of the house. Dynasmash thinking face, do tell you no winking face, just know that I can get him out of the house for the time you need to set up, do it for the vine very well Itsuka, if you have a plan we trust you shall. I once ate a worm rocking queen 𝐂𝐲𝐷𝐴𝐺𝐵 Emily, ah yes, my bug eating partner Xiaoto, so I understand. Dino Smash has removed Xiaoto and Emily from the group chat. Dynasmash at Momo at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Can't believe you had sex with him. Queen Momo shut the hell up with a soft groan. Izuku slowly opened his eyes as he felt himself start to wake up, staring blankly at his ceiling for a few moments in confusion. Other than his bed being a bit of a mess, and being currently shirtless, which he knew from shivering slightly from the air conditioning blasting, he felt like there was something off here. There was a lot more sunlight than he's used to waking up. He slowly craned his head around to look at his alarm clock, and blinked at the time of 11:32 in the morning. It was almost lunchtime. Why didn't he wake up at 6 like usual? Why didn't any of the girls come to wake him up when he didn't show? Why didn't his alarm go? And then he remembered, Izuku realized. He turned off his alarm for his birthday. And the girls must have wanted him to sleep in. He let out a small grunt as he sat up, wiping some crust from his eye with one hand and drool from the corner of his mouth with the other as he tried to stay awake now. That was right. He didn't celebrate his birthday much, but he had thought, after the long day he had yesterday shopping with everyone, that he would cut himself a break and sleep in. And sleep in he had. Apparently, he had gone to bed at 10 o'clock, after folding up all of his new clothes and putting them neatly away, and woke up 13 hours later. And he still wanted to roll back over and go back to sleep. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at that, grunting as he threw the covers off and got his feet out of the bed. It was funny, thinking about how shopping with the girls yesterday was even more exhausting than the stressful exam he had to take. Although he wasn't really complaining, Izuku reflected as he went to his dresser, pulling up one of his new shirts and smiling slightly. The day at the mall was very fun. After getting over the awkwardness with Itsuka and pushing away his suspecting thoughts over nothing, he had a lot of fun with the girls, going from store to store and trying out the various outfits the girls had picked for him. And while he had complained about being used as a pack mule, he didn't actually mind. He felt like he was being helpful, carrying some of the girls' bags while they promised to buy him ice cream for a reward. It had been a fun time, going around with Itsuka and Yui while talking and laughing, and then meeting up with Kinoko and Leiko, and then the other girls. Although Izuku wrinkled his brow as he turned and put his shirt down on his bed, suddenly reminded of something. Now that he thought of Kinoko and Leiko. When they had met up, he couldn't help but find it a tad bit strange. He had been about to turn around to greet them, seeing them out of the corner of his eye, when Yui went up and shoved her tongue into his mouth. It wasn't like he was complaining about Yui kissing him, other than the embarrassment that he got a bit turned on when she put her tongue in and thanked every god above that he had a lot of bags to hide his problem downstairs. It was just the timing. She said it was because he was being cute, and usually he would think that was enough for her wanting to kiss him, and again, not complaining, Yui was very good at kissing, but wait a minute. Izuku felt the small smile on his face fall, now thinking a bit harder about that scenario. He had his suspicions yesterday that there was something going on, before Itsuka and Yui distracted him with shopping and laughter and modeling clothes for him. A tight black dress with black leggings on. Itsuka had understandably driven every other thought out of his head that day, and he was just okay with spending the day having fun with them, other than being their pack mule. But now that he was thinking about it, pretty much the moment they had arrived at the mall, after going on about taking him shopping to replace his pun t-shirts, Ibara, Setsuna, and Pony went off immediately without them. Kinoko and Leiko did too, although that one might be understandable if they wanted to go on a mini-date that day. When they were gone, Itsuka and Yui dragged him upstairs, away from wherever the other girls went. They only met up around 2 hours after separating, and the girls didn't leave them after that. And when they met with Kinoko and Leiko, they were outside a Pro Hero shop. She said they left the lingerie stop, but why would Leiko want to go in there? Izuku wondered that as he sat on his bed, raising a hand to cup his chin in thought. She had told him before that she wasn't really one for lingerie, preferring to just strp down as soon as she could during any seki times. And he knew that Kinoko already had a lingerie dress. She had worn it when they had sek that night. So Why would they go inside a lingerie store? And then Izuku blinked. The Pro Hero store. If they weren't in the lingerie store, then they would have had to have been in there. But why? For what reason? Neither Leiko or Kinoko were really that big fans of pro heroes. There was no reason for them to be in there in the first place. Why would they be in there? Izuku shook his head slightly, not really sure why he was feeling weird about that. He knew that he himself probably would have gone in there anyway, not really to shop but look around and wonder what he normally would have gotten himself for his, and that's when Izuku felt his eyes widen, suddenly feeling some of the dots in his head start to connect. The girls disappearing the moment they got to the mall. The way they were holding their bags away from him when they had met up, as though making sure he didn't look in. Itsuka and Yui pulling him away from where the other girls vanished to go upstairs immediately, going on a random shopping trip to get him shirts. 1 day away from his birthday. His birthday. His birthday. They were doing something for his birthday. The moment he felt the dots connect in his head, Izuku immediately raised a hand to smack himself in the forehead for his density, letting out a groan. Of course. How could he be so stupid? A random shopping trip announced 1 day after he told them his birthday was coming up soon, and asking them not to do anything for it. Of course, he should have seen it coming that they'd ignore him. They must have gone shopping to buy him birthday presents, and Yu and Itsuka were the ones to distract him with the clothes shopping. God, why didn't he see this coming? They completely ignored his request to not do anything for his birthday, and they did it completely under his nose. Feeling himself start to fume with indignation, he grabbed the shirt from beside him on the bed, and was quick to put it on, feeling himself frown as he stood up to grab a pair of jeans. He'd get dressed, go downstairs, confront them about leading him around yesterday while getting ready for a birthday he didn't want to celebrate, and tell them to stop what they were doing. He wasn't sure why they wanted to celebrate his birthday, even after he told them not to, but he'd go down there, make sure they knew how he'd feel, and they'd know why he didn't want them to celebrate his wait. Izuku felt himself freeze up as he had one leg in his breathes, blinking in confusion at a sudden thought entering his head. Why was he against them celebrating his birthday? Izuku sat down on his bed again, feeling confused and a bit weirded out by himself. He didn't want to celebrate his birthday, but why? Why was he so against the girls doing something for him? He shook his head briefly. It wasn't like he was against them, well, getting him something for his birthday, or doing something to actually celebrate it. In hindsight, it should have been obvious that they would do something for him today. They all liked him, romantically, so it would be weird if they did as he was told and just treated today like any other day. And if it were their birthday, he might be in their shoes, running around like a headless chicken attempting to get something ready in time. But why was he? He shook his head, still trying to think up a valid reason for him not wanting the girls to celebrate the day of his birthday, and without thinking about it too much, automatically took his phone from the side table near his bed, unlocking it to check any messages that was sent to him while he was asleep. He smiled briefly at All Might's text to have a happy birthday, taking a moment to text him back and thank him, and then, as he clicked off All Might's messages, his eyes lowered down his phone, and he found her number. He blinked for a moment, seeing the option to call her right there beside her name, and then let out a small sigh. Maybe, dwelling in his thoughts trying to find an answer wasn't the way to do this. Maybe he needed to actually talk to someone about this. And that someone was someone he needed to call today anyway. Without a second thought, he quickly pressed the call button next to her name, brought it up to his ear, and waited until he heard the line connect. Izuku. He couldn't help but smile, feeling some happiness thump in his chest. Hi, Mom. Oh, happy birthday, sweetie. Inko sounded on the verge of tears already, making Izuku almost tear up as well, a curse of the Midoriya clan. If one of them started crying, the other wouldn't be far behind. Oh, 19 years old. It seems like just yesterday I had to carry you everywhere. Gosh, time sure does fly by, doesn't it, sweetie? Why yeah, it does. Sorry for not calling earlier, by the way, I just woke up. I decided to sleep in a bit later today. Oh, I wouldn't blame you for wanting to sleep in. I remember that you used to wake up at 4 for your exercise plan, after all. You won't hear me complaining if you decided to get a little more sleep today. So, What are your plans today? That's part of the reason why I'm calling, Izuku sighed, leaning forward slightly as he heard his mother sit down on the other end of the line. I was wondering if I could ask for your opinion on something. What is it, sweetie? You remember the girls I'm living with, right? Oh, of course. 𝐭𝐽 nodded immediately, Izuku practically hearing her smile over the line while he shook his head slightly. When he moved into the dorm house, Izuku had been quick to call his mother and explain that he would not only be living in another house for a bit, but also with girls. 𝐭𝐽 had been surprised at this development, but surprisingly, she didn't sound very bothered or concerned. He'd been sure to keep her updated with what was going on in the house during their weekly phone calls, although he'd spared her the exact details of what exactly went down the first few weeks, of course. All she knew was that the girls had messed up, and they were working to fix it. 𝐭𝐽 had been very supportive when she heard that, and always was sure to ask about them even if Izuku didn't bring them up. There had always been a weird, teasing tone in her voice whenever Izuku talked about the girls enthusiastically, which he didn't like one bit. So, other than the girls' mistakes at the start of this, 𝐭𝐽 obviously liked them. It was just, now. Izuku took another deep breath. I think they're doing something for my birthday today. A surprise, maybe. Oh, maybe they're planning a party. That sounds like fun. It does. Izuku sighed again, shaking his head. It's just, I don't know. Izuku, what is it? I don't think I deserve it, Izuku finally said, staring at his wall with a sad expression. Now that he had said it out loud, he realized why he was feeling so conflicted about the girls celebrating his birthday. He didn't feel like he properly deserved a celebration. Don't deserve it. 𝐭𝐽, for her part, sounded confused and concerned, Izuku hearing the sound of the couch creaking as she leaned forward. What do you mean, sweetie? Izuku shook his head, trying to properly find his words. I'm thinking that we haven't celebrated my birthday in forever, not since. Since I was diagnosed. 𝐭𝐽 had fallen silent at that, the memory of the doctor confirming he was quirkless obviously on her mind, and Izuku felt bad for bringing it up, and I'm not saying that I've been unhappy about it, I understand. The birthdays that we did together are always special to me. It's just, when I told the girls, I was sure to explain to them that I didn't need any celebrations for my birthday, but they just went ahead and did it anyway. And now, Izuku. And now he sighed again. I don't know why I feel so conflicted about it. There's a part of me that wants to go downstairs and tell them to stop what they are planning and not celebrate my birthday, but then, I think there's another part of me that wants to see what happens. I'm kind of excited to see what they do. I'm not sure why I don't want to celebrate my birthday. There was a pause on both ends of the line, where both Midoriyas mulled over Izuku's words, letting the boy sit in silence in his room as he looked sadly at his floor. Then 𝐭𝐽 spoke up. Honey. Yeah, Mom. It sounds like these girls care for you a lot. Here. Izuku blinked, not really sure where that came from or where it was going. But before he could ask, his mother continued speaking. Izuku, 𝐭𝐽 gently explained, you make it sound like something so shocking and unexpected, but really, it's not a surprise. Those girls heard that your birthday was coming up, and they wanted to do something to celebrate it. It's as simple as that. I know that you said that you don't think that your birthday is worth celebrating, but obviously, they disagree. They heard that your birthday was soon, and went out of their way to make sure that you have a great one. I know that. You probably don't really see the importance of celebrating the day you were born, but from what you've told me, those girls think you're important to them. So, it would make sense that they want to make sure you have fun on your birthday. Izuku hesitated, thinking over her words, before he let out a small sigh and felt himself nod slightly. I guess so. I know so, 𝐭𝐽 laughed warmly, which did make Izuku smile a bit. So what I think you should do, honey, is pretend you didn't realize anything, let the girls surprise you, and then have fun. Are you sure? The small lingering doubt in Izuku's mind made him say. Izuku, I'm positive. Izuku thought over her words. biting his lips slightly. He still wasn't completely sure, obviously. It had been a long time since he'd even considered celebrating his birthday, much less with people that cared about him. He was all too used to thinking that his birthday wasn't that important, just another day in the life of Izuku Midoriya. But the fact that the girls seemed to care enough for him that they thought his birthday was worth celebrating. He couldn't lie, it did warm his heart. Honestly, now he had to wipe at his eyes, feeling the telltale sign of tears. They must really care about him a lot, here. Maybe. Okay, Mom, Izuku softly said, okay. I'll let them celebrate my birthday. Good. Oh, I only wish I could be there too. Me too, Mom. Well, 𝐭𝐽 laughed again, sounding a bit cheerier. You'll have to introduce me to them some other time, then. Oh right. That did need to happen, Izuku realized with a wince. She had been wanting to meet them since the moment Izuku had told her that he'd be living in a house full of girls. Of course, the rather enthusiastic way she had always brought up meeting them made Izuku gulp even before he realized he had feelings for all of them, so he'd have to be very careful introducing her without those implications. He liked them all, of course. It was just a rather complicated situation right now, what with Izuku having feelings for all 7 of his roommates. Throwing his mother into the mix would complicate things even more. Yeah, eventually. Well, 𝐭𝐽 sighed as he heard her stand back up, hearing the shuffling of her slippers on the hardwood floor. I might as well let you go, honey. You should probably eat something soon. Izuku glanced at the clock and blinked at the time of 11. Oh. Yeah, I'd better do that. All right. Have a happy birthday, sweetie. I love you. Izuku smiled. Love you too, Mom. With that, the 2 Midoriyas hung up, Izuku letting out a sigh as he unplugged his phone from the charger on the wall and stretched his arms above his head, grunting slightly as he heard his shoulders pop. With a small smile, he bent down so he could put his other leg in his jeans, bringing them up and zipping the fly shut. Well, he did decide to celebrate his birthday with the girls, after all. Might as well get the day started. As soon as he was sure that he had his deodorant on, glancing into his mirror to check out the briefs and jeans that the girls had him buy yesterday, he put on a pair of socks, tried to feel as confident as he could, and went to the door of his room and opened it, and saw an ear, disembodied from its owner, immediately and quickly float back down the stairs. Izuku blinked, feeling momentarily confused and wondering if he had been hallucinating briefly, before he realized what it was, and couldn't help but let out a little chuckle, a soft smile gracing his lips. If the girls really were planning something, it would make sense to send her ear to listen in on his movements and know when he was coming down the stairs. He briefly wondered why she didn't send an eye too, but he shook that little nitpick out of his head as he started walking down the stairs, trying to keep his little grin of excitement down. Now that he was mostly over his brief conflict about the girls celebrating his birthday with him, he felt a bit nervous, but not in a bad way. More in a way that he was wondering what exactly they had planned. Were they going to try to distract him? Or would he get downstairs and they'd be waiting for him? With a definite pep in his step, he continued going down all the flights of stairs, very much ready for the day that the girls had planned for him. Finally, he reached the bottom floor and glanced out into the living, seeing the girls already sitting on the couches and chairs. There weren't any streamers or banners or party hats in sight, with the girls just looking like they were relaxing, Ibara reading her book, Leiko and Kinoko sharing a magazine, and Pony playing video games. Itsuka herself was standing near the closet, reaching in to grab a jacket and pull it out, smiling at it. They looked pretty inconspicuous. Not at all suspicious. As though they were just sitting down here and relaxing for the day. Although at the sound of his footsteps on the stairs, Pony turned around and saw Izuku arriving, and immediately jumped up, pausing her video game and jogging over to him. Izuku already knew what she was going to do, feeling his heart squeeze in his chest at the cute girl's wide smile, and with a chuckle, opened his arms and wrapped them around her, hugging her while she practically squeezed the life out of him. Happy birthday, Izuku! Pony squealed, sounding very excited and squeezing her arms around his neck for all it was worth. Izuku smiled a bit through the enthusiastic hug, opening his eyes, and then saw the rest of the girls, sans 𝐒𝐿 still putting on her jacket, lining up for their own hugs while looking at him expectantly. While 𝐒𝐿 realized that he was about to have the life squeezed out of him 5 more times and gulped nervously, Setsuna gave him a knowing but still sweet smirk as Pony finally let him go and stepped away, leaving 𝐒𝐿 to suffer through everyone else wanting to give him a huge hug. "Don't be too surprised, Parsley," she snarked as took 2 big steps in and swept 𝐒𝐿 up in her own hug, subtly rubbing her cheek against his. "We're fine with not celebrating your birthday, as much as we would like to, but you can't deny that you deserve at least a few hugs." 𝐒𝐿 knew she was full of it, and there was a part of him that wanted to snark about why her ear was listening to him moving around upstairs, but, wanting to maintain the surprise, just let out a small laugh and wrapped his arms around her, giving her a squeeze and enjoying her hand running through his hair. After that was Ibara, who, in addition to her own hug, also took a moment to plant a tiny kiss on his cheek and make him blush bright red while the other girls giggled, Kinoko using her opportunity to squeeze him even tighter than Pony and Setsuna combined, the girls panicking when they saw 𝐒𝐿's eyes bulging out of his head like a stress ball. "We can see his soul leaving through his mouth. Ease up." 𝐒𝐿 giving him a much gentler hug after that, although her hands went pretty low on his back and made him gulp nervously, and then Yu taking her own hug by nuzzling her head into his shoulder, letting out a small hum as she also took a moment to kiss his other cheek, although this one was a bit longer than Ibara's and left 𝐒𝐿 a sweating, blushing mess. As soon as the girls moved to give 𝐒𝐿 some space, smiling at him while he blushed a bit from the special attention but he certainly wasn't complaining, 𝐒𝐿 approached him, wearing her short leather jacket that only went down to her ribs, showing off her navel while having on a CRP top, which made 𝐒𝐿 gulp nervously as it showed off her muscular stomach. So, 𝐒𝐿, oblivious to 𝐒𝐿's sudden freezing up, and stopped a bit in front of him, something pink underneath her arm. 𝐒𝐿 tried hard to keep his eyes on her smiling face, and not to go lower towards her abs. "You got any plans today, birthday boy?" "Oh, plans?" 𝐒𝐿 managed to say, wrinkling his brow in confusion briefly. "What about the surprise?" But wait, maybe she's acting, so he quickly shook his head, trying to get back some of the confidence he had felt earlier, and said, "No, not really." "Good." 𝐒𝐿 nodded, and without warning, raised the pink thing in her hands and threw it to 𝐒𝐿. He let out a yelp of surprise as it sailed towards his face, and he held up his hands to grab it, only to fumble the catch and practically juggle the object in the air while trying to get a good hold of it. Setsuna and Kinoko giggled as he managed to finally grab the object without it slipping out of his grip, while Yui let out a small huff of amusement, watching as he gave 𝐒𝐿 an adorable pout while she smirked. "A little warning next time, please." He shook his head, unable to stop his own little smile when he heard 𝐒𝐿 giggle a bit. "So what's?" He turned the pink thing over in his hand, feeling his question fade away as he suddenly blinked. He was holding a helmet. A bright pink, hard helmet. He stared at it for a few seconds, and then looked back up at 𝐒𝐿, seeing her bend over beside the couch to lift another black helmet and give him a confident smile. "I did promise you the first ride, didn't I? The first?" 𝐒𝐿 wrinkled his brow, momentarily confused about what she could be talking about, and then it came to him, feeling his eyes widen. Wait, are you talking about Dash? The bike?" 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "I got it all finished up 2 days ago. She's ready to go for her first ride." And, wait, 𝐒𝐿 was still a bit lost, staring at 𝐒𝐿 in wonder. She's ready. And you Dash?" "Yep," she seemed to guess what he was thinking, smiling at him. "It's time we go for that ride." For a moment, 𝐒� was taken entirely aback, staring at her in surprise. Her bike, it was ready. It was ready to go. And 𝐒� wanted to go now. But why now? Where would they even go? What would they? Oh, wait. His birthday. Okay, no, now that made sense. If the girls were planning something, they would need him out of the house. So, 𝐒� was probably the one that was in charge of getting him out of the house for a while. If that was the case, and if the girls really needed some time to get everything ready, 𝐒� felt himself smile again, and glanced down at the pink helmet, nodding slightly. Okay, he said, pretending not to notice the girls pump their fists in victory behind him. "We can go for a ride." Just, do I have to have the pink helmet? Yes, Itsuka immediately nodded, grinning, yes you do. Darn. If it makes you feel better, Ibara said hopefully behind him, I thought you looked quite dashing whenever you wore pink yesterday. I'm not sure about that. About 10 minutes later, after Izuku had something small to eat since he skipped breakfast, and went to brush his teeth to get the taste of his breath out of his mouth, he and Itsuka had gone outside to the driveway, Itsuka throwing one leg over her bike and sitting down comfortably, putting the black helmet over her head and glancing behind her to look at Izuku. Gulping, and feeling more than a little nervous, he put the pink helmet over top his curly hair, strapped it together, and awkwardly scooted onto the back of the bike behind her. He was admittedly very nervous. This was the first time he'd ever ridden on a motorcycle, and he was almost 100% convinced that he was going to somehow slip off and force the girls to set up their surprise in the hospital. Hey, Izuku jumped when Itsuka looked around at him properly, smiling, you should hold onto my waist. Your dash. Yeah, my waist, she giggled, so you don't fall off. Izuku stuttered, and then ducked his head. I was muttering, wasn't I a little bit, she laughed, and turned the key in the ignition, the bike turning on and startling Izuku a bit. She still gave him an assuring smile, and hey, I think you can trust me not to go in a ditch. Izuku hesitated for a brief moment, but then shook his head and gave her a shaky smile. I guess I do. With that, and with a bit of reluctance due to how embarrassing it was, he scooted a bit closer, hearing the humming of the engine in front of him, and wrapped his arms around Itsuka's torso, trying not to shake too much as his bare arms held her around her muscular stomach. Itsuka also tried hard not to enjoy the feeling of his hands on her too much, kicking the metal pole that kept her bike from falling over up, and once the motorcycle was ready to go, held down the accelerator and pulled out of the driveway, turning slightly and beginning to go down the road. She wasn't going to go far, only wanting to drive around for a few hours. UA was a big campus, so as long as they were on the other side of it while the girls worked, they'd be fine. Speaking of the girls, they watched through the window as Itsuka took off, Izuku clinging to her as they drove down the road towards the other side of the campus. As soon as they were out of sight, Ibara was quick to open the door and jog outside, moving down to the end of the driveway and glancing down the road to make sure they weren't turning around. When she was sure they were out of sight, she nodded and strolled back inside. Now then, she announced to the other girls, let us get started. The girls let out a small cheer and fist bump, and got to work on getting Izuku's party set up. I texted the group chat. Yui raised her phone as Ibara strolled into the kitchen, turning on the oven and adjusting it for preheating. They're on the way. They'll also be bringing a. Apparently, Aizawa-sensei said that she was asking if she could have a sleepover with us. Of course. Pony jumped up and down in excitement as Kinoko and Leiko quickly climbed the stairs. We still need to introduce you to her. As Ibara bent down to get out the ingredients and various meats that she planned to use for the lunch that would be served today, Kinoko and Leiko returned downstairs, carrying the presents that they had wrapped yesterday. As an extra little bit of paranoia, they had stored the wrapped-up presents in Ibara's closet last night, praying that Izuku didn't suddenly have the urge to go in there and look through her clothes. Now that they were sure that Izuku didn't have some weird premonition and go through her dresses, Kinoko was more than happy to put the presents on the coffee table, adjusting them on the table to look neat. Setsuna also returned from upstairs, carrying a few of the chairs from their rooms for their guests to sit down on when they were eating in the living room later, while Yui and Pony worked together to move some of the furniture in the living room a bit closer together, so as everyone could feel a bit closer. Yui had wanted to shrink the furniture to move them easier, but Pony brought up that she could miscalculate and accidentally break something, so it was with great reluctance from the stoic girl that she grunted and picked up the couch with Pony. As the girls finished setting up the living room and took a step back to admire their work, they suddenly heard a knocking on the door. Letting out a small, excited yelp, as that could only be their guests, Pony trotted over to the door and pulled it open, revealing the 1A girls wearing nice clothing, Nejaya in a dress, and Ai at the front in her own dress and hair tied back in a ponytail, the little girl holding a backpack in her hands and beaming up at the horse girl. Eri. Pony immediately went down for a big hug, letting out a small grunt as she lifted the little girl up, patting her white hair while she giggled. Oh, I missed you so much. But we saw each other last week. Eri reminded her. But that was only on the bus. I didn't get to hug you then. Oh, right. Pony gasped suddenly, putting Eri down briefly. That reminds me. I brought you something from the beach. Really? Eri's eyes widened, smiling slightly at Pony's nod. With that, the girls came in, Mina and Toru looking around interestingly as they had never been in their house before. I texted Ida and Todoroki, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 explained to Ibara as Eri went to say hi to the other girls, and the 1A girls went to put their presents with the others, Kinoko immediately adjusting them to look neat so that their pile looked nice, and they've got the cake. They're bringing it now. Excellent. Ibara clapped her hands together while Nejaya peeked into the oven out of curiosity and winced slightly at the heat blasting out of it at her. In that case, we'll have everything ready to go by the time Midoriya and Itsuka get back. As Pony ran up the stairs to get Eri's souvenir, Setsuna, Leiko and Kinoko gave Eri big hugs, very happy to see the little girl, and Eri briefly ran into the kitchen to hug Ibara as well, the Vine girl rubbing a hand through her hair while giggling softly. Pony spoke for everyone when she said that she had missed the little girl, having her back over put even bigger smiles on everyone's faces as they worked. When Eri blinked at you, however, Ibara was suddenly reminded of something important, and bent down to Eri's level, letting 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 and Nejaya move past her to put on their own aprons to help out with the cooking. This, Eri, Ibara gestured to their 7th roommate that Eri hadn't met yet, is Yui. She was in her room when you came to visit the first time, so you didn't get a chance to meet her. She also lives with us. Yui. It's nice to meet you, 𝐒𝐿. You bent down to Eri's level, seeing the little girl cautiously approach her. If you wanted to give me some nickname, that's okay. Yes. You're really pretty, Eri muttered, going a bit red from her compliment. Yui blinked, and then felt a small smile grace her lips as she reached out to pat Eri's head, the little girl jumping slightly at first but then relaxing when she realized what she was doing. Thank you. You look very cute today. Why, I'm wearing my nice dress, Ison helped me pick it out. Eri glanced around, looking a little worried and immediately making Ibara and you feel concerned. Where's Sokka? And Deku? Well, Ibara smiled, patiently explaining to the little girl, you see, today is actually really important. It's Midoriya's birthday. His birthday. Indeed. And we're planning a surprise party for him right now. Am I invited? Of course. Setsuna called from around the corner, moving to sit down at the table and give her an assuring smile. You're, like, the guest of honor. Itsuka, Ibara continued to explain, is currently out with Midoriya right now. Since it's a big surprise, she's the one distracting him while we work. They'll be back later, once we're all set up, and then we can begin celebrating his birthday. Eri was looking very impressed by that explanation, her eyes opened wide at the thought of celebrating Izuku's big day with everyone, and then she let out a gasp. But I didn't get him anything. Oh. No. Eri felt herself tear up, the sight of which sending literally every girl into the house in a crisis mode. It was always so heartbreaking to see the adorable unicorn girl about to burst into tears. I should have brought him something. Isana says that people celebrate birthdays with presents. I didn't bring him a present. Oh, no, don't worry. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 knelt down beside putting her hands on her shoulders. I'm sure that Deku won't mind and I need to do something. The little girl immediately went and opened her backpack, ruffling around its contents, and pulled out a small sketchbook, along with some crayons. She put it on the table, crawled up onto the chair, and immediately got to work. The girls watched with a bit of shock and sadness as a stressed Eri began sketching immediately, humming slightly in worry as she tried to come up with something cool to draw, at least, until Yui sat down beside her, and patted her head to get her attention. I think, she explained quietly, seeing the tears in Eri's eyes and patting her head again, that Izuku will love whatever you make him, but we do have a lot of time before he gets back. Why don't I help you with your present? I can help color if you need my help. Eri sniffled, but still nodded slightly, and Yui smiled at her again, which of course threw everyone off 2 smiles. Yui genuinely smiled twice today. It was a record. As she brought up a napkin to wipe at the tears on 𝐂𝐲𝐵's cheeks, they heard a knock at the door, making them all turn around. "Hello," came 𝐂𝐻𝐼's muffled greeting. "If someone would not mind opening the door, we have brought the cake." "Oh, awesome!" Pony pumped a fist in the air as she hopped down the stairs, putting down the seashell she brought for 𝐼𝐻𝐼 on the table beside her, and jogged over to open the door for him and 𝐿𝐿𝐼. As she opened it, she was sure to give the two boys a big grin. "Thanks guys, you two are 𝐻." The girls wrinkled their brows as they heard Pony falter off, hearing her go from happiness to shock, and looked around at the front door as 𝐂𝐻𝐼 slowly backed in, 𝐿𝐿𝐼 on the other side of the, and then all the girls felt their jaws drop to the floor. "We are very sorry for our tardiness. The cake makers had troubles deciding how they would deliver it." 𝐂𝐻𝐼 apologized breezily, moving towards the table and seemingly oblivious to the stares from all the girls. "We ended up agreeing to carry this from the store to here, which, I must say, was quite stressful." 𝐿𝐿𝐼 nodded, being careful to keep the cake level. "It cost a lot, so we didn't want to drop it." The other girls didn't respond at all to their small talk, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looking like she was about to collapse if not for 𝐂𝐻𝐼 holding her, with even the blue-haired girl stunned silent. The other 1A girls were slowly massaging their forehead in exasperation, shaking their heads slightly while continuing to stare wide-eyed at the cake. The 1B girls, however, continued staring at the cake in a mixture of surprise and horror, feeling their faces go slightly red. "Todoroki," Ibara said weakly, staring at the cake as he and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 carried it into the kitchen, "what was the name of the cake store you got this from?" "Sweetheart's Cherry Avenue," he informed them as they put the cake down on the table, unaware of any of the girls' reactions the longer they looked at the cake as he wiped his hands on their breaths, breathing slightly from carrying it all the way. "From the store. The one down the street. With the white see-through drapes." "That's correct." "Todoroki." Momo finally spoke up, feeling her knees weaken. "Yes. This isn't a birthday cake. It's a wedding cake." Both 𝐿𝐿𝐼 and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 blinked, confused, and looked around at the dessert they brought. Indeed, it was a tall cake with chocolate coating, with vanilla sprinkled on the top and roses decorating it, with strawberries poking out through the chocolate. It lacked the stupid groom and bride thing on the top, but the girls automatically knew that this was not supposed to be a birthday cake. Their imagination on how large Izuku's birthday cake was supposed to be wasn't exactly supposed to be tall enough to tower over 𝐻𝐼, with even the little girl having paused her drawing to stare up in wonder at the large cake. "We're going to have to eat all of this," Kyuka said weakly, staring at the cake in horror. "Yeah," Setsuna slowly nodded. "Probably." "Holy crp. This thing is bigger than my hopes and dreams," Pony muttered. "I was not, well, we were not aware this would not be considered an appropriate birthday cake." 𝐂𝐻𝐼 started defending himself, going very red from the obvious mistake he had made while 𝐿𝐿𝐼 glanced around at the reactions of the girls, as though just suddenly realizing his folly. We were informed to get an appropriate chocolate cake for Midoriya's birthday, and we thought that you'd get a wedding cake." Momo inquired, and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 sputtered. "Well," Ibara sighed, turning away from the monstrous cake before them to concentrate on putting the pork on the cutting board, intending to start cooking the katsudon Itsuka had told her to make. "We'll just deal with that later. Preferably after we've already eaten. For now, we should continue setting up. Hopefully, this is the most eventful thing to happen to us." Oh no, Ibara immediately cursed her bad luck. With a small explosion just outside on the porch, the door ripped open once again to reveal a snarling Bakugo, storming into the house while the 1A girls raised their eyebrows and the 1B girls rolled their eyes. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 too fluttered to really reprimand his angry classmate as he whipped around to the table, baring his teeth. "Angel face." Bakugo growled, "You shrank all my 𝐻𝐿𝐼. 𝐻𝐼's here." Setsuna immediately shouted. "Watch your language." Ibara reprimanded. "Yeah." Pony huffed, balling her fists. "Shut your pie hole. Don't swear in front of 𝐻𝐼." Bakugo gritted his teeth, veins appearing on his forehead, but apparently he was smart enough to realize his life would be in a lot of danger if he continued that particular line, so instead, he grunted out through his teeth, "You shrank all my stuff." 𝐂𝐻𝐢 looked unconcerned, still helping 𝐂𝐲 with her drawing. You can't prove that. Of course I can. Who the F else in our classes can shrink stuff? No idea what you're talking about, 𝐲𝐲 shrugged, subtly pressing her fingers together. I didn't touch your stuff. Oi! You just released your quirk. I saw that. You can't prove anything. The other girls giggled while Bakugo fumed, obviously wanting to swear at 𝐲𝐲 but also wanting to preserve 𝐂𝐲's innocence. Instead, Bakugo glanced around, seeing the 1A girls, along with Kinoko, Leiko, and Pony, setting up a large green birthday banner, Kinoko sprinkling it with mushrooms, and then glanced at the table, seeing the giant wedding cake on top of it. His eyebrows furrowed as he glanced left and right. Who the F's getting married on their birthday? Tenya and Xiaotou winced. No one is, Ibara sighed, shaking her head. We're celebrating Midoriya's birthday today. Ida and Todoroki were in charge of getting the cake, but it appears that they misunderstood what exactly we needed. No matter, though, we'll simply cross that bridge when we get to it. The nerd's birthday. Bakugo repeated, and groaned. Oh, God. He was about to turn around and head back out the door, not wanting to stick around and see how the girls pampered Deku today, but then he glanced into the kitchen, seeing Ibara sprinkling some seasoning onto the pork, and raised his eyebrow. Oi, he called, you making katsudon? Ibara blinked, looking around. Yes, I am. Why do you ask? That's too little seasoning. Add more. What? Ibara stared at him, shaking her head. No, it's just enough. The recipe says dish recipes, Bakugo scoffed, turning back around into the house and entering the kitchen, surprising Ibara, Okiko, and Nejiya, the other two girls pausing while making some mochi. That's the stuff you hear from amateurs on cooking shows. Listen, Vines, if you want to make really good katsudon, add more seasoning, and then dust it with slightly more flour. What on dash? Don't be ridiculous. Ibara huffed, looking absolutely scandalized. If we don't follow the recipe exactly, then it will come off as mediocre. I know how to make katsudon, Bakugo. Obviously not. Bakugo shook his head, gritting his teeth. You stick to the recipe, it's going to taste bland. You gotta be more daring with your cooking, or it'll be barely worth mentioning. Pardon you. Now Ibara was actually feeling angry, not noticing Setsuna and Yui staring wide-eyed at her as she wheeled around on Bakugo, matching his glare melons forced. There is nothing wrong with my cooking. It's your type that feels that since you have your way of doing specific trays, that makes you superior to other cooks. I know exactly what your type is. My type dash. Okay, that's it. Screw going home. Round face. Blue hair. Get out of the kitchen, Bakugo growled, and grabbed the flowery apron from the side stool and began tying it around his waist, storming to the other side of the kitchen to grab 2 slices of pork for himself, and slapping them down on another cutting board. I'm going to show Vines here how it's done. Oh, yes, please, show me how it's done. Ibara sarcastically snarked, taking a bowl and an egg in both of her hands. I would gladly see how awful your cooking turns out when we are finished. Bring it on, Vinehead. Vinehead. How dare you, you red-haired beast. I'm only red-haired because of you idiots. Okiko glanced at her girlfriend, turning back to see Ibara and Bakugo gritting their teeth and returning to their trays, Ibara cracking an egg and Bakugo sprinkling seasoning on the pieces of pork. I don't think they need our help. Nope. Nejiya shrugged, throwing off her apron and starting to fly in the air. I'm going to go help the other girls. Right, I'll come with. Here. 𝐿𝐲 blinked, finally noticing what Pony left behind and picking it up, a seashell. Yeah. I got my horn stuck on it during a race, so I brought it home for you to have. Do you like it? Yeah. It's pretty. Izuku let out an appreciative hum as Itsuka returned to the bike after being inside the burger point for the last 5 minutes, holding a bag filled with their lunches. After driving around the campus for about an hour, enjoying the feeling of riding down the road, they heard Izuku's stomach growl, which made sense since Izuku woke up not 2 hours ago and had barely anything to eat on top of not having anything even closely resembling a breakfast. so 𝐒𝐿 was more than fine with driving down the road from the campus to a burger joint 5 minutes away. 𝐒𝐿 pretty much had to threaten him to remain on the bike while she went inside to buy their burgers, wanting to spoil him a little bit for his birthday, and now that she was back, both of them were looking forward to enjoying something a bit greasier than what they were used to. "Thank you." 𝐒𝐿 smiled at her as he took the bag from her, opening it to see the burger she had bought him as she swung her leg back around the bike, sitting down comfortably. As he reached in to take out his own burger, however, 𝐒𝐿 cleared her throat, and 𝐒𝐿 looked back up to see her giving him a grin. "Hold up, mister," she teased, "I've got the perfect place we can eat those. You think you can hold on for another 5 minutes? Here. Where? You'll see." 𝐒𝐿 had a moment to look back down and sadly stare at his lunch, feeling his stomach rumble in protest, before shaking his head and nodding, scooting up to wrap his arms back around her waist so she could go. 𝐒𝐿 tried really hard not to grin too much about that as she started up the bike again and pulled out of the parking lot, heading back to the UA campus. Technically, while this had been 5 minutes away from the school, they'd still technically snuck out to do it, so she didn't want to get on the teacher's bad sides by going anywhere else. Besides, she glanced down near her feet where the wrapped-up present was, strapped to the bike earlier this morning while he was asleep to prevent it from falling off. She'd rather not give him this in a burger joint parking lot. No, this had to be special. And she knew just where to do it. In no time at all, they made it back to the campus, swiping their student cards near the UA barrier, and drove through. Some of the other students stared at the motorcycle going down the road, only looking away when 𝐒𝐿 waved to them, and drove down the way towards one of the open fields towards ground beta. 𝐒𝐿 was surprised, however, when she made another turn away from the Faux City training grounds, and their trip got a bit steeper as they went up a hill near the edge of the campus. After about another minute, he felt his eyes widen as 𝐒𝐿 finally parked the motorcycle, taking out the keys and getting off the bike. They were on a small hill, with slightly overgrown grass and benches, overlooking the entire school. They saw the forest in the distance and the main building a bit further away, along with the Old Heights Alliance being taken down so that they could build more houses for the first years. It was pretty much hidden, meaning that there wasn't anyone else around. It was just him and 𝐒𝐿 sitting on the edge of the campus. "Whoa," he said as he got off the bike after, holding the bag of burgers in his hand while 𝐒𝐿 sat down and grinned at him. "Yui and I found this spot when we were training," she informed him, patting the seat beside her so that 𝐒𝐿 could sit down right beside her, "and it's kinda our hiding spot. Hell, I even asked her this morning if it was okay for me to bring you here before I did." "Here." "Yeah," 𝐒𝐿 nodded, accepting the bag from him so that she could pull out her burger, letting out a small hum of happiness as she unwrapped her cheeseburger from the wrappings, and let 𝐒𝐿 take his burger from the bottom of the bag. After exchanging grins, they both took huge bites out of their food, groaning with delight. It was rare that they ate American food, but this was what they needed after an hour riding around on the bike. Still, 𝐒𝐿 had to be careful and make sure that 𝐒𝐿 didn't accidentally overeat, so he had enough room to be able to enjoy some of the lunch that Ibara should be preparing right now as the girls from 1A came over to help set up for the party. Still, 𝐒𝐿 thought to herself, grimacing slightly, "I wonder how preparations are going." "Therefore you doing, Vinehead?" Bakugo barked, stirring the contents of the bowl while yelling at Ibara on the other side of the kitchen, "There should be more spice in that katsudon. You're just sprinkling it in, it's going to be effing tasteless." "Pardon you." Ibara was uncharacteristically angry now, glaring at the formerly blonde boy gritting his teeth at her. "You are stirring that too fast. If you make a mess, you'll have to be the one to clean it up. Besides, the recipe says that you need to stir that slowly." "Ha! Do you grow vines in your brain too?" 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, "Hopefully it's going smoothly." "Wow, that was an awesome burger," 𝐒𝐿 chuckled, wiping his fingers on the napkin and putting it back in the bag. "Is that where you usually go for that kind of food?" "Not very often," 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, brought out of her thoughts by his question and returning to her lunch, "but usually when I'm just craving something greasy. I love yours and Ibara's cooking, but sometimes I just need to eat something unhealthy, you know." I think I do," 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, sitting back and letting her finish up her lunch, glancing back up to look around the sunny afternoon on UA, seeing some white clouds in the sky and smiling softly. It's really nice up here. Ish, 𝐒𝐿 nodded, still chewing on her food. So, how did you guys find this place? Well, 𝐒𝐿 swallowed, and tossed her wrapper back into the bag, suppressing a burp and hitting 𝐒𝐿 on the shoulder when he sniggered about it. Yui and I went for a jog, which, by the way, good luck with making her do that. I practically have to blackmail her into going on a run, and we ended up going pretty far. We found this place by complete coincidence. I asked some of the older students, and they didn't even know about this spot. So occasionally, I would come up here to just relax. She leaned back against the bench, smiling up at the sky. My own little personal space. Except for when 𝐒𝐿 glanced at her, and then blinked when he saw her smile suddenly fall, wrinkling her brow. 𝐒𝐿 sat up a little in concern. She had been talking about how this was her own space to relax, and then suddenly, her smile just dropped away. Oh, 𝐒𝐿. Are you okay? Hey. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, looking back around at 𝐒𝐿, and feeling surprised at his concerned face. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, 𝐒𝐿 blushed a little. It's just, I saw you frown, so I thought. Oh. She realized, feeling a bit dumb for knowing why she had frowned out of nowhere, and shook her head. No, I'm fine, 𝐒𝐿, really. It's just. Thought of something that made me a bit upset, but I'm okay. Upset? He leaned forward, staring into her eyes with concern in his. Upset about what? She glanced away, biting her lips slightly. Why don't have to tell me if it's something that actually upsets you, 𝐒𝐿 clarified, feeling some of his confidence die down and wanting to back away in case she was uncomfortable. It's just. 𝐒𝐿 glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes, seeing him look worried for her, and felt her heart squeeze. Jesus Christ, this guy. How was it every time she felt awkward about something, he would, without fail, somehow worm his way into her heart? Shaking her head slightly, she let out a small laugh. Maybe it would be okay to just tell him about it. She had a feeling he somewhat knew what was bothering her if she told him, and it would be better to get it out of the way now. But if he was really going to push this, she wanted something else out of it. And that would be. Okay, she conceded. Okay, I'll explain what's going on. But only on one condition. Oh, okay. We have to cuddle. 𝐻. 𝐒𝐿 blanched, staring at her in shock, but before he could burst into hysterics, probably with flailing and muttering and sweating, 𝐒𝐿 gave him an innocent. We don't have to, if you don't want to, she added. I just would feel more comfortable talking about it if we were, you know. 𝐒𝐿 had frozen slightly while looking at her for a few moments, obviously debating what exactly to do here, before he let out a shaky sigh and sat back, going red. Without trying to betray how nervous he felt, he raised his arm, which was still shaking, to wrap around 𝐒𝐿's shoulders, and the orange-haired girl took that invitation to adjust herself on the bench and lay against 𝐒𝐿, letting her head rest on his shoulder. As she got a bit more comfortable, 𝐒𝐿 tried his hardest not to turn into a tomato, while meanwhile, she attempted to make sure her cheeks weren't as red as they felt. That's better, she muttered, wrapping an arm around his torso. 𝐒𝐿 gulped, and then, trying to keep the shaking out of his voice. So. What's bothering you? Well, just to be clear, it's not really bothering me anymore, it's in the past, now, she made sure to say. I've already dealt with it, like, way before you moved in. It's just. The last time I brought a guy up here, and the other guy is what made me upset. By the way, not anything you did, it was. Well. 𝐒𝐿 saw her falter off, staring off in the distance with a frown on her face, and then suddenly 𝐒𝐿 realized who she was talking about, feeling his eyes widen. Your ex-boyfriend. Bingo, 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. You don't know the story, right? About what exactly happened with him? No. That's what I thought, 𝐒𝐿 sighed, adjusting herself to lean more comfortably against him, rubbing a thumb against his hip gently while subtly rubbing her head against him. So, my ex-boyfriend. Natsuki. We met last year, during the sports festival. He was a third-year general studies student, so 2 years older than us. We got to talking, exchanged numbers, and then eventually, after what happened during the training camp. He asked me out. Oh. Izuku felt himself start to frown. He already didn't like where this was going, and it wasn't even due to any jealousy. He already didn't trust this guy. Yeah. Just to be clear, it wasn't like I was in love with him or anything. Natsuki was pretty easy on the eyes, so I made the stupid decision to say yes. I didn't know much about him. He was charming, he was funny, he was attractive. I thought, hey, why not? What's the worst that could happen? And then Itsuka pouted, and Izuku felt himself frown deeper, really not liking where this was going. Then his true colors came out. He started getting pushier. Tried a lot to separate me from my friends, which didn't work by the way. Even if I went with that bullcrap Yui and Setsuna wouldn't let that happen. And then always asking for secretary. What? Yeah. Like, he was always pushing it. He'd get all pouty when I said no, go stalk off somewhere, pretend to cool down and apologize, and then it was back to square one. I was really stupid back then. I didn't even see the red flag that was waving right in front of my face. Eventually, Itsuka let out a small sigh, obviously disappointed in herself. I just decided to say F it, and said okay. Oh my god. Izuku felt strangely horrified, staring at the top of her head while slight tears prickled unexpectedly in his eyes. Are you? Hey, Itsuka said softly, hearing his tone and turning her head to look at him, smiling softly. I'm fine. Yudishi was interrupted, however, when Itsuka maneuvered her hand up and cupped his cheek, the boy's attention going straight down to her patient face as she smiled up at him. Listen, okay, she requested. He didn't force me to do anything, I consented. It was stupid and really disappointing, and I shouldn't have done it in the first place, but nothing like that happened. It's all in the past. If this was, like, a few months before you moved in, yeah, I probably would still be a mess about it. But after Natsuki got what he wanted and ditched me. But I made sure he regretted ghosting me after pretty much using me to get off and trying to avoid me without even being man enough to break up with me properly. I found him cuddling up to some other girl, and kicked him so hard in the nuts he was singing soprano for a week. Oh! Izuku, surprisingly, didn't feel the man pain he'd usually feel after hearing someone getting kicked in the ball. Rather, he bitterly thought that she should have made him sing soprano for a month. So once that was done and he graduated, I just didn't do boys anymore. Itsuka chuckled, continuing the explanation even though she had explained everything already. I didn't get crushes, I concentrated on schoolwork, I did the beauty pageant, and I pretty much dedicated myself into becoming a better hero. I just decided not to bother with dating anymore. She paused at that, seeing Izuku almost look down at that, until she rubbed her thumb against his cheekbone. Until you moved in. Here. You, dummy. Itsuka smiled up at him, feeling her blush return to her cheeks, and realized now was the time she did what she wanted to do since they started riding around on the bike. I know that what we did on Wednesday together must have made it, well, pretty clear what I thought about you. But I wanted to, she cleared her throat, sitting up and standing up, walking over to her bike while trying her best to fight down the blush, give you something that, made it crystal. She reached down for the small package strapped to the bike, removing the strap, and lifted it up, gulping nervously. Now that she had mustered some of her courage up, she felt herself start to shake as she turned around, holding the package to her chest as she returned to the bench. Izuku blinked up at her as she offered the package to him, continuing to go red but trying to remain as confident as she could. I know that you didn't. Well, you didn't want us to celebrate your birthday, Itsuka confessed, glancing away, but when I saw you with this yesterday, I really couldn't resist. Izuku blinked up at the package, realizing that it was for him, and then reached out to take it from her, Itsuka letting her hands fall to her sides as he brought it to his lap. She watched a bit nervously as Izuku glanced up at her one more time, as though a bit unsure, before he shook his head and started ripping at the parcel paper, Itsuka feeling herself start to sweat from the nervousness. Finally, Izuku stared at the item in his lap, and, after putting the wrapping paper aside, lifted up the leather jacket he had tried on yesterday in wonder, the look on his face signaling to her that he recognized it. I thought you looked really nice in that jacket, 𝐒𝐿 confessed, watching as Izuku glanced back up at her, and I realized that I had my own leather jacket so I thought that I would get it for you. So now we match. Happy birthday, Izuku. For a few moments, Izuku looked back to the jacket, and then back at her, until he let out a small laugh, and stood up, looking happily at the jacket. I'll admit, I kinda thought this jacket was cool, he told her, 𝐒𝐿 giggling a little at that, and I kinda wondered where it went when I came back out. But the fact that you got it for me. Izuku smiled down at the jacket, blinking tears out of his eyes as he looked back up at 𝐒𝐿, seeing her nervousness fade into happiness at his obvious joy. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿. Thank you. You're welcome. I love it, he chuckled weakly, moving to put the coat over his shoulders and stand back a bit, lifting his arms. How do I look? Handsome. 𝐒𝐿 gave him an approving nod, making Izuku laugh. You look really good, Izuku. I love it. 𝐒𝐿 laughed, and stepped forward to wrap Izuku in a hug, not minding the crinkling of both their jackets. Izuku chuckled, and hugged her back just as tightly, both of them swaying side to side a little bit. And then, after a few moments, Izuku cleared his throat subconsciously, going a bit red at something she said earlier. Handsome. Yes, Izuku, 𝐒𝐿 tittered, handsome. Izuku chuckled weakly, still having his arms wrapped around her. Honestly, after all this time, I still can't believe that you guys think I'm, well, kinda attractive. 𝐒𝐿 pulled back slightly to stare at him in the eye, feeling her eyebrows raise. Kinda attractive. Yeah. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head, and raised her hand to give him a light karate chop to the side of the head, not enough to hurt, though. Kinda attractive. Don't be like that. I'll have you know you're very hot. Now blushing Izuku was back in full force, and she giggled at the sight. It's true. You're stupid hot. I don't think that's true. Izuku Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿 threw caution to the wind, leaning forward slightly while raising her eyebrow. You're super freaking hot. Like, too hot. Do you have any idea how often the girls in the house check you out? I'm aware they do, but no, I don't. A lot. We check you out a lot. I think that's mostly because Izuku suddenly blinked, looking back around at a slightly blushing 𝐒𝐿. Wait. We? Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 nodded, smiling. I thought we established Wednesday night how exactly I felt about you. Oh. Yeah. For a little bit, they stayed silent, staring at each other with slight blushes, and then it came to both of them that they were still somewhat embracing, Izuku stepping away first and clearing his throat, glancing away. I think we should go back, he awkwardly said. I think we gave the girls plenty of time to get ready. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 quickly nodded, feeling a bit flustered herself, and turned around to go back to the bike. We've been out long enough, so I'll text Ibara. The way she trailed off made Izuku look back around, seeing her standing completely still while staring at her bike. It was then, of course, that Izuku froze himself, realizing what he slipped up on in his flutter, and felt himself groan as 𝐒𝐿 slowly turned around to look at him, her eyes wide and her flushed face paling as she mouthed the words plenty of time to get ready. You know. She whispered. It was not a question. Izuku was about to try to deny it, perhaps to save whatever dignity the girls had left and pretend that he didn't know what they were planning, but then he sagged in defeat, hunching over slightly and grimacing. Guess this morning you guys were doing something. I thought about some things yesterday, at the mall, and put the pieces together. 𝐒𝐿 let out a low groan, and slapped a hand to her forehead, shaking her head. Izuku winced as she bowed her head in defeat, the surprise utterly ruined. CRP, she grumbled. Sorry. No, nothing to be sorry about, she weakly waved a hand, still pouting. I really wanted to see how surprised you'd be. But I forgot that you were a lot smarter than you look. If it makes you feel any better, Izuku tried to say positively, while 𝐒𝐿 raised a skeptical eyebrow at whatever he was going to say. I can just Pretend to be surprised. Nah, that's even worse, she pouted, but then let out a small laugh and shook her head again. Well, whatever. I guess that I'm just looking forward to the party now. We've been out here for. She checked her phone quickly, an hour and a half, and it'll take us about 20 minutes to get back. I think the girls have had plenty of time to get ready. Yeah, Izuku chuckled, moving to stand beside her as they started walking back to the bike. So, it's a party, heh. Itsuka paused, as though weighing how much she should reveal even though he now knows, and then let out a reluctant giggle. Yeah, a party. We started planning it on Thursday, right after you told us about your birthday. I was basically the distraction while everyone got ready. Here. Well, I figured, but, Izuku nodded a bit dumbly, smiling at the image of the girls hurrying around trying to get ready in time. So, what exactly is going to happen at this party? Board games or whatever? Board games? None that I'm aware of, Itsuka laughed. Well, Eri will definitely be there. Aizawa-sensei gave us permission to have her over for the night, so we can all do a sleepover. Oh, that's great. And there will be a cake, Itsuka continued, moving to put back on her helmet and taking the keys from her pocket, and katsudon and rice and every food Ibara knows how to make, and presents and Uraraka and Hado Senpai and the 1A girls. Plus Todoroki and Ida. Katsudon. Izuku gasped in excitement. Yes, she sniggered, finding it funny how that was what Izuku immediately clung to during that reveal, katsudon. It's not as though you don't have it at every opportunity you can, didn't we have some just last week? But, Ibara's katsudon is different, he defended himself, smiling in happiness at the very thought. I don't know how she does it, but it's always so good. Well, I asked her to make plenty, Itsuka laughed, turning to smile at him, so you've got that to look forward to. You did. How much? Like, 10 bowls. I'd be worried about you having too much, but it's your birthday. I'll let you have a treat. Izuku stared at her in wonder, before shaking his head slightly. God, I love you. Oh, I know, she giggled, turning back around to the bike. Now, should we dash? It was then, however, that both Izuku and Itsuka stopped in their tracks, Itsuka pausing while swinging a leg over her bike and Izuku pausing in putting on the pink helmet, as they both realized what Izuku just said. Both of them stared ahead for about a full minute, Itsuka feeling her mouth slowly drop open and heat burst onto her cheeks, while Izuku felt himself go supernova, wobbling slightly as he realized his second slip-up of the day. After a minute of excruciating silence, Itsuka finally, slowly, turned around, staring at Izuku in utter shock. What? She whispered. What did you say? Izuku muttered, very much tempted to pretend he didn't just say that, or just pass it off as a small slip of the tongue, or something not very serious, to spare both of them the embarrassment and obvious implications of what that meant. But instead, he took a deep breath, felt his face turn to conviction, and said, as confidently as he could, I love you. Itsuka continued to stare at Izuku for another few moments, as though she had never seen him before in her life. Izuku was starting to think that he had said the wrong thing, and was thinking up ways on how to fix this, when Itsuka brought her foot back down from over the bike, strolled with determination up to him, grabbed both of his shoulders, and planted her lips on his cheek. Izuku froze up as Itsuka disconnected, and then went back in for another peck on the cheek, before wrapping her arms around him again and squeezing tight. She didn't say it back. But honestly, from how she hugged him for the next minute, she didn't need to. Surprise. Izuku and Itsuka blinked. The moment that they stepped into the house, breathing in relief as they escaped the heat outside after the motorcycle ride back to the campus, the 1B girls, the 1A girls, Eri, Tenya, and Xiaotou immediately jumped out from behind the couch, pulling on their poppers and shooting. Confetti everywhere. The room was decorated in green, white, black and red, a large birthday banner on the far wall beside the stairs. Pony and Mina had 2 party hats on both of their horns, while Xiaotou just wore one unironically. Bakugo hadn't even attempted to hide, just sliding out from behind the bathroom wall and grimacing. For a few seconds, the partygoers looked at Izuku, expecting, at least a little surprise at least, but all of their expressions fell when they saw him smiling and looking around happily. He knew, didn't he? Ibara guessed, lowering the used party popper slowly. Guessed it this morning, 𝐒𝐿 confirmed with a little chuckle, walking properly into the house and bent down to give a big hug to 𝐂𝐲, who had run from around the couch to embrace the orange-haired girl. At her words, the 1B girls immediately collapsed, laying on the back of the couch in defeat while 𝐂𝐲 bounced around in excitement, and the 1A girls patted their backs in sympathy. So that surprise bullcrap was for nothing. Bakugo shook his head in disgust, heading for the door. I freaking knew it. I'm out. Yes, Ibara sighed from her spot on the couch. Leave, and take your subpar cooking with you. Vinehead, I will come back tomorrow night and show you up, I swear to God. WL guys, Izuku tried to assure the disappointed girls after closing the door, accepting his own hug from 𝐂𝐲, and walked into the house. Just because I saw the surprise coming, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. Honestly, after thinking about it this morning, I realized that I was a little pushy about shutting it down, so now that I've thought more about Izuku's assurances faded into silence as he entered the kitchen, staring at the table with a confused look on his face. Why is there a wedding cake? Both 𝐿𝐼 and Tenya winced. Deku. It's so much cake. 𝐂𝐲 bounced up and down, running to him and grabbing his hand. How many slices can I have? Well, surely no more than 2. Tenya jumped in, trying to take charge. It's a lot of sugar, 𝐂𝐲, so we must watch your diet by limiting you to only 2. 𝐒𝐿 cleared her throat pointedly. 3 slices, and that's 𝐿𝐼 cleared her throat. 4 Pony cleared her throat. 5 slices and that's it, we don't want her to get sick. With that decided, the girls decided to quietly get over their disappointment that the surprise was ruined from the start, and get the party underway now that everyone was back. Everyone was more than happy to dig into Ibara and Bakugo's late lunch. While everyone took food from the counter, Izuku got hugs from Okiko, Nejiya, Tsuyu, Momo and Mina, and then an awkward hug from 𝐿𝐼, the boy not looking like he knew what he was doing when he hugged his friend. After that, everyone drew up chairs in the living room, Izuku gawking at the pile of presents laid out for him, and 𝐂𝐲 got to happily sit in his lap while everyone ate and chatted happily. It was very surprising that Bakugo decided to stick around, reluctantly eating Ibara's portion of their lunch and quietly conceding that it was good, although he yelled when Ibara pointedly refused to eat his own meals out of simple pettiness, "You have no taste, Vinehead." The girls of 1B, meanwhile, also noticed that 𝐒𝐿 had a big, stupid grin on her face the entire time, and was surprisingly tight-lipped about the reason, although they felt a bit more suspicious when they saw her glance at Izuku, and her cheeks grew even rosier. Once lunch was wrapped up, they debated what to do with the cake, until 𝐒𝐿 decided to just slice a few pieces for everyone and work their way from there. Once they had gotten their cake, 𝐒𝐿 had put a candle in Izuku's slice, and everyone got to sing Happy Birthday minus Bakugo of course, huffing as he leaned on the wall near the door, and 𝐂𝐲, who'd never attended a birthday party before and was confused about the lyrics while Izuku blushed, and then everyone got to dig into their dessert. And then, of course, it was time for presents, everyone letting 𝐂𝐲 go first as she took a piece of paper from the top of the pile, shuffling uncomfortably, and presented it to Izuku, who was allowed to sit in the comfy chair for his special day while everyone else either sat on the couch or love seat, one of the chairs, or simply on the floor. I worked really hard on this, 𝐂𝐲 mumbled, glancing away as Izuku accepted the picture from her, looking at the large page to see a drawing of him fighting robots and holding her while she cheered, a little Yui in the background waving at him with a straight face. Do you like it? Izuku stared at the picture for another few seconds, before he felt the cuteness hit his heart, and his face scrunched up. Okiko gasped, Deku, your ugly face. Sorry. It was just, she was too bright for a second there. Izuku wiped his eyes, feeling the threat of tears, and then gave 𝐿𝐼 a big smile. 𝐿𝐼, I love it. I think I'm going to frame this. Thank you so much. The ginormous smile that came to 𝐿𝐼's face hearing that almost sent Izuku over the edge again, the boy clutching his chest lest he keel over and die from the cuteness, and accepted a gigantic hug from her, letting her sit in his lap again as Tenya and 𝐿𝐼 presented their own gifts, a new hand grip strengthener from Tenya and a How to Romance for Dummies novel from 𝐿𝐼. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let out a high-pitched squeak and hid the book behind his back while the 1B girls looked like they were going to throw 𝐿𝐿 out of the house. After that, Okako gave 𝐒𝐿𝐿 a commissioned Deku teddy bear that Kinoko and Pony already looked like they wanted to steal and cuddle, only letting Eri hold it due to her adorableness. Mina and Toru gave him 2 gift cards for a hero store not far from them. I can use these to buy those All Might comics I wanted. Tsuyu an All Might coffee cup, which made the 1B girls stare in horror as they realized that in their meticulous planning, they never bothered to check their own cabinets. And from Momo and Kyuka, a CD with Kyuka's singing on it, which had been quickly made by Momo. Nejaya, having no gift of her own due to being brought into the birthday planning at such a short notice, opted to just give 𝐒𝐿𝐿 a big kiss on the cheek, making sure to hold it there for a few seconds while 𝐒𝐿𝐿 went BLD red. Okako tried to hide her laughter, and the 1B girls tried very hard not to regret bringing their senpai into this while Pony almost casually snapped a plate in half with her bare hands. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 felt himself tear up from the generosity of his friends, holding each of his gifts with reverence, until Itsuka stood up, went to the pile, and picked up her own gift, walking it over and handing it to him with a smile. With a small smile of his own while blushing, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 unwrapped the paper to reveal a box, opening it and blinking at its contents. "Since we spar all the time," Itsuka explained as 𝐒𝐿𝐿 lifted up a pair of green boxing gloves, "I thought it'd be nice to get you your own pair. I know I technically already got you the jacket, but I thought you'd like this too." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shook his head slightly, laughing a bit, then looked up at Itsuka with a big grin. "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Prez is so bold," Setsuna muttered, smirking at Itsuka as she sat back down on the couch, giving a boy her own private gift. "You shush. Me next." Kinoko jumped up as Itsuka settled back in her seat, grabbing her own box and handing it to 𝐒𝐿𝐿, watching with glee as he ripped the paper up. Eri giggled at the action, and felt her eyes widen as 𝐒𝐿𝐿 pulled out a mushroom plushie from the box, big enough to cuddle. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 smiled at the adorable cartoon mushroom, and thanked Kinoko sincerely. After that was Pony, who decided to hand the box to Eri and encouraged her to rip it up for 𝐒𝐿𝐿, everyone watching as she adorably tore little pieces out of it until the box was revealed, and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was given a figure of a green-haired boy from an anime that they had watched together, his appearance having reminded Pony of the boy. As 𝐒𝐿𝐿 inspected the figure closely, Pony watched nervously. It's a little dumb," she mumbled, glancing at the ground, "since it's not. Well, I wanted to get it for you, since we watch anime all the time, and I just dash Pony." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 interrupted her, and the girl looked up to see 𝐒𝐿𝐿 giving her a big grin. "It's great. I love it." "Ah, really?" "Yeah." Pony seemed to think on that for a few seconds, before a large smile bloomed on her face and she bent over to hug 𝐒𝐿𝐿, squeezing him tightly before letting go and returning to her seat. Bakugo tried his hardest not to GG too much, beginning to seriously wonder who it was in this house. Deku was probably Fing, because it's starting to get kinda hard to guess. After that, Ibara had also gotten up, taking her gift from the table, and after Pony sat down, gave it to 𝐒𝐿𝐿, revealing it as a plant that he could grow in his own room, similar to some plants that she kept on her desk. Yui had gone up next, presenting 𝐒𝐿𝐿 with a new notebook with a leather casing, which he eagerly scanned through, more than ready to get started on it later. Finally, Leiko presented her own All Might gift bag, which explained to 𝐒𝐿𝐿 why she was in the Pro Hero store, to get a themed bag for him, and everyone in the room paled as he brought out a green katana. "It's unsharpened," Leiko explained as 𝐒𝐿𝐿 slowly took it out of the sheath, carefully away from Eri so as not to poke her despite her obvious interest in the blade, "so it'll be dull until you do sharpen it." "I think I'm okay with just leaving it unsharpened," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 said weakly. After putting it away, he glanced over at Setsuna, realizing that she hadn't given him her gift yet, but blinked when she saw her glancing around uncomfortably. Setsuna." Setsuna cleared her throat, and gave 𝐒𝐿𝐿 an uneasy grin. This might be awkward, Parsley, but do you mind if I give you your gift on Tuesday?" "Tuesday?" 𝐒𝐿𝐿 repeated, wondering briefly why she wanted to give it to him then, but then remembered that it was supposed to be the day they go to the dinosaur exhibit. He blinked in surprise, but quickly gathered himself, smiling and nodding. That's okay, Setsuna. I can wait." Setsuna gave him a grin, nodding, casually ignoring Itsuka giving her some serious side-eye with her own smirk. With that, Izuku stood up to gather up all the wrapping paper to throw out in the trash, leaving his presents on the table. During that time, Eri wanted another slice of cake, and thus everyone grabbed new slices from the wedding cake, gulping nervously when they saw that they had barely made a dent in it. After that, everyone decided to head out to the front yard to play with Eri, the little girl more than happy to play with the combined might of all the girls from both Class 1A and 1B. Once her playtime began, Bakugo finally decided it was time to head back to his own house, grumbling as he held 6 pieces of cake to give to his roommates, while nodding subtly to Izuku as he left. While he headed off to return home, Ibara bid him good riddance, which led to Bakugo threatening to return tomorrow night, force Izuku and Ibara to not even bother to cook, all so that he could serve them their collective buttes. During that little rant, Izuku wondered if he had missed something while he was gone with Itsuka. A few hours later, after a long afternoon of chasing Eri around with their quirks while the little girl laughed with glee from all the fun, Izuku had some time to look around, smiling softly to himself. Tenya was still chasing Eri around, begging her not to eat another slice of cake while she was running. Please bring yourself to a safe stop, so you may enjoy that cake without danger of choking. While Kyuka, Shoto and Momo were discussing something on the front porch, sitting a bit closer together than normal. Okiko, Tsuyu, Pony, Ibara and Nejaya were off to the side chatting about their week off, with Okiko planning to spend a lot of time with Nejaya before school picked back up, and Tsuyu wanting to take over the swimming pool for a bit to practice. Meanwhile, Itsuka had been spending the entire afternoon giving rides on her motorcycle with everyone, the orange-haired teenager having just returned with Setsuna and parking. Momo had also taken the time to build the parts for a sidecar, so that when Setsuna jumped off while giggling crazily, they could attach the sidecar to the motorcycle and help Eri in, giving the girl a pink helmet and goggles, so that Eri could have a turn being driven around safely by Itsuka. Alas, once the sun began setting in the distance, everyone knew it was time to say their goodbyes, everyone giving Izuku hugs goodbye and wishing him a happy birthday again. They all agreed to take back some more cake so that the 1B girls didn't have to struggle through it, along with some leftover food from lunch, and Eri was sure to wave until everyone left. Once they were gone, everyone returned inside for showers, the girls going first with Eri to clean her up after the long day of running around and playing, while Izuku put all his gifts up in his room. Once they were done and Izuku had been in and out, a sleepover officially began, the girls sitting around in their pajamas with Eri as they debated what movie to watch. They eventually picked out The Secret World of Variety, the little girl being mesmerized by the movie played for her while everyone else sat back and relaxed. Pony got to cuddle with Eri, and after a quick game of rock paper scissors, Ibara was the lucky one to cuddle with Izuku, the Vine girl trying not to blush too much or smile too widely with his arms wrapped around her. Once the movie was done, of course, that meant it was time for Eri's bedtime, seeing the little girl yawning widely after the long day of excitement she had. After she brushed her teeth, the girls played another game of rock paper scissors, and it was decided that Itsuka and Pony would be sleeping with Eri in Pony's room, the little girl wanting to cuddle with some of Pony's stuffed animals. After everyone bid each other goodnight, Izuku went up to his room, gazing happily at the gifts on his desk that needed to be put away sometime tomorrow, but before he could turn off the light and climb into his bed to go to sleep, there was a light knock on the door. Blinking, Izuku walked over and opened it, revealing Yui standing there looking up at him. Oh, Yui, Izuku smiled at her, what's up? Can I come in? Yui pointed behind him into the room, her face still blank. There's something I wanted to ask you. Oh, okay. Yeah, come on in. Izuku stood back and let Yui walk in, the girl glancing around before her eyes fell to the Deku plush Okiko had gotten him. Strolling over, she picked up the toy, looked at it for a moment, and then walked over to his bed and sat down, cuddling it as Izuku felt another pang in his heart from the utter cuteness. So, Izuku gulped, grabbing his chair and sitting down in it. What's up? Yui studied the Deku plush carefully for a few moments, as her mind started debating ways on how to phrase this. She had come up here, admittedly, to ask him if it were to be okay if she romanced both him and Itsuka at the same time. She had a lot of time to think last night and today, wondering if this was a good idea, but seeing both of them having fun today and smiling at each other, it seemed to convince her it was a good idea. But, as she looked up at his face, she felt a bit of her bravery start to die. There was a part of her that wanted to just ask him, but another that was reminding her that if he said no, it would probably ruin the fun day he had. So, Yui shook her head slightly, put the Deku plushie down on the floor, and then patted the seat next to her. Izuku blinked, momentarily taken aback, but still stood up from his chair, walked over to the bed, and sat down beside her. The moment he did, Yui decided to take a deep breath, nod slightly to herself, and wrap her arms gently around him, putting her head on his shoulder and humming while he let out a quiet little yelp. "Why, Yui? The plushie is nice," she muttered, "but I do prefer the real deal." Izuku stammered only a little bit, blushing as the girl subtly rubbed her cheek against his shoulder, and then let out a sigh, managing to control his heartbeat, and then brought his arms up to wrap around her, returning the embrace. After about a minute of silence between them, Yui glanced up at Izuku, seeing him start to slowly close his eyes, and gave him a soft smile. "Let's go to sleep," she muttered, and Izuku, already pretty much asleep already, nodded. They maneuvered themselves to get underneath the covers, Yui on the side next to the wall and Izuku beside her near the dresser. As he slowly started falling asleep, the long day evidently catching up to him, Yui wrapped her arms around Izuku and embraced him from behind, spooning him while she reached out to turn off the lamp beside the bed, casting them into darkness. Yui had a moment to study the back of Izuku's head, hearing him start to softly snore, before she let out a small sigh, and leaned forward to press a kiss to the back of his neck. "Soon," she promised, "I'll ask you both out soon." "This was really fun, Deku," Eri said enthusiastically as Izuku opened the door for her the next morning, both of them stepping out into the early morning sun to wait for Aizawa to come and pick her up. "Do you think we could do another sleepover soon?" "I'm sure we can, eh?" Izuku smiled at the little girl, enjoying her enthusiasm. Breakfast that morning had been a pretty pleasant affair. Izuku and Yu woke up early so that he could go downstairs to garden with Ibara, the Vine girl still groaning a little from all the food she ate the day before. After that, they had gone inside to cook some breakfast for everyone else, eventually being joined by Kinoko and Leiko, and then Setsuna grumbling while still half asleep fishing in the cabinets for her dino crackers. Eventually, Itsuka, Pony and Eri had joined them, sitting down to eat with the entire group. Oddly enough, after what Izuku had confessed to her yesterday, Itsuka seemed the opposite of being awkward about it. She was quite active and happy, volunteering to clean the dishes with a big smile on her face. That, of course, had only helped lift Izuku's mood as well. But of course, Eri soon had to go, so they had her brush her teeth, gather up her stuff, and give big hugs to the rest of the girls as they went outside to wait for Aizawa. Unfortunately, Izuku's homeroom teacher had already arrived, shuffling into their driveway while Ai bounced over to him. "Ai-san, I had a lot of fun yesterday. And I ate a lot of cake." "Sounds exciting," Aizawa nodded to her, sounding bored, "but do you mind waiting at the edge of the driveway, eh? There's something I have to talk to my Doria about." "Okay," Eri confirmed, and trotted off to the sidewalk as Aizawa turned to face Izuku, who had a sudden wave of nervousness wash over him as his teacher studied his face. "You're not in trouble." The quirk-erasing hero seemed to have read his thoughts, raising an eyebrow as Izuku sagged in relief, staring at the ground. "I actually got to read Kendu's report. It seems like you all are getting along just fine." "Oh, of course, sir." Aizawa nodded. "Well, my Doria, I'll keep this brief. It's been a long month, and the robots have finally made a deal with Nezu to get back to work. They've been on strike demanding more pay, which is only our fault since we actually made theirs pretty smart, but they'll be working all week to get everything done." Izuku blinked, feeling a bit confused, but for some reason, and completely unexpected to him, he felt something foreboding in his stomach as he looked up to face his teacher, seeing him glancing around at Eri as the little girl waited for him to be ready to go. "Aizawa-sensei," he asked, I'm sorry, but what does that mean?" Aizawa blinked, looked around. "Oh. Sorry, I didn't explain. Well, the robots are now getting back to work, so that means they can finally start working on your room again, and they're expected to finish by Thursday. So once Friday rolls around, We'll have you moved out of the 1B house and back into the 1A house. Midoriya. 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 At the sound of Aizawa's sharp voice, Izuku jumped slightly, blinking as he was yanked out of his brief little bout of shock and looked back to his teacher. Aizawa had a slightly annoyed expression on his face, crossing his arms while looking at his student, while Eri bounced slightly at the end of the driveway waiting for him to be ready to go. I've been calling your name for a minute there, problem child. Don't space out on me now. Sorry, sensei. Izuku shook his head, trying to refocus on what Aizawa was saying, and feeling a bit startled by his heart beating rapidly in his chest when he pressed a hand to it. I'm sorry, can you say that again? Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but shrugged, letting out a tired sigh. I said, your room is scheduled to be finished on Thursday, around lunch. When they're finished, the robots will come around here around noon to grab all of your stuff to move over, so I expect you to be packed and ready to leave by Wednesday night. We'll have you settled back in by Thursday night, and by Friday you'll be moved back in. We'll have you give back the key to their house, so you don't have to worry about losing it and someone finding it. So you understand that. They'll come pick your stuff up on Thursday at lunch, and move your stuff over to the other side of the forest. If you have anything you need to do in the 1B house, I suggest you do it before then. If you need to get anything to help you move, just let me know. With that, Aizawa turned on his heel, and strolled down the driveway towards Eri, leaving Izuku behind him. His teacher took Eri's hand while also taking her pink backpack to carry, and listened and nodded as she excitedly told him all about her sleepover with the girls as they walked down the sidewalk away from the house. Behind them, Izuku stared blankly ahead at nothing, slowly blinking as the conversation that he just had with his teacher, that didn't even last a full minute, swirled around in his head, unable to make much sense of it. He was leaving. He was moving out of the girl's house. This Thursday. It was only Monday now, so only 4 more days. Not even that, if he was supposed to be moving back into the 1A house by lunchtime. So 4 more days of being in the girl's company before he would have to move out, go over to the 1A side, and not be able to come back. Not at all. How far away was the 1A house anyway? 5 minutes? 10? He hadn't even been over there at all during his stay with the girls. He had no idea how far away it was from here. Izuku let out a shuddered breath, holding onto his arm when he felt it shaking uncontrollably, and without thinking, started walking down the sidewalk, moving past the 1B girls' dorm, and started heading to the other side of the forest, towards his own class's houses. The way it had been angled for the heroes course, the A side for all 3 years was on one side of the forest, and the side for the B students of all 3 years was on the other. It went in a half circle, with a collection of trees in between both sides. So how far away was 1A from here? How long would he have to walk to get from there to here? Izuku shook his head as he continued down the path, not noticing Itsuka poking her head out the door to see if he was still out there, and blinking in confusion when she saw him moving away. Nor did he notice Monoma out front of his own house on the porch, giving Izuku a wide grin as he moved slowly past. He just felt numb. Izuku shook his head slightly as he continued walking down the sidewalk. He had no idea even why, not sure why Aizawa's words kept swirling around in his head. He shouldn't even be that surprised. He had been told by both Aizawa and Vlad King from the very beginning that staying with the 1B girls was a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Just until his room was fixed, and then he was expected to move back into where he belonged without any complaints. It was just in between everything that had happened since he moved in there. He had completely forgotten. He'd been there for more than a month now, but it seemed like so much had happened between Itsuka unlocking the door for him and Leiko and Setsuna helping him put his stuff in, and now, after they went to all that trouble to celebrate his birthday for him and make it the best one he'd ever had. Moving in, and then getting seduced by Yui, and then Setsuna, and then being approached by Pony, Kinoko, and Leiko. The meltdown that had happened, the fight with Itsuka in the rain. The long talk, and how they would have to be better. Everyone sincerely trying their best to be a better friend to him, while he tried hard not to see them in a romantic light. Setsuna having her own breakdown, and then comforting her. Their argument about Bakugo, and then Yui picking her own fight with him. The beach, and everyone having loads of fun with him, Itsuka laughing as she threw everyone into the ocean with him as a competition. The onsen, and him making offers to everyone. That night with Ibara, with how warm and sweet he made her feel and how special she made him feel. Coming home and having a date with Kinoko, sitting in a field and hearing her appealing singing voice. Her and 𝐂𝐿𝐾 getting back together, and then telling him that they would be romancing him together. The sleep right after, and how both 𝐂𝐾 and Kinoko holding him and kissing him made him feel so safe. The night when he talked with Itsuka, and how one kiss to his stomach almost unwound several weeks' worth of tension between them. The shopping trip, and how fun it was to dress up in stupid clothing while the girls cheered him on. Yesterday, and how special he had felt on his birthday with everyone, getting hugs and kisses from the girls. Itsuka taking him out for a ride, and opening up to him about her stupid ex-boyfriend. And then him telling her that he was in love with her. All those memories. The good and the bad. And how much he'd grown to care and love all 7 of his roommates. And it would all be coming to an end. He wouldn't be able to wake up early and go outside to help Ibara with her garden, chatting about how they slept and anything else Ibara thought about. He wouldn't be able to get teased by Setsuna anymore, or rib her back in turn. He wouldn't be able to walk home with Itsuka and Ibara from school, or any other girl now that their detentions were done. They might be able to walk back most of the way together, sure, but Izuku would have to split from them once they reached where they lived, going down one road while they headed down the other. He wouldn't be able to watch any more anime with Pony, laugh and cry about whatever they were watching. He wouldn't be able to make dinner with Ibara anymore. He wouldn't be able to spar with Itsuka. He wouldn't be able to stay up late at night, see 𝐂𝐾 sitting by herself and talking to her. He wouldn't be able to help Kinoko experiment with her quirk. He wouldn't be able to cuddle with Yui or be held by her. He wouldn't be able to do any of that anymore. And he had so much left to do, and not enough time. He still had to forgive 𝐂𝐾, Kinoko, Pony, Yui and Setsuna. He still had to address the feelings of all the girls. He still had to go over present MIC's paper that he had been practicing for weeks now and talk to Pony. He had to address Kinoko and 𝐂𝐾 wanting to romance him together. He told Itsuka that he loved her, but he hadn't heard her answer yet. And he only had 4 days to do it. Not even that long. How was he? Well. Izuku felt himself slow to a stop when he heard a snide voice behind him, wincing slightly to himself, turned slowly around, feeling a headache already starting to come on. Having followed him from Izuku's walk, Monoma was giving him a wide smirk, his hands on his hips and a look of utter glee on his face. "I couldn't help but overhear," he laughed, "that you're finally getting out of our hair." Izuku let out a small noise, and turned to continue walking to the 1A side, or just continuing to walk aimlessly. He wasn't in the mood to entertain anything Monoma might have to say right now. He knew that it would just be smug insults and petty taunting, and while most days he would be able to take it with stride, after what Aizawa told him he didn't want to hear it. Unfortunately, the blonde boy was in a great mood, hearing that Izuku was finally moving out, as he followed him while continuing to chide him. "I have to say, it's about time," he sniggered. "I was beginning to think you were going to be stinking around our houses forever. I mean, you were only supposed to be here temporarily, right? But maybe the other side didn't really want you either, so they persuaded you to stay as long as you could to annoy the hell out of the girls." Izuku felt his eyebrow twitch. "But that's over and done with now. Now they don't have to see you every day, strutting around like you own the place. Waking up early to annoy Shiozaki and bug everyone about your problems. Always walking home with her and Kendo like they're your property, when in reality they're only pitying you." He felt his fist clench. "Still, and forgive my foul language, I'm glad that you decided to stop sticking your PP inside them at every opportunity you get. Goodness, I have to say, I kept it to myself, but I know that the guys in my house wouldn't take as kindly as they do to you now if they knew that you were using our classmates for your own sick kicks. You were doing nothing but insulting them, you know, using them as your own little sec toys. I know they said it was their fault, But I saw right through that little fib. Kendo was only trying to help you save face. He began shaking, his teeth gritting together. But I honestly don't see why, out of anyone in Class 1A, they would even think about having sex with you. It's not like you're attractive. I believe one of the girls I talked to before said that many girls think you just look plain, and that's not a compliment, believe me. As for my classmates, I imagine that they felt a little sorry for you.